It's Adam Farkas, Paul Farkas, and Steve Silberberg here. How's it going, guys?
Good, real good. The second day, and hopefully it will go as smoothly as the first.
We can only hope so. So thank you everyone for turning up this morning. It's day 2 of CEwire 2020 here in August. So we've done the show numerous times now, I guess, this year, guys, right? So we're getting into a good groove here. If you've never taken the show before, welcome. If you're watching us right now, you probably want to turn away from us in just a few seconds because the courses are going to start for this morning. And I'm going to put up on the screen, I can show you exactly what's happening here today. Let me see if I can get it all rolling for us. So 64 credits as usual. I think, Steve, everybody's here, right? So
Yep.
we're all ready to go this morning. So let me pull it on up. You see in front of you right now the schedule. And Steve, I think you're kicking off the day today, aren't you?
Yep, I'll be online in 5 minutes. Right now, it's not showing the lecture. I'm just going to try to get in there again. But yes, it's a landmark lecture. I'm proud to present on epigenetics, and I'm going to be from 11 to 12 o'clock. So hopefully, some of you guys like to listen to that new subject.
Yep, and in fact, when you get into the classes, you're going to probably see a little movie with me to kick things off, and it's reminding you that we have a new way that we're doing the credits right now. To make it more automated in a way that Arbo gets the credits in. So just really briefly, for those who've never taken the courses before, or even those who have, before you'd have to attest to the fact that you sat through an entire lecture, almost like a sign-in sheet that you do at a physical lecture where you'd put in your OE tracker number and you'd put it in each time. We've changed this now so you only have to enter your OE tracker number once. And then once the system has it and knows it, then all you need to do to get credit is just sit and watch the lectures. You don't need to attest to anything or anything like that. And Steve has been going into the classes as well, letting people know this every day. But it's a really important thing to know that there's nothing you have to do anymore as long as the system knows your OE tracker number. And again, giving it your OE tracker number is a seriously easy thing to do. I can log in right now and show you guys how to do it. You just you log in and you're at the main lobby here, which everyone knows and loves. You click on Help Center. You click on Privacy Center, which is the third link down. And then you click on Edit Profile. And when you edit your profile, it's got all of your stuff like your name and address. You want to make sure that's right too, obviously, because it appears on your transcript. But the important field is right here at the bottom where it says OE Tracker, that very last one. You just put in your tracker number. That's a fake one that I have, but you put in your real one right there. And then you just click Save. And that's it. And now the system knows your OE tracker number, and every single time you take a class and sit through the whole thing, which is Arbo's rules, you'll get credit automatically, and it'll appear on your transcript, and we'll send it over to Arbo. So it could not be easier. So does that make sense even to you, Paul?
Oh, yeah. Even to me.
Even to you. So it really couldn't be easier, and I know it's a little departure from the way we've done things in the past, but we did it just to make things so much easier for people. When we started CEwire 2020, back in, I guess the first show was in February, right? It was a long time ago. The old rules were in place. This was before the pandemic, so Arbo's requirements were a little bit stricter about the way you actually earn credits, and you had to take a test and so forth. Since the test requirement was waived, we had to go in and reprogram how the system worked to make it aware of the fact that you don't need to take a test, and so we made this system now very easy to get your credits. So that is that, and again, here's the schedule, and you can see it all coming up. And while I have you here as well, I'd like to implore everyone to visit the exhibit hall. If you're in between classes and not doing much. This year we have more exhibitors than we've ever had at the conference. You can see the list of vendors up there right now. And they're all obviously, or most of them at least, have discounts going. Check into their booth, say hi to everyone, and see what's going on at each one to get these discounts. It's kind of a weird space that the vendors are in right now, right? Because the vendors rely on physical trade shows a lot of the time for their sales, and obviously there are no physical trade shows anymore, and I'm not sure when they're going to come back, and neither are they. The good news for the vendors, of course, is that attending a physical trade show is very expensive for them. You can imagine just even transporting equipment to show off at each one of these things is expensive, so they don't have that expense anymore. But the downside is it's very difficult for them to actually show what they have. And I know that many of them do have inventory and are ready to start sales again. So feel free to go in and take a look at all of them and what they're offering, and we'll review each one in a little bit.
Okay, I'm going to hang off. In 1 minute, I have to start my lecture, so I'll be right back at 12 o'clock or whenever. Just send me a text message when you're
See
back
you
on the
then,
air.
Steve.
Okay, bye, Steve.
Yep.
So
Bye-bye.
part of what you may be noticing here as well is that things are a little bit different with the way we're running today, or maybe nobody notices, I don't know, where you can't see us. And the reason that you can't actually see what's going on here is the studio here at CEwire, where we usually do the live broadcast from, was essentially destroyed by water. So several weeks ago, and so we're in the process of getting it cleaned up right now. And you can see that we've had some really fun times here, trying to just get everything back in one piece. And you can see that's underneath the place. So
on the other hand, we can chat with you in our underwear, so there's no problem.
Yeah, that's true. We really didn't have to get too gussied up today, right? But it's just been an amazingly frustrating experience over these past few weeks, trying to clean everything up and get everything back together again. And in fact, we were even wondering, should we even come and do this live stream? And I feel like it's something that we like to do just to keep our finger on the pulse of what's going on at the conference each day, and to answer people's questions and so forth. So that's why we keep doing it. But yeah, this has been a really challenging few weeks, and hopefully, the next time we do this in October, obviously by then the studio will be back in one piece and we can proceed as normal.
Yeah, but part of what you can do, if you have any questions or you want to say something, if you like venting, there is room for you to ask us anything. We can read what you're asking. So go to that chat section.
Yeah,
and say something.
Yeah, the chat box below. You can feel free to chat in there. I have a feeling, of course, though, that in the beginning, what happens in the mornings here, as we've noticed, people who are up early and eager to get to classes, they tune us out in the beginning, and they go into the classes. We had several hundred there in the morning yesterday, just go straight into the classes, and rightly so, right? I mean, we have a lot to offer, and people just want to sit and take their classes. This stream, when you're watching this, you may or may not be watching this live. What happens on this box that you hear me talking in right now is that this will play continuously on a loop throughout the rest of the day. So as soon as we finish recording this live, that box, it goes on a loop, and it'll be up there for the rest of the day. So if you stumbled across this later in the day, that you may not be hearing us live right now. Right now it's about 8 a.m. Pacific time, 11 Eastern. But this will obviously be running if you just want to hang out and listen. Now, again, it's a little different today. We're not going to be interviewing folks or doing anything like that, just because of what you see up on the screen right now. It's been a little bit hectic here. So
yeah, but many of them are in the booths. So you want to go and ask questions.
Yep.
Go visit the exhibit hall and chat with the people that are in the booths. They're anxious to do business.
Absolutely.
They've been frozen out of Vision Expo East, Vision Expo West, the American Academy of Optometry, the AOA. So they got a lot of inventory, and they're ready to talk.
Yeah, it's been really challenging for a lot of the vendors. What's interesting, though, or so what I've noticed, and or what people are telling me at least, is that some practices now have come roaring back. Right? We were worried. Oh my God, the economies, and obviously this is the worst economy that we had since the Great Depression when you look in aggregate. But it's a strangely distorted economy, because some things obviously are in the pits and falling apart, but then other sectors are doing better than they have before. Right, depending on what it is that you offer. And what we're hearing is that some practices, particularly those that are in suburban areas, are now rebounding. I guess because everyone's trapped at home.
Right.
Right. They're not going into the city for work. So we've heard stories, at least on ODwire, of suburban practices that are doing very well. And in fact, their scheduling has become easier in a lot of ways, because people aren't sort of having to work around their work schedule. So they're even able to smooth out demand throughout the day, which to me is fascinating. And obviously there are urban areas where that's just not the case at all, because people aren't going into work in downtown areas, and those practices are suffering.
Right.
So,
And the ones that are doing well, there's more discretionary funds available to the patients coming in. So they may be spending a little extra money because they have the cash. Since they can't go to restaurants or go on vacations, they have this extra money to spend possibly on eyewear. So some practices are doing extremely well.
yep. However, I will say this, and since this has all happened and people aren't going anywhere, the fashion industry in general has collapsed. I was reading an article in the New York Times all about how this is the era of sweatpants. And the fashion industry literally has taken an 80% hit. Whereas people who like the Gap, they make sweatpants and sweatsuits and stuff. They're going through the roof because no one has to look good because you're not going anywhere. So I wonder what that means for eyewear. Now, obviously, with something like contact lenses, it doesn't matter, right? You need them. You need them. But I'm wondering about the fashion sector in eyewear. What's that looking like? What are people doing, and what are they spending?
Well, there's even fashion for the face masks. So they have fashionable face masks. I mean, have you been to your barber, Ed, in the past 6 months?
I have not. In fact, I have. My wife has actually. I have a clipper. Those clippers that they use usually to cut guys' hair. I have one here, so my wife's just been using it on me because me, I'm not that fussy about how I look.
But I went to the barber finally a couple of weeks ago. Took the risk because I looked like I don't know what. And I was hanging out in front of the barber because only one person can go in at a time, as with optometry. And then I went into the barber and he said, "Oh, it's you. I saw you hanging around outside the shop. I thought you were a homeless person."
Yeah.
Yep. I'm not very fashionable when I dress.
Oh my goodness.
Well, yeah. So there you go.
Oh my. Yeah. I don't think any of us are looking particularly good these days, and I don't think it really matters that much, which is a good thing. But yes, you're right. It was nice actually, finally getting a haircut. You haven't seen me actually since Meredith decided to cut my hair. But my hair is pretty,
she any good?
My hair is pretty easy to deal with in general, right? I mean, when I get a haircut, it usually takes like 5 minutes. They just go buzz, and that's it. So yeah. So it's been kind of a wild ride, and I'm not even sure when I ever will go get a haircut again, which is the other really terrible thing. Well, Meredith does a good enough job until I'm vaccinated, right? Do I really want to go out and take the risk? I don't know.
That's true. Yeah, that's well. Of course, with all the workers going into your house now, I don't know.
So that's been a little bit of a challenge. So again, I'll put it up so people can see it again. The ODwire studios have been destroyed, as you can sort of see in these pictures. This is kind of the work in progress, trying to repair all the water damage. So we've had like a never-ending stream of contractors here, from people actually, doing the water damage to the contractors actually rebuilding the walls that the other people destroyed when they were fixing the water damage, and on it goes. Everyone who's come in that's been a contractor has worn a mask. People are really good about it, the contractors especially. Here in Oregon, it's the law. You kind of have to if you're in an indoor space. And people have been very respectful of it. So,
but while they're working,
yeah,
while they're doing
while they're doing their jobs, they wear masks. So it's been good. I haven't had to worry too much. Also, as you can see, most of this is taking place on the lower levels of the house. So we isolate ourselves to the upper levels, and of course Meredith and Reed, my family, they bugged out of here. So they've been staying at Airbnbs and stuff while I've stuck around for this. Hopefully we're getting into the end game here, though, and things will be running normally by next week.
Yep.
So, in fact, the dirty secret is right now, I should take a picture of this so people can see it. Right now, I'm broadcasting from down in our usual studio because I needed the highest speed connectivity I can get. And this is where we have all of our wired connections to the studio. And yesterday, when I tried to do this wirelessly, connections were dropping everywhere, and it was driving me crazy. Because it just wasn't working properly. So today, I came downstairs and I'm like, all right, I'll just hook into whatever I can. And so right now, I'm actually down in the studio with a wire hanging out of the wall with me just sitting on a lone chair. Everything is covered.
Yep.
Everything's covered in plastic. There's guts of the walls everywhere. Um, but I'm persevering here
Well,
just with a laptop.
if you're in practice long enough, I think most practices have at least one disaster in their career in their office, whether it's a flood from a pipe breaking or whether it's weather creating the problem. But it happens in most practices that if you have a picture of what's up there now, where things break down.
Yeah. And I guess the question is, how do you deal with it? Now, in practice, of course, you have business interruption insurance and so forth, right? So you can easily go ahead with it. It's funny with a virtual business, most of what we do wasn't impacted by a lot of the stuff in the studio, right? Because most of our equipment's not even here. A lot of it is located in the cloud, right? Servers
Right.
located in Georgia and in Texas and so forth. So a lot of this was out of here. Some of the equipment that we do keep here, obviously, a lot of the video equipment, the audio equipment, the backup servers are here as well for a lot of what we do. That stuff was impacted, and I didn't really appreciate just over the years how much stuff we'd built up here, how big the infrastructure actually was, and I didn't appreciate it until I actually had to try to do work without it.
Yep. Well, that's always the problem.
So,
You want to
anyways,
talk about the sponsors as long
sure.
as we have the time?
Yeah, let me get our little slide deck going here. I can talk a little bit about CEwire too. So let me pop it up for everyone to see. Whoop, there we go. So again, big thank you to everyone for attending the conference today. Couldn't do it without everyone. CEwire 2020, believe it or not, has become the largest conference in optometry. I mean, certainly it's the largest in eye care, period, right? Even across ophthalmology, which isn't a surprise, right? We're
Right.
closing in on 6,000 optometrists at CEwire 2020 for this year, which to us is really a shocking number. We never thought the conference would grow this large. Um, to put it in comparison, at Vision Expo East and West, you typically get around 2,800 to 3,200 doctors at each one. The last Vision Expo that there was, they had 3,200 ODs. So we eclipsed that. Important to know that we're doing this again and again and again so people can get as many credits as they want. You pay once, you come back as much as you want, and that is a critical feature of CEwire. We did it once COVID, really got out there in March, I guess. We made that decision that instead of CEwire being a one-off, we're just going to keep coming back and doing it over and over again for the rest of the year. And if you paid, you can just keep coming back. So again, we're doing it in October, November, and December. So I urge people, if they have a CEwire 2020 pass, to come on back. We'll be here for you for those other dates as well. And hopefully I'll actually have a studio to broadcast from, and I won't sound like this, and you'll be able to see me again.
Even if you have the needed credits for the year, you don't know what the 2021 is going to bring. You ought to get an extra set of credits just to keep in the bank, because you never know how Arbo is going to change things according to the new reality in 2021. So take advantage.
That's a really good point. I'm not sure what Arbo is going to do because I don't see physical meetings happening anytime soon, right? You think about what's going to change between now and say February. I can't see much changing unless a vaccine is miraculously available within the next few weeks or a couple of months.
So CECO would be the next big meeting in February,
Yeah.
right? And then Vision Expo East.
Yep. And
in March.
I have a hard time visualizing those going off. But who knows? I mean, I guess anything can happen. But I think I saw an article. Where was it? Was it on Medscape maybe? One of the MD journals that are online, where they polled a whole bunch of clinicians across the country, and their assessment was things are not going to get back to remotely normal until next June. That was their sort of, just putting the finger in the air, thinking about it, that even with the vaccine, things will not normalize. Enough of the population will not be vaccinated against this until June. So I guess that's worth
Right.
thinking about as we wonder what Arbo is going to do. Um, I don't even think that the people at Arbo know what they're going to do, right? I don't think they've necessarily planned this far ahead. They're just trying to get through 2020, and then maybe as November and December approaches, they'll make a decision for next year. But we'll see.
So anyway, take the courses.
Yes, so take the courses. So they're all there for you. You can get them live.
There's no problem with seating. There are several hundred people taking the courses in each room now.
Yep.
But we have room to. What would you guess that? What would it break? 1,000?
Oh no, it can handle way more than that. No. So the way the videos work is that just in the back end side of things, when people are streaming these videos out, the infrastructure itself for the actual stream isn't it's not like what you'd picture, like a room full of computers just doing it. It uses a lot of cloud computing to actually get the videos out. So when you're looking at a page on CEwire, or even ODwire for that matter, the main structure of the site that you're looking at, like that little lobby and everything else, and the page that you go to, is running on some physical servers somewhere in Texas or wherever. But the videos themselves are actually streamed using a bunch of different cloud services, and I think we're using AWS for the videos. So that's Amazon Web Service. So the actual videos themselves can scale to an infinite number. So you can take as many people as you want. An arbitrary number can watch the videos and participate. So yeah, so definitely come on back, invite your friends. You're not going to break anything.
So and basically we have relatively few complaints for the numbers that are taking the courses. One of the complaints is that the sound doesn't always work. Would you give people advice what to do? It's not on our end.
Yep. Yeah, so if something happens with the video, if it starts stuttering or if the sound goes away or whatever, the very best thing to do is just hit refresh the page, and the video will pick up right where it left off, right? You'll get right back into it. That's really always the best technique that we found if there's ever a problem with any of the videos that you're watching, whether it's live or on demand. If you do a live, you'll obviously pick right back up in the live stream. So that's my one and only piece of advice, is just to be patient with it if you're having problems, and just hit refresh. Some people, if your internet connection craps out for a few seconds or whatever, it can cause those kinds of problems. And again, a lot of us are taking these courses now at home, and we're sharing our connections at home with our families. And this can be challenging sometimes, because you think about streaming video. In the old days, it was very rare to be sharing a connection where people were doing multiple rounds of streaming video. But now, if you're at home with your family, the odds are they're watching Netflix, right, or Hulu or something else while you're trying to do this. And what seemed like a very fat pipe before is now becoming narrower and narrower because you're using more of it. So, and in fact, it's funny, when I'm doing this stuff from home, I always tell my son, I'm like, hey, could you just back off watching YouTube for a little while while we're doing this? That's what I used to have to tell him. Now, of course, I just programmatically tell the router, give my stuff priority. If you're going to make anything stutter, make his stuff stutter. So, yeah. Anyway, that's the perils of working from home, I guess. Importantly, you can plan your day by downloading that schedule that I had up on the screen. You just go to CEwire2020.com and click on Download Printable Course Schedule, and even print it out. I mean, sometimes I like to do it the old-fashioned way. I'll print out a copy just to have in front of me, so I can see what's going on from minute to minute. So you can plan your day that way. Remember, you can't be in two places at once. The software makes sure that you're actually watching and your browser window is open, so you can't get credit for two classes at once. So you can't be tricky and pop open two browser windows with different lectures. It doesn't work that way. It's just like the physical world. You have to be in one of them. So choose your class, open your browser, and watch the whole thing to get credit. Again, you don't have to attest to anything anymore. As long as the system knows your OE tracker number, it'll record your credit. You don't have to do anything. Yeah, so again, there's no quiz if you're watching live. If you're watching on demand, there will be a quiz, just like any on-demand lecture you've ever taken anywhere. These rules are not our rules. These are COPE and ARBO's rules. We have nothing to do with it. We just follow their rules. So live lecture, no tests. On demand, you got to test. And thanks again to our sponsors. You can see that the whole list of them up here on the screen. strongly recommend you check out each one. You know, we are really fortunate to have the support of all these vendors and that they're willing to keep coming back and working with us each year. Um, you know, so many of the leading names in eye care are here. Obviously, we thank Marco for sponsoring the live stream that we do. They've been doing it since the beginning, 6 years now. So thank you to Marco. And Optos, makers of the wide field cameras that you know and love. So thank you to them for coming on. I think there's a wide field lecture today in the afternoon, if I'm not mistaken. So you might want to check it out just to see some really pretty pictures. Conan Medical, again, we thank them for being here. And in fact, I'm going to show a movie in a few minutes from Craig Thomas, all about the REDEFINING device for VEP, which is a handheld device, handheld VEP device that you might all want to go check out. These devices are getting smaller and smaller each year. It's kind of amazing, actually, when you look at where the tech was years ago. But now they have devices that are small enough so that they're tiny and handheld. And we're going to have a lecture from Craig Thomas all about that coming up that we'll put on for you. Conan has a bunch of specials. These may be outdated, actually, because I haven't had time to talk to them, but I'm certain you're going to see similar kinds of specials where they knock a certain amount of money off of each device or give you some financing deals. Check out their booth for more details. And this is pretty typical, actually. You know, you have vendors who want to try to make sales now. They have very few outlets. Even their sales reps obviously can't go into the field. So other than you know, calling, it's very difficult for them to actually reach people. So they're willing to deal. MacuHealth, makers of supplements for eye care. Steve, who's in his lecture right now, uses them in his office. Really good product. And Steve, I remember actually going to an expo with him. And we went by MacuHealth's booth, and he ordered like a crate of these things. So he orders them in bulk and distributes them in his office, and apparently it's worked really well for him. So check out their booth so you can see the full line of supplements that they have. And let's see, so Luno Technology, makers of a wide variety of devices that can help you socially distance in your office, including autorefractors and aberrometers and so forth. Very high-tech equipment and really cool stuff. So if you go to their booth, they have a lot of white papers as well on sort of best practices on social distancing in the office and how you can do it with technology. And you can see some exhibit hall specials here. So if you get started with $0 down, you'll have 90 days deferred payments and interest rates as low as 0%, right? So what they're essentially saying is, you know, buy some stuff now, you'll get some time to set everything up and not have to pay anything for it, and 0% interest. Okay, so Hog, makers of the famous octopus. So one thing that's really interesting, if you look at the octopus right there, you'll see how much more streamlined these devices have become over time. Kind of remarkable how the industrial design has evolved. I remember when a lot of the high-tech devices were first starting, industrial design was not really at the forefront. They weren't really thinking about how it looked and how it fit in the office, so bulky was okay. Now, as you can see, things are getting much more streamlined. So Hog has deals running as well, so definitely check out their booth. NeuroVisual Medicine Institute, so this is actually a physical place that you can go visit. So they teach you how to identify and treat patients with binocular vision dysfunction using fractional units of realigning prism. So this is something where you'd go and learn how to use this technique clinically in your practice, but then they also teach you practice management and how to actually integrate this into your practice and do it successfully. So it's basically you go to their institute, which is in suburban Michigan, just north of Detroit. It's about maybe 40 minutes from the airport, give or take, in Detroit. And you know, you can go spend a couple of days there, learn all the techniques. They give you a bunch of material, and then you can take it back to your practice. So pretty cool stuff. The institute is up and running and accepting students. So again, they practice social distancing and so forth. So definitely check them out. Tear Care. So this is Sight Science's product for meibomian gland dysfunction. It's basically a heating element that attaches to the lids. to open up the meibomian glands. So I think the important thing about TearCare that everyone needs to know is that it's less expensive than, again, the original devices to treat this were gigantic and cost, $100,000 or more. That's not TearCare. TearCare is inexpensive. I want to say to get started with the whole thing, including the unit itself and the consumables, it's under $10,000. I want to say, give or take. So you can see there's sort of an order of magnitude difference to get started with this. And at those price points, it starts to make sense for every clinician to give it a try if you're going to be treating meibomian gland dysfunction. So check it out. naturalVue, makers of custom soft contact lenses, and the naturalVue lens is a multifocal lens, and people are using it a lot these days for myopia control. And Steve, when he gets back here, can tell us all about his experience using it in practice as a myopia control lens. It's a comfortable lens, it's easy to work with, and you might want to check it out in their booth, because I think they're also running specials today. So ZEISS, obviously everybody knows ZEISS and the devices that they make, including the OCTs and the wide field cameras and so forth. They've been a huge supporter of the conference, and they have also been on the forefront of education during this time of COVID. Right from the beginning, when all this started, they really geared up their education department. And if you go to ZEISS's website, they have a ton of free resources. Not only just about social distancing, but about other clinical topics as well, all for free. You can go watch. Some of it's COPE approved, some of it's not. Totally, it's a wide variety of subjects. They have been just incredible when it comes to doing things virtually. ZEISS is actually located out here on the West Coast as we are, and for better or worse, the West Coast, we got hit very early with these outbreaks, right up here in Seattle, actually, right near where we are. That's where one of the very first outbreaks happened. So the West Coast has been on high alert for this from the very beginning. And since ZEISS is located in the Bay Area, they geared up almost immediately to start working from home. And it really shows. They've been putting on these performances online since, I guess, March, to try to educate folks without actually being there in person. So check out their booth. They have specials running as usual. And more information about their other educational materials as well. AB Max, so you can see a little stylized picture of it right here. It's like a little roto-rooter kind of device for anterior blepharitis. You might have seen the prior generation or the original generation of this device with another company. The folks behind the AB Max actually invented this device. And so, you have the inventors who then left the original company and started up this one with this new generation device, which has different operating modes, and importantly, the consumables are much less expensive. So even if you own the older generation device, you can actually make back your money on this one pretty quickly if you use it a lot, because the consumables are so much cheaper. AB Max is also running a bunch of different deals. You can see them here. There may be more deals by now. John, the guy who runs the company, is constantly coming up with innovative programs to try to get the device in. So check it out. They also have the certification program. They really want you to get your staff involved in using this. Again, the device itself doesn't hurt. It tickles a little bit on your lid margins, so you can train your staff to use it if you don't want to actually do it every time. It's not that difficult. So they'll train you virtually, and they give you this cute certificate as well for your staff. So that's them. So NeuroLens, so they make a device to measure misalignment between the eyes, and then once it's measured, it creates a prescription for you. It spits it out, and then you can send off that prescription, and they'll create custom lenses with contoured prism. I have NeuroLens here. Actually, I have a pair myself. I use them as office lenses. They have a very small RX in them, and they work really well. I can only tell you, I obviously don't have that much experience with a number of cases here. I have only myself as a test case, but I can tell you that the lenses themselves, the optics are really good, and the quality of the lens is really good too. So you might just want to go check them out. Again, a little bit difficult to do virtually, right, to really understand how the device works, but you can look in their booth and see some videos to see how it goes. So really interesting stuff. Again, those lenses are not something that patients are going to be able to get elsewhere, because the prescription that the device generates is very specific to the technology that they have to create this contoured prism. So definitely go check it out. And again, they had a no payments deal going. I'm not sure what their discount is now, but go to their booth and they might actually say. Oculus, makers of a wide number of devices that folks here use and love, including my favorite, the Pentacam, which is like a Swiss Army knife. And in fact, clinicians are finding all kinds of new uses for it. And the biggest one, I think, these days is if you fit scleral lenses, having a Pentacam is sort of a godsend. I know that my local OD here uses it to fit sclerals. And you take the output from the Pentacam, and just that output can be used to create scleral lenses. The software gets fed into another piece of software that the scleral lens companies use to design these lenses. So to actually create a lens, you don't have to do the old school way of using Moldite or whatever and physically creating it that way. You use software to actually create the lens based on the output of the Pentacam. And you basically do it virtually, and the results are much more accurate than they used to be. Oculus is also, and I have to actually ask them, they are creating modules that can now also measure axial length, right, which is important for myopia control. And again, as people have said, if you're not measuring axial length, you're not really doing myopia control because you don't know how effective your treatment's being. So definitely check out Oculus. They're a great company. Located, they're a German company, but their headquarters are right up here in Seattle. So they're very much run kind of like a small family business here in the U.S. You can get in touch with all the senior executives, just by picking up the phone. They're always there and out in the field as well, trying to make their products better. So very accessible company, so definitely check them out. They had some financing options last time around. I don't know what they're doing now, to be completely honest with you. Obviously they'll have some deals running. I'm just not sure what they are, so go into their booth to check them out. They also had some refurb units for sale. Again, like I said, they're a German company, but their headquarters are here in the US in Seattle, and that's where they refurb a lot of the stuff too. They have this really beautiful facility that they built just outside of Seattle, and so that when they get refurb equipment, I think that's where they refurb it and store it. So definitely check it out as well. And Science-Based Health, makers of Hydro Eye. This is a supplement for dry eye. And again, this supplement company is really interesting. We had Zach Denning on last time we did the live stream. He's sort of their, I want to call him like their head science guy, or science liaison. If you need to know anything about their supplements, he's the guy to ask. He's an incredible wealth of knowledge around dry eye and around supplements. They make their supplements based, as their name implies, on science. They use the latest studies to adjust the formulations of their products. So if you ask Zach a question, you're going to get hit with a lot of journal articles because that's what he works off of. There's not a lot of pulling stuff from the air. They really work with the latest studies to try to understand what will work most effectively when they develop their products, including Hydro Eye. So check them out. Covalent Careers, this is the largest site in eye care for jobs. So if you're looking for a new position or you're looking to hire in like an optician or an OD, this is the place to go to look or to post your own job. And interesting the way their site works, they syndicate the ads. So if you put up an ad with Covalent Careers, it'll appear in a number of places online. So in fact, even ODwire, we work with Covalent Careers. And if you go to our classifieds area, you'll see the part that says jobs. That actually pulls right from Covalent Careers. So if you post an ad with them there, you'll eventually see it appearing on ODwire as well. They have a deal right now, 10% off if you need to post a job. If you go to ODwire.org/jobs, you'll get that 10% discount. So definitely go check that out as well. iCare Live, so they make a telehealth platform for eye care, and again, telehealth has obviously been a huge thing over these past several months, and it's only continued to grow. What we're seeing now is that insurers and the federal government are starting to get a little stricter about these telehealth visits, right? When the pandemic started, it was sort of a free-for-all. They let you use tools like Zoom or all these other unstructured tools to do your exams, and they weren't giving you too much pushback on how you did it. As things are moving forward, they're going to start demanding better documentation for these exams. And a tool like iCare Live gives you that documentation that you've performed these exams so you can get paid for it. And if, God forbid, you get audited, you'll have the documentation there showing these third parties exactly what it is that you've done. So again, up until now, something like Zoom has been okay, but going forward, you probably want a structured tool like iCare Live. So go to their booth. They have demos there. You can see what the product looks like and how it works if telehealth is something that you're doing. And I think it's something that everyone's going to be doing. I know, Paul, in your daily life, I don't know how much telehealth you do, um, but I know that at least here, a lot or just about all of the primary care doctors, there's an expectation that you will have a telehealth presence of some sort. It's just the way it is now. I don't know if you've had that experience yet with your doctors.
No, not yet.
Yeah,
I haven't been. I stayed
So
healthy the past 6 months.
you've just been delaying all of your care. But for those of us who haven't, who are still trying to take care of ourselves, a lot of the primary care doctors here and pediatricians and so forth, they really don't want to see you unless they have to. And so telehealth is an obvious way to do this. And so they are coming up with all kinds of techniques to see you online and get paid for it. And so in iCare Live is the way to go. Definitely check them out. It's so funny, when we first started talking to them, it was like in December, right? It was before any of the stuff had happened. And people were looking at them kind of suspiciously, like, what is this? I don't know about this telehealth. Can this be useful? I'm not sure. And then all of a sudden in February, it's like a light bulb went on with people. They're like, oh, we need to do something in a hurry. So iCare Live was kind of in the right place at the right time. And definitely check out their platform to see what it has to offer. And eyecarepro, so if your site has a website, or if your practice has a website or a social media presence, you kind of need these guys to help manage it. So you obviously can do this stuff on your own, right? You can keep on top of your Google reviews, you can keep on top of Yelp, you can continue to update your website, but it's kind of nice if you have the resources to just outsource all this to them, right? Because they know what they're doing. They do this for hundreds of eye care practices. Why should you have to deal with this nonsense when you have pros out there who will do it for you, right? It's sort of like, dealing with, I don't know, like a crawl space that has a ton of water in it, right? I mean, I suppose I could have started to work on this. I could have knocked those walls down. I could have removed the water, I suppose, right? I could have gone to Home Depot and done all of this stuff, but I didn't, right? I paid people who knew what they were actually doing to do it for me. And it's sort of the same way with iCarePro. Let the experts handle a lot of the stuff. You'll get better results and you'll have much less aggravation. So check out their website to see what they have to offer. I mean, even the minor stuff like the Google reviews, right, and your Yelp reviews, let them manage this and help you with it, because why wouldn't you? Yeah, so that's my soapbox. People think a lot of the times that because they can do this stuff, they should. And I'm not so sure that's the case.
Right.
So La Rivera, makers of punctal plugs, definitely check them out. They have a huge number of specials today. They have the smorgasbord. I'm not going to go over any of them because you got to go to their booth. It's this gigantic PDF of what they're offering. And, more than any other company here today, I think they came up with the most number of specials. So go to their booth and see what it's all about, because I literally can't go through the whole thing. It's too big. Optometry Times, practical chairside advice. Gretchen is not here with us today. Man, maybe we should try to get her.
Maybe.
Would it be fun to have her? I don't know what she's doing today, but I'd love to actually talk to her today and see what's up with her. So practical chairside advice. So it's obviously you've read their publication. They have these little bite-sized articles in it. There's nothing that's going to be overly long or theoretical or painful to read. They give you very practical advice for running your practice, both clinical and practice management. It's a lot of fun to read. Gretchen Bailey, the editor, does a great job putting it all together. Ben Casella, their chief optometric editor, is actually giving a talk. I think he gave his talk on narcotics yesterday here at CEwire. Really fun to read. Definitely check it out. And my favorite thing about it is Gretchen says the best thing to do with the journal is throw it away after you read it. She doesn't want people keeping it and storing it. She realizes this is, very timely. You read it, you use it, you get rid of it. And that's really what it's all about. And also check them out online, right? Because that's where a lot of the content lives as well, if you don't want to use paper. Vision Equipment Inc., Leo Hadley's company. Again, they specialize in refurbished equipment, and for better or worse, Leo's got a lot of it now. I can't tell you exactly what he has because his inventory is constantly moving. So go to his site and check it out. the way Leo works is he'll take in a piece of equipment, he'll make sure that it's refurbished to 100% like new condition. So you can really count on what he's giving you is good stuff, and he backs everything that he sells. He tells stories, unfortunately, of offices who've overextended themselves, and I think it's going to be the case now as well, particularly in some areas where you have practices who bought a lot of equipment and they just can't make the note on it because of the pandemic. So, it's almost ghoulish to say, but somebody else's loss might be your gain. So you might just want to check out what Leo has in his inventory, go to his booth, and then contact him.
And it's good to know that we've never ever had a complaint about that company, and they've been with us from the very beginning.
That's true. We've known Leo, I guess, now for over 10 years, and we've never had a complaint. Leo got his start actually refurbishing edgers way back when, and if you can refurbish an edger, I think you can refurbish just about anything, because talk about a piece of equipment with a lot of moving parts. When I saw how he would actually break those machines apart and then rebuild them, it's kind of fascinating. He has some YouTube videos of it. These are complicated machines, and he can rebuild them to like new conditions. So pretty cool stuff. All right, so that I think is all of our sponsors. So now you know.
Okay, and then you'll have a chance to visit. They're open all day today, right until 7 p.m. Eastern Time.
Yep.
And they are there 24/7, so you can always leave a message.
Yeah, that's true. Yep. They're always around. They're there for you. Leo wants your business. It's not that he's not going to turn you away. I'll put it that way. And he's a really good guy to actually work with. If you've ever spoken to Leo, like on the phone, very easy to work with. Wants to make sure that you're happy. So definitely check him out. And I think that is all of our sponsors. So, yeah.
Wow.
So we've been through a lot here, and let me see if I can get Gretchen here too, because she may or may not be around, and it's always fun to actually talk to her.
Yeah, well, it's late enough. I'm sure she's up on a Sunday morning.
Let me see, because it's always fun talking to Gretchen, so see if we can get her out here. Gretchen.
Just a reminder, if you have any comments, we have a place for you to say something, so join us and ask a question. If there's any sort of issue that you want to discuss, or you feel like venting, that's okay too. Now we've found such a great difference in the practices. The suburban practices are going like gangbusters,
Yep.
And unfortunately the ODs in the cities or in the shopping malls, for example, are really having problems.
Yep. Yeah, it's been a challenge, I know, for a lot of people. Yeah. Okay, so let me see who else we have going on here. And Steve is saying that the classes are going well. Hallelujah. That's always good to hear, that nothing disastrous is happening.
So far,
So
no complaints coming into us, so
no,
things are going well.
Yeah, everything seems to be going a-okay, which is great. Good to hear. And I'm trying to see if there's anything else happening that's out there that I need to know about. Yeah, so far so good.
And the noon classes should be starting shortly.
Yep. Yeah, I believe they are. And let's see what's happening here. I will pull up the schedule perhaps so everyone can see it again. Alrighty, and let's see what we got going on here today. So right now we have the second hour of Mark Friedberg's class on OCT. That's And if you've never seen Friedberg lecture, by the way, he is one of the best ones that we have at the show. Every single year, people tell me he's the guy that they come to see. If they see one lecture each year, it's going to be his. He's a really great teacher. We're very thankful to have him. So if you haven't seen his lecture on OCT, you might want to take it next time around in October or take it on demand. Really good. We have his original one on OCT as well available on ODwire from 2015. So that one's sort of old, so no COPE credit for it. Actually, I have it here. We could even play it in the live stream, I think. If we run out of things to talk about or look at, I can put up his original OCT interpretation lecture if people are curious, because it really was that good. And what else do we have here? So we have so C. Silverberg's lecture is almost done. Then we have new technology in sports vision training with Alex Andrich. That's really fun. We're going to have Melissa Barnett talk about nutrition, and Dr. Richard Whitland, he's an ophthalmologist, talking about laser vision in 2020, so laser vision correction. So we have a fair number of ophthalmologists this year. I don't know if you noticed.
Right, and a couple of PhDs thrown into the mix.
Yeah, we're trying to really diversify the staff. We even have a pediatrician, an MD, the chief of the pediatric service at Mount Sinai, is here as well to talk to us about pediatrics. So I thought that was really cool. Sort of going above and beyond, trying to get a mix of classes that you might not be able to get anywhere else.
And we listen to what you have to say. If there are courses, we have to start planning 2021 very shortly.
Yep.
So if there's any special courses that you'd like to see happen, just let us know.
Yeah, for better or worse, I guess we do have to start planning that, don't we?
Yeah, absolutely.
So much fun. So yeah, definitely check that out.
Who would have thought when we started this in 2015 we would be the pioneers in this type of education?
Yeah, I mean,
they laughed at us in the old days.
Yeah, they did. Well, I mean, I think we were in a very fortunate position now that it would be very helpful to people, which is good. Because I know that some folks are scrambling to try to find enough classes, or what we're still seeing, unfortunately, is that there are a lot of programs that are very expensive to attend, and that's not fun either.
Right.
We've seen typical prices are like $15 to $20 per credit, which to us seems astronomical, right? Since if you actually take all of our credits, it's like what, $2 a credit or $3 a credit. So hopefully people are getting something out of this and they're able to stretch their CE dollars a little further just by working with us. Yeah, and the question is, of course, once this pandemic passes, will people go back to the old ways of doing CE? Will they? I mean, that's the big question, right? Will people want to travel? But it's like anything else. Like, will people go back to their old habits? For instance, business travel, right, which is essentially dead right now. Are businesses going to go back to having people travel all over versus just doing Zoom meetings?
Yep, absolutely. It's going to be hard to get the kids back to school.
Well, it's funny, you say that, but I know that personally, looking at my son, they're itching to actually get back to seeing their friends again. Yesterday here in Portland, the big basketball playoffs are going on, right, and the Trailblazers are actually doing quite well. And it was kind of funny last night. People set up in their yards, they had these big screens that they set up, these inflatable screens, and they were projecting the game in their front yard. And so we had sort of like a socially distanced neighborhood outing where we all sort of got together again, even though we stayed, several feet apart from each other. And the kids in the neighborhood all kind of got together too. We were forcing them to kind of stay at least a little bit apart, but they were trying to play games with each other apart from each other. And you realize just how much these kids are actually missing it, even if they say they're not. And Paul, your grandson, and he's not necessarily the most social kid. Right? He doesn't, you
Right.
wouldn't think that he cared that much about being around his friends, but boy, when he got out there with the neighborhood kids yesterday, he was just having the time of his life, and you realize just how much these kids
Sure.
need it. They need that interaction.
Well, and to us, 6 months is long, but not that long. But you think of in terms of percentage of life. If you have a 10-year-old,
Yep.
6 months to a year is 10% of their life.
Yeah. So,
So
yep.
it's something.
Yeah, so hopefully these kids are going to get back to school eventually, although what we're seeing around the country, it's not too hopeful right now. I have a feeling that if these classes are starting in many places, they're going to quickly just stop and revert to being online again. Although I will say this, I'm thankful that we live in an era where online education is a thing, right? I mean, if this happened 20 years ago, what would people be doing? I mean,
Yeah.
how would people even be surviving any of this?
Hi guys, I'm back, so I'll chime in.
Hey, Steve, how's it going?
How was
Okay,
your
good.
class?
It's funny. It was great, and my lecture is so timely that I would like to change a few slides because things have changed really since I guess it was June. It was about epigenetics, and there are certain therapies now in genetics and epigenetics. In fact, some of the virus treatments, the one from Russia, is using the vectoring that I talked about, so it would be good to put that in. But yeah, it went well.
Excellent.
And all the other lectures I kind of went into. I'll do that again, but they were all. I've seen them all, but these were great. And there was some challenge in one where people had to go out and in again, but it was seamless, and I think people enjoyed it. A lot of questions also for me. Some of them were tough, actually. People knew their stuff, and I was able to field them backhanded. So what have you guys been talking about?
We were just talking about the pandemic, and just talking about how, the question is, will things actually get back to normal when it's done? So, for instance, like business travel. I think a lot of businesses have discovered that a lot of the travel that their employees were doing was just complete BS. And probably not necessary going forward, right? When a Zoom meeting works just as well.
Correct. And in fact, I'm close to New York City, and I'm sure that's near and dear Paul's heart. Real estate is going through the floor, commercial and residential, because businesses, like you just said, realize that they don't need to be in the city and pay this enormous rent when you can be just as productive working from home with a lot more savings. There was one building they highlighted that had about 9,000 people coming on a daily basis. Now there's about 400 going to that building. And so the real estate prices are going down, and they're converting a lot of the commercial. They're talking about converting the commercial real estate to residential, which will affect them. There'll be much more supply of residential real estate. So yes, I think the world will change even with the vaccine, because this was happening anyway. People were working from home more, but this accelerated the whole process. So I think that's the new paradigm, that big cities might not exist anymore as far as people going to work in them.
Yeah.
So, yes.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's, a city like New York, right? People don't live, people want to live there, but not necessarily work there, right? And that's the thing, right? I mean, you don't. It'll be interesting to see what happens in a city like that, which is a city that's always been in high demand for a wide variety of reasons. I'm kind of wondering more about the mid-level cities, what that's going to look like in a lot of them. The downtown areas, are those just going to completely empty out? Like if you look at a city like, I don't know, like Cincinnati or something, these sort of mid-sized cities, what are those going to look like?
Yes, especially since they don't have the tourism that we have in New York City or LA or certainly Portland at this point in time. Not only that, but conventions might be changing also, because they're so darn expensive, and that lies now people realize they can get the same quality of education online. So will optometric and medical conventions now be more attuned to just looking at equipment and things like that, and become less expensive? Even the companies, and you've done several conferences with ZEISS, and people could kick the tires mostly on things virtually and not have to pay for airfare and hotel and taxis and food to go to a conference like Vision Expo or AOA or the Academy or CECO. So will they go by the wayside? Will they become scaled down? I think so.
Yeah, I mean, I could see.
I guess
I mean, I can see a market for
I think
one or two large ones each year where people can go look at equipment, but do you really need so many? I can't imagine it.
Right.
I think would still be needed are wet labs where they have 10 or less people attending and hands-on stuff using techniques and equipment. That would still be very useful.
Yeah.
And I'm talking about after there's no virus. We have a vaccine, everybody's cured. In other words, just life will change, not because of the virus, but because of what the virus made us realize in terms of efficiencies and productivity.
Yep.
So it'll be interesting. Hopefully it'll be in 6 months, but more likely a couple of years.
Yeah. Yeah. You know, it's funny. I mean, in terms of wet labs, I've been down to Alcon's headquarters now several times in Fort Worth. And part of their headquarters, if you've ever been there, I should probably put up a few pictures so people can see it. They have an entire room that is a wet lab where you can actually start doing surgery. Usually they bring out the pig's eyes when they want to do surgery. So when they're training people on their equipment, they actually have sessions that they hold. They fly people in, and this is where people learn how their equipment works and how to do surgery using the different Alcon tools. And I'm wondering if this is going to be a model going forward for if you want to do something that's really hands-on, really like a wet lab. You have these dedicated centers where you can come in and just do an intensive couple of days to really learn and then leave.
Yep. I always wonder, because I'm not a surgeon, how surgeons get trained to do things when all these new techniques come out, whether it be a multifocal implant or various, let's say, a MIG surgery. But you're right, they do it with a small group in a setting where it's like a wet lab. You don't need 10,000 people in a conference center to do that.
Yeah. They have, I mean, it's a fascinating facility. I should show you. They have, I think it's probably about 25 or 30 of these little stations set up. And then, you know, somebody teaching at the front of the room. And that's just how they do it, to train people on their new equipment and on the latest surgical techniques. And I really wonder if that's going to be a model in the future, where you're with, 30 like-minded people. You're all doing the same thing. You're all learning on the equipment. And that's how people are going to, get educated on a lot of the new stuff.
I know we did it when we got privileges to perhaps do SLT, lasers. We didn't get them yet in New Jersey, but they kind of trained us in that. And it was great. It was surprising when you had to do certain things, how many ODs could not use a simple gonioscope, a gonioprism, because you have to put it on the eye to do the laser. Literally 80% didn't do it, although they say they do it in their practice. So that's one thing that I always had a bone to pick about optometry. Many of us practice in a little cubby hole for many years, 40 years or so, and there's no peer review. While in medicine, you're an MD, Adam, you have peer review because you're at a hospital. People can see your work. And these wet labs are great because you can really ascertain whether the person does have the skills they claim to have. And it's good and bad because you're going to find that people's skills have eroded, but they should, at least if they're going to do certain procedures, have those skills intact. So, yeah, those wet labs are great.
Yep.
But there's some enterprising optometrists now that are setting up wet labs in their offices. Isn't there one gal that does dry eye where you go in? Yes, she
does. Yeah, well, I won't no names, but she does. Well, it's been well received, so it's a good service, and she provides a lot of literature also. And you go there for a few days, and you're not going to be an expert like her, but you're going to get close to it, and you can incorporate it into your practice. I think that's going to happen in myopia control. Let's say if some people lecturing here do intense pulse lighting, IPL, Art Epstein for one, and I could see him giving courses, not just lectures on it. Adam and I have heard his lectures, but to actually see it being done, it's invaluable. Because let's say you in Oregon, where you are, if you had that, I think you do have the ability to use that particular technique. The company's going to sell it to you, but you want to have it. You don't want just a salesman to show you how to use it. You want somebody like an Art Epstein or Crystal Brimmer or the David DeFries to show you how to use it in their office. So I think that's going to be the small group learning experience is going to be the way of going rather than these big conferences, especially for what we're doing here, where you can get the learning in a lecture format that's much easier.
Right.
It'll be interesting to see how the world changes.
Yeah, and I mean we have one sponsor for this show, the NeuroVisual Medical Institute, right? So they have their little thing where you learn about Prism, and you go on site, right, to their little place in
Right.
Michigan for a few days, and you just do an intense couple of days and get everything you need all in one shot, and then leave.
Yep.
Yeah, I wonder if that's going to be a model going forward.
So you look at it; it's both functional vision, pathology, medical optometry. It's all part of the same ball of wax, even though it's different subject matter. So the world will change. I just want the world to be. I want to go to a movie. I want to go eat indoors. Let's get through that first before we get to more, let's say, diverse stuff.
Yeah. Yep. So, I mean, I think it's interesting here in the Portland area where we are. One of the interesting things that we've seen also is the lack of car traffic has really changed the way a lot of the neighborhoods in the city have started to work. You mentioned before converting commercial space to residential. I think even on top of that, what we're seeing is like a lot of the restaurants are spilling out into the streets so people can eat outdoors. And it's kind of an interesting thing. It's sort of reverting in a lot of these neighborhoods to the way things were before there were cars.
Or
European cities.
Yep.
Where the downtown, there's just no traffic.
Yep.
So they're just walking. So yeah, there should be some very interesting changes occurring if the cities survive.
Yeah.
So that's.
I think the cities will survive, and I say that because I know that young people still want to live there, right? And so if this is the case that young people really want it, they'll keep going, especially if the prices start dropping. You ask an average young person, would you want to live in Manhattan? Of course, right? But it's just not possible. And, if we actually do see real motion in prices in a lot of these cities, I have a feeling that you're going to see an influx of younger people coming in. So it'll be really interesting to see what happens.
It was real interesting. I went to the city just for a dental appointment. We walked around just to see what things were like. And I know Paul knows, and you probably know Restaurant Row, where Broadway is closed now.
Yep.
And Restaurant Row is restaurant upon restaurant, but there's no place to put people outside because they're right on top of each other, and the street's open. Well, 4 or 5 were closed permanently because their rent is so high they just couldn't survive, and there's no even immediacy of these restaurants opening up. So that's exactly what you're talking about. In New Jersey here, where I live, there's many restaurants that do have the infrastructure, and we went to one last night for dinner, and there were about 50 tables outside. It was great, and you would socially distance. Everybody was wearing masks. It was fine. But in the big cities where it's so expensive, where there's no room, half the restaurants can go out of business.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be interesting to see how that whole area and how Broadway actually bounces back. I can only imagine how devastating it is with having no shows open and everything else. Yeah.
Just looking at all our lectures. Okay, there you go. You went over all the lectures because they're quite good today. I think today's lectures are very diverse, and I have a few that I haven't listened to that I'm going to actually listen to them later on. Have you gone over all the equipment and our sponsors? I'm sure you have. When
we did all of it, and we're just chit-chatting here. And I mean, what we may do is actually put up an old movie. I was talking about putting up Craig Thomas's talk about the REDEFINING VEP device.
Mm-hmm.
And so,
if anybody hasn't heard Craig Thomas, he's one of the best lecturers, if not the best lecturer I've ever heard. He pulls you in. He's got a great body of knowledge, but his style is just one that you'll love to listen to, and you'll get a lot of it, even if it's not CE at this point in time. He is lecturing in our regular conference also, so I encourage you to go to his lecture.
Yeah, so why don't I put up his thing for a while, and I'm going to dive back into the classes and see what's going on, make sure everything's going A-okay, and we'll pick it up. His lecture is actually an hour and 20 minutes here about VEP, and maybe we'll pick it up right after that. How does that sound?
You got it. I'll be proing lectures also.
Okay.
Guys, about an hour and 20 minutes.
Yeah, it's about an hour and 20 minutes, give or take. So let me just make sure that I'm not lying to you guys. Yes, an hour and 20 minutes. So I will see you guys then.
Okay, bye.
Okay, back at 2.
A lot of years, and it feels nice to actually get back on the air here with all of you tonight and try to get a sense of normalcy
back again. And I wanted to particularly thank, before we get started, I wanted to thank Conan Medical. You know, as you all know, Conan is a small business. They're based out here on the West Coast in California. And as this all has been going on, they've adjusted their operations, so they're still operating, open for business, and to continue to support their customers. And they're one of the organizations behind this webinar tonight, along with LKC, the manufacturers of the REDEFINING. And I just want to thank them for going ahead with this tonight. You know, the thought is, well, do you do a show like this tonight? The world is just so topsy-turvy right now. Do we go ahead and do it? And the fact that they decided to go ahead with it is really gratifying to me, because again, it speaks to a sense of normalcy that we're trying to give everyone here tonight. And just one other minor thing, just, you know, not to be too Pollyanna, but as I'm sitting here in my home office where I've actually been trapped for the last week, haven't left the house, looking across my desk, and I see on the wall behind me my grandfather's medals from World War I up on the wall. And every time I look at it, I sort of think about what was going through his head back then during the war, when the world must have seemed like it was falling apart, and then to be shortly followed, you know, by the Spanish flu. So even though I'm sure back then it felt like the world was falling apart, obviously things still continued, and it was just a temporary blip. So no matter how crazy things are, just remember it's all a temporary blip, and we're going to get past it. And that's why, you know, having shows like this are so important and fun. So thanks everyone for being here. So before I introduce our speaker tonight, let me just give you the ground rules. On the right side of the screen, you'll see a box that says questions. If you type a question in there, at the end of the show, once the presentation's over, I'll verbally ask our speaker tonight the questions, and then we'll have a little back and forth and a Q&A. So feel free to ask whatever you want in that question box. So with all that said, I'd like to introduce our speaker tonight. So Dr. Craig Thomas, I think, is well known to just about everyone who's here tonight. He's a private practitioner. He's been in practice for over 30 years in Dallas. And what's really special about Craig is that he keeps on the cutting edge for his patients. He always keeps up with the latest science and the latest technologies that are made available. And tonight, he's going to talk to us all about how he's added ERG and VEP testing to his practice, and how you can do it too. We're going to discuss the clinical aspects and even some of the practice management aspects of it. So with that said, why don't I turn it over to Craig? So Craig, thanks so much for being here tonight.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Thanks for having me. All right, good evening, everybody. You know, everybody that's a regular poster or lurker on ODwire, you know, probably has heard me and all the good and bad that goes with hearing me. Sometimes good clinical, sometimes good political, sometimes bad political. But I always circle back, no matter how bad our disagreements are on the website, that we all are optometrists. I've said that 100 times over the past 10 years. And just like when people are against us, when we have fights with ophthalmology and all of our other adversaries, we're all in it together. That's why I always said optometrists are my friends. I said, when I'm attacked, when my livelihood is in jeopardy, when my profession is being challenged, when my integrity, my credibility is being challenged for no reason, the people that are standing next to me are optometrists. And it's always been that way. I've been practicing 36 years. And it's always been that way. And it's probably, hopefully, always going to be that way. So we're all in this weird time together. It is pretty weird. I got to tell you, I've never seen anything like this in 36 years. We are under shelter in place here in Dallas, Texas, and we started sheltering in place yesterday. Everybody knows that I stay pretty busy. I saw 3 patients today, urgent patients, essential care. I think that's the term. I saw 7 yesterday. I have 2 scheduled for tomorrow, and we're closing Friday. So I mean, to go from, you know, slamming and bamming and all of the stuff that I used to do every day and have fun, and to what we've got right now, it's quite a change. And I guess the only solace is I'm not alone. So I want to welcome everybody here, because we are in this together. And the concept I'd like to have going forward, trying to be positive, because I am positive. You know, in my 36 years, even though I've never seen anything like this, I don't expect this to last. And I base that on my 36 years. You know, my experience counts for something, and I don't think this is going to last. I'm hoping it's going to be a month or 2, maybe. I'm hoping. I don't think it's going to be a week or 2. You know, we're all looking for a long dry spell, is what I'm afraid of. you know, we all have different situations and we can deal with it differently. You know, most of us are going to get through it okay. A few of us may not, but you know, we'll come out on the end, you know, I don't know, happier or stronger or any of that stuff, but we'll come out on the end, and we'll get back to seeing patients, and we're going to be practicing optometrists just like we all were 2 or 3 weeks ago. This is not going to last. What I'd like everybody to try to concentrate on is how are we going to practice once we all start practicing again? You know, there's people listening tonight that are not practicing just like me. Okay, I'm not going to practice for 2 or 3 weeks. Okay, it's fine. If I can't practice for a month, I'm not going to be happy about it. You know, but I can't control it. But I'm going to be practicing again, and I'm going to be practicing this summer. You know, I mean, I'm going to be practicing. So what I'd like to do is, you know, as we go forward, and we're talking about how do you want to practice on the other side? You know, how do you want to practice post outbreak? Do you want to try to differentiate yourself? Do you want to try to be special? Do you want to get ultra competitive? Do you want to try to take advantage of guys and ladies that have been wounded by this? I mean, I don't want to be mercenary, but you know, they're just like the restaurants and everything else. There'll be a few people that may not survive this ordeal, and those patients are going to have to go somewhere, and they may be looking for someone with some advanced technology. And you know, I'm telling you, it might make a difference. So let's get into it, okay? Let's talk about going with the electrodiagnostic flow after we get out of this outbreak, okay? So we put signs on the door. We posted new hours. We're open 9 to 4 now instead of crack of dawn till nightfall, and so we call it the outbreak hours. That's we got our outbreak hours. So we're going to get out of this outbreak and go with the electrodiagnostic flow. That's what we're going to do. So we're going to primarily talk about some electroretinography, and I'm, you know, I've been lecturing on electroretinography since 2011. I was the first optometrist in the state of Texas to perform any electrodiagnostic procedures. Me and my buddy Joe Deloach had to get Medicare to turn the code on and get it approved for optometrists. So I'm pretty familiar and intimate and experienced with all kind of electrodiagnostic stuff being performed by optometrists, and in particular in the state of Texas. So I was, you know, I'm the alpha. So I know what I'm talking about, and I've been doing it a long time. You know, in the beginning when we started talking about electrodiagnostics, and I would always start my lectures with this kind of joke. Y'all know I'm kind of funny sometimes, and I would say, you know, I am now a clinical neurophysiologist. You know, and I would strut around and poke my chest out and kind of, you know how it could be. And I was like, yeah, my mom was so proud of me. She's got an optometrist and a clinical neurophysiologist all in one. And she's so proud. And when you start performing this testing in your optometric practice, in addition to being an optometrist, you're going to turn yourself into a clinical neurophysiologist. And what you're trying to do is the things you see on the slide. I'm not going to read slides to you. Y'all can read while I'm talking. You see the two things, what we're doing here with the ERG. It's getting the loss of retinal function and trying to differentiate or distinguish between the retinal and optic nerve lesions. That's the big thing. And the big thing on the newer technologies that we're getting ready to talk about, like this handheld REDEFINING device, is all the different protocols, the different test protocols that you can do with this very small device, different than the earlier first generation. I consider this technology second generation technology. That's how I look at it. So this is what I'm talking about. This thing is so cool. I've had mine for about 3 years. I got to tell you, I mean, y'all know how I am. Again, I hate to say it, but I'm like a kid at Toys R Us. I've got every machine that you could get, everything that'll generate a code. I've got it in here. I'm on my third electrodiagnostic device. Okay, this thing is the bomb. You see how cool it looks. You know, it's real small, portable, handheld. You can go from room to room with it. It is really, really slick, really slick. So it's called REDEFINING. And I'm gonna go back real fast. So you see the REDEFINING. And when I first started doing electrodiagnostic stuff, you know, back in 2011, 2012, we were doing mostly PERGs, the pattern electroretinogram, primarily for glaucoma indications, glaucoma suspects, stuff like that. And so the PERG was the primary ERG that we used to do, or that I used to do. And this light adapted, these flicker and flash ERGs, that was not something that I was into in the beginning of my electrodiagnostic journey. As the technologies evolved and we're into second generation technology, Now you've got stuff with more testing protocols. So again, you've got multiple ERG protocols and some VEP stuff. We'll talk about it just a little bit. This is mostly an ERG kind of presentation, but this handheld device will do both tests. It'll do an ERG and a VEP, one back to back without unhooking them or new electrodes or anything. It is so cool. It is really slick. So let's keep going. So the big thing now that there's two big things. I don't know if one's bigger than the other. The first big thing is what's called the photopic negative response. That's kind of a new thing. It's new in the literature. It's been out. The information talking about this has been out, 3, 4, 5 years. I started looking at stuff back in 2010, 2011, 2012, and I don't remember seeing this photopic negative response thing until just a few years ago. And you see my reference article is dated 2018. I always try to keep current with stuff. I mean, these are the ICEF articles, the protocols. I mean, this is modern, real science. It's not just me making it up. It's not Conan trying to sell machines. This is from the guys that make up all the rules. So this photopic negative response is a new thing where it provides information about the innermost retinal layers, the function of the innermost retinal layers, the ganglion cells and their axons. So we're gonna, you got to kind of get that term in your head, photopic negative response. Okay. Now, in addition to that photopic negative response, the more traditional, if you could say traditional, about a device that's only a few years old, but the initial testing that we did mostly with this device was these flicker tests and these flash ERGs. And you see an example of what the output looks like here. This is just one of my patients. I took the name off. You see, this is a pretty normal looking one. Everything is color coded. Green is good, red is bad, yellow suspicious. So even without, I can't give you a lesson really on interpretation in this short time frame, but you see everything is green. So without knowing what you're looking at, hey, green is good, red is bad. So this is a relatively normal ERG waveform on this particular patient. So I just wanted to show you what a normal would look like. And you guys, again, can see the little bullets off to the side. When we're doing a test like this, I want to get information about these cone bipolar cells. You go back, that's why I put this slide up here, a little bit of retinal anatomy and neuroanatomy kind of coming into play, all the layers of the retina forming these retinal cortical pathways going through the visual pathways of the brain back to the visual cortex. You gotta feel that neuroanatomy a little tiny bit for all this stuff to kind of fold in and make sense. So I just wanted to give that little review there. And we all had an electrodiagnostic class. This is a nationwide lecture, so I can't harp on going to U of H, but anybody that went to University of Houston, we were down there in the dungeon with Dr. Walters, hooking up people and sticking contacts in their eyes with wires in them and taking 3 hours to do a test. It was outrageous. It was comical. And while we were doing it, it was so ridiculous that while we were learning about electrodiagnostic technology, everybody looked at each other and realized that we would never be doing this again for the rest of our lives. And that once we got out of this room, once we got out of the dungeon at U of H, we would never touch a piece of electrodiagnostic technology again. And that's exactly what happened until 2011. I got out of school in 1983. Okay, so we've moved up a notch here. So I digress. Let's keep going. So you see what the flicker and the flash testing is based on, and the parts of the retina that you're evaluating with this test. So that kind of just hopefully a refresher for those of us that remember all of our electrodiagnostics. So again, another just a picture of the device being used. So again, the device is called the REDEFINING. You see it there. It's made by this company called LKC. They seem to know what they're doing. It's real lightweight. It's not heavy. It's got a real short test time. From the time that you start washing the lady's face with a lid scrub and putting them little electrode strips on there and holding the thing up and saying, look at the light, until you're finished and putting it up on my computer screen, it's like 5 minutes. I mean, it's incredible. I kind of would tell people 10 minutes start to finish, but 10 minutes is 5 minutes to me talking, and then 5 minutes of the technician doing the work. So the test time is 5 minutes, kind of start to finish, just getting the thing set up and telling the patient what's going on. You might have a 10-minute run, but actually the technician time doing it and displaying the info, it's 5 minutes. There's absolutely no discomfort. And you see the little electrode strip there. without me doing any kind of comparative analysis, these just suffice it to say these strips are less expensive than competitive strips. So I'll just leave it at that. So this thing's not real expensive to use. So this is what it looks like when it's being used, real quick, real easy. Okay, so now let's keep going. Let's get into to some meat and potatoes here. Okay, so let's talk about some cases. The best way to learn to me is just talking about real patients being treated by a real optometrist that's practicing modern optometry and working in 2020. Okay, that's the best information. So that's what you get ready to get. So this guy here is, and this is, with new stuff. So I'm talking about this new device. It's new if you don't have one. I mean, I've had mine 3 years. So I'm talking about this new device. So to introduce it and kind of show you what it does and what it's capable of, I think it's best to just use a demonstration case as opposed to some case where you got to really figure stuff out and you're really scratching your head and got to have the patient come back 3 or 4 times to make a decision. Okay, we're not going to do none of that. So this is a demonstration case. This is like we're in 5th grade and you're the science fair judge and somebody made a volcano out of vinegar and baking soda. Okay, we demonstrate a known physical property. Okay, we're not really experimenting. So this ain't no experiment. I'm just going to show you how everything blends together and how it works and the value of it. Why you would want to do it and what does it add to the mix? Why would you be adding ERG technology to your practice? Okay, let me show you why. So this guy here, this is one of my regular guys. I got 1,000 of them. They just keep coming in. I don't know what it is. So this guy comes in, and he's 61 years old now. I saw him 2 weeks ago. You'll see the printouts in a moment. So I saw this guy. He comes in for regular, I think it was a 6-month glaucoma check. I couldn't remember. But I saw him 2 weeks ago, and we had already started talking, me and Adam Farkas, about doing this webinar. And I never want to repeat stuff. I always want to use new stuff no matter what. Every presentation is different. So as soon as he said, hey, man, let's do this webinar. Okay, I'm thinking, okay, he's telling me Monday, let's do the webinar. So on Tuesday, I'm like, okay, what patient can I find to do the webinar on? I don't want any, I'm trying to get some fresh blood. So this guy was like the first guy there after I decided to do the webinar. And of course, he was perfect. You'll see why in a moment. So you got a 61-year-old guy. He's 61 now. I first saw this guy 8 years ago. So he was 53 then. He's like a -6. He works at UPS and he wears contacts. He unload the trucks and all that stuff. He don't like wearing glasses. And when he came in for his first visit back 8 years ago, his pressures were 18 in the right eye and 31 in the left. And for any of us listening tonight, that would be sufficient to raise some level of suspicion, excuse me, and you would think that the guy either is developing glaucoma or has glaucoma. Excuse me. So that's certainly what I thought. And I, y'all know me. I've never met a glaucoma I didn't like. So I'm thinking this guy's has glaucoma. And I performed a series of diagnostic tests. And I determined that he actually did indeed have glaucoma. We don't have the time for me to review all that stuff and go back to the beginning 8 years ago and start flashing stuff. But I did want to show you a couple of things. Here's an OCT retinal image of this patient in 2016. So this is several years after I had initiated treatment. He was kind of spotty with his compliance. He'd come in, pressure would be 22, 23 in that bad left eye. And I'd had him as high as 37, 38 sometimes when he wouldn't use his drops. So this is what he looked like in 2016. Kind of interesting on this OCT printout, and this will all blend in together in here in just a moment. You can see, this is a Cirrus 400 OCT. I bought it new. It's a really cool machine. I like it. There's nothing wrong with it. It's wrapped up in bubble wrap in my garage right now. But last year, when this guy came in in 2016, that was my primary OCT, and I made all my decisions based on it, and I had no problem with it. You can see the deep cups, you can see the statistical analysis. This guy has glaucoma. Okay, so you see what it looks like there in 2016. So he comes back. He's a good patient. He comes every 6 months, pretty much. So when he comes back, I've got this brand new, I've had it now 2 years. I've got this OptoVue AngioVue, the OCTA with the angiography, and it is superior technology. It is simply superior. I circled the date here so we can see that I am discussing current patients with current information and current technology. So this guy was here on March the 10th. That's when I obtained this scan. It's 2 weeks ago. It's 2 weeks ago, okay? You see the statistical analysis. It doesn't look terrible. It's not like he's going blind. This is a combination printout where you get the optic nerve head analysis, retinal nerve fiber layer analysis. You get your Tisnet curve profile over here. And you've got ganglion cell analysis, not the full deal. I'm just trying to save space and not have 3 or 4 slides. But you see this little tongue of atrophy kind of scooting in on the ganglion cell analysis complex printout. That's kind of interesting. And look how it's symmetrical. So here, we've got an OCT from, almost 4 years ago. Here you've got an OCT from 2 weeks ago. To me, pretty symmetrical on the ganglion cell, and pretty. The left eye showing a little bit more damage on the nerve fiber right here. You see it's in the red code. So it's showing that the left eye is a little tiny bit worse, but not a big difference, not a whole lot. And remember, when I first saw this guy, he had extreme asymmetry. Like one eye's 18, the other eye's 31. Okay, I mean that's extreme asymmetry. To me, a 99.5% chance of having glaucoma when you present like that. And clearly, the condition is starting in the left eye before it crosses over and goes to the right eye. So I've got my OCT scans on this guy, and I'm an optometrist. I'm a regular optometrist. I'm just like everybody listening. Okay, the next test almost always is going to be a threshold visual field. When you've got a patient that you either think has glaucoma or that has glaucoma. So again, I did a visual field on the guy. You see the date up here at the top, 3/10/2020. So it's all done on the same day. You see the visual field, the left eye. He's actually on his mean deviation is still showing a positive, although somewhat decreased reliability. I mean, I could say he's not going blind. It seems like he kind of snapped to attention here when he did the left eye, much more reliable. But you see on the left eye, you've got your glaucoma hemifield test showing within normal limits. So again, no severe damage. But here, your mean deviation, this minus 0.41 decibels, compared to here, a plus number, I would say that that's clinically significant asymmetry, where one eye is a positive number on the mean deviation and the decibels and the others are negative. It's not a big difference, but it's different. And it correlates with the initial presentation with the left eye having a much, much higher intraocular pressure. So again, I already know this guy has glaucoma. I'm performing diagnostic testing on him, not to see if he has glaucoma. I'm trying to see, is it changing? Is it getting worse? Are we under good control? Are we under borderline control? Or is the glaucoma uncontrolled? And I need to make a decision and change his treatment program. So that's what I'm doing here. I'm gathering information to try to see, is this patient glaucoma under good control, borderline control, or uncontrolled? I've got to make that differentiation and that assessment. And I use these tests to make that decision. And in an ideal situation, and fortunately this is an ideal situation, I've got previous test results to compare to where I could make an accurate and informed assessment. Yes, this guy's staying the same. Yes, this guy's getting better. Yes, this guy's getting worse. And I would blend all these test results to make that decision. So this visual field is essentially like the one that he did the year before. So based on the visual field test, I'd say that his glaucoma is under good control. So I keep going, and this was kind of weird. I went ahead, once I decided to use this patient as my example on the presentation, I told my staff, I said, all right, get all the diagnostic tests. I want every piece of information we can gather. I don't necessarily need to make decisions with it. I just kind of want to see what this guy's like. And I did a test that I had not done on him before because I didn't need the information to make a decision on him when he came in with the 18 and the 31. And so I decided to check the guy's color vision, and these are the results. And so again, once I make the decision to order some diagnostic testing, I usually, exit the building and let my staff take over, and then I come back in when they're finished, and all the stuff is flashed up on a big flat screen. And so I walked in the room and I looked at these color vision test results, and I turned to my patient. I said, "Hey man, are you colorblind?" He goes, "Yeah, I can't see a lick." I said, "Yeah, you can't, you got nothing." He says, "Oh man, it's been like that my whole life." I said, "Why do you tell me that?" He says, "You never asked me." I said, "I've been seeing you for 8 years. You never told me you were colorblind." He said, "You never asked me." I said, "Okay, that's my bad. Okay, won't happen again. My bad." So this is what it looks like when your glaucoma patient has a congenital red-green color vision abnormality. You see how it's almost identical in each eye. This is not some kind of acquired defect. I've seen 1,000 of those. This is what it looks like when the guy's born with the traditional color vision deficiency that we all learn about in school, where it's like, 6.5 or 7% of all white males. Well, it's like 3.2% of black males and like 3.1% of Asian males. Those are the numbers. So every once in a while, you're not going to be able to use color vision in your decision making. And this was an example of that. So I kept going. And of course, since we're talking about ERG testing, I said, hey, I certainly want to get an ERG on this patient. Let me see what his retinal function looks like. And this is his test that was done again on March 10th, 2020. This is almost a perfect teaching ERG because you see the right eye is perfectly normal. And again, I'm not going to go through the interpretation. That we could do that on the next seminar or webinar. But again, green is good. So all the waveform shape is normal. The peak time and amplitudes are normal. The photopic negative response measures down here are all normal. So the ERG response, the photopic negative response on this patient's right eye is normal. You see clearly the left eye is abnormal, and it's abnormal in 2 or 3 different ways. And it only takes one way to be abnormal, but it's abnormal in 2 or 3 different ways. Yeah, the first thing is the shape of the waveform. And the shape of the waveform, this is called waveform perturbation. So it's disturbed. He ain't happy. This waveform ain't happy. He's not happy. He's perturbed. And so you got waveform perturbation compared to the normal waveform shape that you would have in a person with a normal photopic negative response, like it looks like here. So you got waveform perturbation. And the first thing here, the peak time, or what's called implicit time, you can go either way. The peak time is not in the range. All these numbers is abnormal. It's just not normal, okay? So here you have clinically significant asymmetry. And on this particular patient, it's not for everybody. Everybody's different. But on this particular patient, which is why I used him, everything matches. So you see how the eye that should have more damage, because when I saw this guy 8 years ago and the pressure was 18 in the right eye and 31 in the left, okay, the glaucoma started in the left eye. The left eye should have more damage. Okay, you can see a little tiny bit of it on the visual field, just a little tiny bit. You can't see none of it on the color vision because he doesn't have any color vision. You can't really see it on the OCTs. Not really. You can't, here the left eye doesn't look a lot. The right eye looks worse on this one. Okay, if anything. Here the left eye is a little worse, but only by a few microns on that inferior section. The visual field, I mean, it's a little tiny bit different. But on this guy, the ERG is like night and day. The ERG is the most sensitive test on this particular guy if you're trying to see is one eye better than the other, and maybe if one eye is changing. To now I know that this right eye is perfect. If I see any change on this right eye going forward, I know that my glaucoma is out of control. That is the correct term. My glaucoma is uncontrolled, and I would need to get more aggressive with the treatment. So I will use, not can use, I will use the ERG test results on this patient going forward to make medical decisions. I'm not doing it to make money. I'm doing it to make decisions. You see how valuable it is and how I could get so much information. Here, ordinarily, I'd get a lot of information there. Okay, on this guy, I couldn't get any information there. I got to get it another way. I could be dependent on this visual field test, but it's got low reliability. I got the best OCT in the world, and it's telling me that the eyes are almost the same. Okay, I can't go with just one test. I got to look at 3, 4, 5 different things and blend it all together to make a decision. That's the best way to practice to me. And when you do it like that, this is what it looks like. So, how do you report this stuff? Again, you know, I'm not reporting this tomorrow because I got 2 patients scheduled, but in 2 months, this guy's coming back, okay? and we all got to get this thing up and running 2 months from now, or 6 weeks from now, or 8 weeks from now, whatever. Okay, it's coming back, and when it comes back, this is how you do it. So, you know, this is this guy's visit, and again, I'm not trying to, you know, boast or brag or this or that. I just want to show you how I do it. Okay, the people still don't understand. I give lectures pretty regular, whether it's clinical lectures, practice management lectures, billing and coding lectures. I did 2 consultations this month before the virus broke out, and I'll go to an office where the guy's making $2 million a year, and the billing and coding clerk will come up to me, and because they always say, Craig, I want you to talk to my insurance person. I go, yeah, sure. And like 2 minutes into the conversation, every time, it's like, well, okay, now I know we can't do this with this, and I know we can't do that with that, and I know I could do a OCT if I stand on my head and it's Monday morning, and then I could do a color vision on Tuesday afternoon if it's dark early, and they start going through all these rules and these modifiers that don't matter. I'm like, what are you talking about? Stop it, okay? Stop it. And I mean, the most common thing I say when I go visit these offices and talk to the insurance person is I say, stop it, okay? Everybody's fixated on what we can't do, and this don't go with that, and this doesn't mix with that. I'm like, stop it, okay? We can do whatever we want. I'm getting to show you, almost always we can do whatever we want, anytime you want, for whatever reason you want, as long as it's reasonable and medically necessary. And we should stop with the scare stuff on the billing and coding and just do what needs to be done to figure out what's wrong with the patient. You know, this is what I did for this guy's visit. You see the visit, you see the numbers, okay? The only thing that's of any, excuse me, significance, y'all done got me excited. The only thing that any significance on here is that on occasion, and it's primarily some of the Medicare carriers, but you know, just to be aware of it, I just put it here as an educational tidbit. You know, on occasion, you'll have some of these insurance carriers where they will state clearly that they do not want you to use electroretinography or VEP testing, any electrodiagnostic stuff, in the diagnosis and treatment of patients with glaucoma. It's a lot of room for abuse. Guys have messed it up, doing 1,000 scans a year. You know, so the insurance companies got tired of paying for it, and they put a bunch of rules on it the past 2-3 years. And so they say, hey, you know, you don't need to use an ERG to determine if a guy has glaucoma. All right, well, if that particular insurance company says that, and some do, some don't, you have to check your own local rules. This is a nationwide, you know, presentation. But I went ahead and, excuse me, I checked Texas's rules, and in Texas, you would do it like this, where if they say, you know, if you look up the OCD for electroretinography, and if it says, hey, we don't want you to use this stuff for glaucoma, okay, then don't. But if it says, hey, glaucomatous optic atrophy is on the covered diagnosis list, which is always is, then that's the code that would be most appropriate. Because if you remember back at the beginning, the very first slide, what's the reason of an ERG? So you're trying to see, is there a loss of retinal function, number one, and if there's a loss of function, is the function primarily in the retina or is it primarily in the optic nerve? So if you got a person that can't see right or has got an abnormal OCT or whatever, some kind of optic atrophy, is it optic atrophy caused by glaucoma or is it optic atrophy caused by something else? You know, that's where you got to play doctor and figure that out. So, you know, this particular one, this is how you would report the service. Let's keep going. We're doing good. All right, number 2. Here we are, number two. I want to talk about some subclinical diabetic retinopathy. Y'all know that's a big thing with me. I've been talking about this for a couple of years. People are going to start learning eventually. I've got some people that's been learning, you know, but we got to keep going. And still people don't understand this stuff. It's like the insurance clerks don't understand how to file optometric services, and they're making it harder than it needs to be. We still got a bunch of optometrists not understanding this subclinical diabetic retinopathy thing. Okay, so we're gonna talk about that. So what you got with the subclinical diabetic retinopathy is basically retinopathy you cannot see with an ophthalmoscope. That's the basic definition of it. Okay, so you look inside, you dilate them up, you're trying to see if there's something wrong with them, and you don't see nothing. They look fine. Okay, they look fine. So that's it, but they're not fine. There's something wrong with them. You just haven't looked the right way. So that's what's called subclinical diabetic retinopathy. Okay, and most importantly, for the concept of this lecture, when this happens, and people with diabetes, when they get the diabetes, you get this relationship where you get neurodegeneration, and I can't really give a whole lecture on neurodegeneration. I'm supposed to be writing an article on it, but you get neurodegeneration that's caused by the diabetes, and neurodegeneration, like an example of that would be like people getting tingling in their fingers and toes, where the nerve endings, the peripheral nerve endings are all damaged, and they get that tingling in their fingers and toes. Okay, that's a clinical sign of neurodegeneration. So if you got peripheral neurodegeneration, you probably got you some central neurodegeneration up in your brain and your optic nerve and your retina. So they kind of go together. So I always kind of broach the subject with my patients like that. So anybody that's got tingling in their fingers and toes because of their diabetes, man, they absolutely got some subclinical retinal neurodegeneration, whether they look normal or not. I'm working on that premise going forward. So let's jump into the subclinical diabetic retinopathy. So here's patient number 2. There's another, again, always my real patients. So this is a picture of this guy in 2016. So a 58-year-old black guy, he's diabetic. I'm sorry, he's a person with diabetes. He is a person with diabetes. He is not diabetic. So he's a person with diabetes, and he treats it with oral meds. And he's a knucklehead. He's not even trying. I mean, this guy's big as a house. You can put a beer can on his stomach. It's that kind of thing. So he probably weighed about 280, 285, maybe 5'11". I said, "Are you exercising?" He just laughed at me. I said, "I'm serious." He said, "No, I don't exercise." Okay, all right, since you're serious. So he's one of those kind of patients. I said, "Can you see okay?" He says, "I see fine." I'm here because my medical doctor makes me come once a year. I'm like, "Okay, all right, I'll take care of you." So I had, if you look at him, you see in this 2016 picture, if you go way up here at the top, right above the macula, see the little 3 yellow dots, the little tiny exudate. Okay. So to me, he had some mild non-proliferative diabetic retinopathy that I detected with ophthalmoscopy back in 2016, and I took a picture of it. Okay, y'all see it there. Now, what's most important on this guy, besides his fundus looking pretty normal, is that he had 20/25 best corrected vision. So I could not get him to 20/20, and really not a good 20/25. And I didn't see any real corneal opacity and lenticular loss of transparency. He looked fine, So I'm thinking, hey, how come this guy can't see? So you know how I practice optometry. I go head first. Feet first, head first, both feet. I got a fist up. I am doing a functional vision assessment on this patient, and I'm going to figure out how come he can't see. Because to me, a 58-year-old man, he should have 20/20, unless I can explain otherwise. Okay, this ain't normal. It ain't close to being normal. Anybody says that's normal, they're crazy. Okay, it's not normal. So you got 20/25 minus vision in a person with clear media. Okay, they taught us in optometry school that wasn't normal. All right, so I don't think that's normal. So I'm gonna try to figure out how come that ain't normal, and I'm gonna run a bunch of tests on him. I'm gonna do a refraction with a $200 retinoscope. I'm gonna do some fields. I had the ret eval here back in 2017. So this wasn't a 2000. All this stuff is in 2017, where this first image was 2016. So you see this guy's ERG findings back in 2017. You got a real normal waveform. You got normal implicit times. This was a normal thing. Slight color vision defect. Some kind of goofy visual fields, kind of non-specific. So I told him, hey, I got some normal test results and some abnormal test results. I don't think we need to treat anything. There's no local treatment for this. We're not going to give you a shot, no anti-VEGF, no steroids, no Pred Forte, none of that. Okay, the treatment is to get healthier. You big person, and that's what I tried to tell him. And again, he wasn't hearing it. He didn't want to hear it. And it was really frustrating. I remember the guy's funny, and I was like, "Hey, man, you're killing yourself." And he's like, my daddy died when he was 60. I'm already ahead of that. I'm like, okay, that's a bad attitude. So this guy was hard to try to, motivate, but I did the best I could. So you see these little bullets here talking about this neurodegenerative form of the disease. So when you get this retinal neurodegeneration, it's a loss of the ganglion cell, the nerve fiber layer, the photoreceptors, and it's called RDN, retinal diabetic neuropathy. Okay, that's a new thing, but it's not really new. It's been around about 8-9 years. So retinal diabetic neuropathy, that's like when you got the tingling in your fingers and your toes, except it's in your retina. So this is the workup I did on the guy back then. Now, let's fast forward. Okay, why are we talking about this guy? So here we are. Same guy. This is last summer, so 2019. So you see, I took some nice pictures here. Took these pictures with that Nexi robotic camera. You just hit a button and step away. Step away from the vehicle. It's pretty cool. So you see, pretty decent images. You see no obvious retinopathy. There's certainly no vasculopathy like microaneurysms, dot blot hemorrhages. There's no vascular beading. You don't see nothing. There's no areas of obvious ischemia. No areas of obvious edema. And the guy had the same best corrected 20/25 minus acuity in each eye on this visit in 2019 last year. So this is what he looked like. And if this guy was in your office, I would submit that every optometrist listening here tonight would fill out the little forms that they make us fill out, and you would check off the very top box where it says no apparent retinopathy. That's what you would check off. You would say, this little yellow thing here, I wouldn't call that nothing. So I'd say no apparent retinopathy. All right, so I know that this guy has some problems because he can't see clear, and I've already done a workup on him. So I know what's wrong with him. And again, this is a demonstration kind of thing. So here is what retinal diabetic neuropathy looks like on an OCT scan of the macula. And so you see the retina is too thin. The mechanism is theorized that the retina is ischemic, so you got poor blood flow. As the old people would say, you got post-circulation. They got post-circulation. So the poor blood flow just messes up the tissue, and the tissue starts to die. And as the tissue dies, it shrinks, it goes down, and so the retina is not as thick. And so what you see is retinal thinning, significant thinning of the nerve fiber layer. And on a Cirrus 400 OCT, it looks like this, and it looks like this, okay? Now, on this particular day last summer, this was before I wrapped up this bad boy in bubble wrap and put it in the garage. I actually had both OCTs sitting in the same room side by side, and I acquired images on this patient on the same day, side by side. That's why I kind of use this guy because ordinarily I would use somebody I saw last week, but this guy where I happen to have the OCT scans from two different technologies on the same day, I thought that was pretty cool. So here's what it looks like on that OptoVue AngioVue OCT. And so here the thinning is represented by this dark purple. So this is too thin. You see the shape is kind of okay. You've got some vitreomacular adhesion right there. That's not clinically significant. So the foveal depression and everything is still there. Both eyes. So on a first glance, it would look like it's okay. Well, that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that guy. But if you look at it real close, you can see like this hump is a little higher than that one, and same thing here. But the most important thing is just look at the numbers and the colors, and the retina's too thin. So this is retinal diabetic neuropathy. The guy's retina is messed up because of his diabetes that he's had for 20 years that he won't take care of. Now, I've documented the retina's too thin. Since I went ahead and put this slide in here just for educational purposes, anybody that's getting ready to buy a new OCT, and I think you ought to buy OCT if you don't have one. If you got an old one, get a new one. This angiography is the bomb, okay? I mean, it's like top of the line. You just can't imagine how practicing optometry is different when you've got access to information like this at your fingertips when you try to figure out if somebody got something wrong with them. It's just night and day. I can't really say it enough. So here, this is an OCT angiogram of the guy, and again, without giving angiography lessons, the blood perfusion is low, the tissue is not well perfused. This guy has subclinical diabetic retinopathy in a vascular mode, in addition to his subclinical diabetic retinopathy in a neurodegenerative mode. He's got it both ways, even though he looks totally normal. So he looks fine. He looks fine, okay? You would check off no apparent retinopathy, but this guy's retina is real thin, and he's losing his capillary network. Okay, lots of problems there. So he's got lots of structural damage. I wonder if he has any functional loss of vision associated with the structural damage that I just detected with my OCT scans. And on this particular patient, the answer is yes. And you see here, again, everything's in red. Without an interpretation, you can see that it's not normal. The amplitude is low. The waveforms are very shallow. And for this guy in particular, where I've got, if we go back to 2017, these test results are for this patient. So this is this patient's ERG scan in May of 2017. And here, and just again, just look at the height of the peaks, the shape of the waveform, the implicit time, 32 milliseconds. I think that one's 33 milliseconds. And then you fast forward to a guy whose retina looks exactly the same with ophthalmoscopy, and who's telling you as soon as you ask him that he ain't even trying to stay healthy. He's almost trying to kill himself. He just don't care. And 2 years later, look how much worse his retinal function is based on this ERG testing. It's incredible. And it's not that the machine is variable. I've had this thing 3 years. I've done over 1,000 of them. The machine is repeatable. It's repeatable. I've done enough of them to say it's repeatable. Most of the time on most people. I don't think that I did a good one 2 years ago and then I did a bad one last summer. His stuff changed. So this ERG test picked up a decrease in visual function before the patient noticed it, before it manifested as decreased visual acuity. So this test in this patient is a more sensitive measure of visual function than visual acuity. I kept going like I always do. I did my color vision test, and his color vision, and you see the little factoids there about people with diabetes and loss of color vision. It's really striking. It's almost a coronavirus kind of coverage. If you have diabetes, if you have it long enough, man, it starts to affect your color vision. You just got to have technology sensitive enough to pick it up. You can't be doing no color plates or pulling out some dots with a D15 test. I mean, that's not going to show nothing. You got to have some modern, sophisticated, computer-assisted cone contrast color vision testing to see if your patient has a loss of color vision in the early stages. Again, if we're waiting on a D15 or some plates to see if the patient's color vision is normal, it's like wiggling fingers trying to do confrontation fields as opposed to a threshold visual field test. Okay, they're both tests, but they're not the same. So this particular patient has a slight decrease in color vision on the right eye. And interestingly, if you go back, I saw this when I was preparing it, and I thought it was kind of interesting. When I go back to his first workup, and this is his color vision on that right eye back in 2017, look how it's exactly the same. It almost looks exactly the same. So this test is repeatable, and his color vision didn't get worse. His visual acuity didn't get worse. His retinal appearance did not get worse. His ERG test results got worse because he's getting worse. And that's simply the first test that indicates it. And I told the guy, I said, hey, man, you're getting worse. You got to wake up and act right, or you're going to keep getting worse. And he says, I'll think about it. And I'm like, okay, I'll see you in 6 months. You can't make people do stuff. So what I did, here's my decision making. I talked to him about the whole shebang, diet, exercise, medicine. I do nutritional supplementation for people with diabetes. We use the diabetes vision support formula vitamins to try to strengthen the integrity of the blood vessel walls. I showed him all these pictures. I got the big flat screen on the wall. I'm popping all this stuff up. I did the best I could. Okay, best I could. And then I reported the services. Here's how I reported the services. So this guy, he had hurt his back or something. He was on Medicare. So he, regular exam. You see the visual field, OCT, color vision, electroretinography. I've had some people that would say, well, how come you didn't bill for fundus photography? Because the pictures were normal. There's nothing to take a picture of. So it's not medically necessary to take a picture of a fundus that looks normal. So in this particular patient, the OCT was much more diagnostic, 100 times more information, and was the appropriate test to report. Again, there was no way to ethically or legally report fundus photography. You see the diagnosis codes for a person that has retinal diabetic neuropathy, where the retina's messed up from diabetes, but it looks normal. Okay, there's a code for that. It's called diabetic retinopathy unspecified, E11319. I mean, I use it all the time. It generates most of the testing. You've got to kind of pick it up either with your OCT or doing functional tests, but that's the code. This particular, and you see how I had to change the code. Again, I changed the code so I could get paid, but I'm not breaking any rules. I'm not breaking the law. It's not unethical. So I looked up our Medicare carrier here in Texas, Novitas. I looked up the LCD, the local coverage determination for OCT retinal imaging. Well, because they don't understand the science, they do not have unspecified diabetic retinopathy listed as a covered code. Yeah, it's an oversight on their part. Maybe we'll fix it next year, but right now that code's not in there. Well, if you look at the OCT scans, clearly they demonstrate optic atrophy. It's not primary optic atrophy, like somebody born with a bad nerve. It's all white when you look in there. So it's an acquired partial optic atrophy, and the code does not demand that you determine the etiology. It just demands that you determine that there's optic atrophy. The OCT scan clearly showed there's optic atrophy, the loss of the retinal nerve fiber layer, the retinal thinning. So that code is appropriate, ethical, and the best code to use if you want to get paid and do it properly. The color vision, if the results are abnormal, I always report the abnormality where it's an acquired color vision deficiency. If the results are normal, and you can report the test if the results are normal, I would simply use the unspecified diabetic retinopathy code, like I did on the ERG test. And in this particular carrier, Novitas, our carrier here in Texas, they have rules and regulations that govern the performance of ERG testing. And I looked them up today just to make sure. I knew it, but I wanted to make sure they hadn't changed it because they change them all the time. And as of today, the unspecified diabetic retinopathy is a covered diagnosis code that will generate an ERG for our Medicare carrier here in Texas, and probably most people's Medicare carriers too. For the people that have their insurance clerks file claims, you would append these modifiers to these procedures, since this is the one that generates the most dollars. But Medicare will do that for you automatically. If you don't do it, you'll still get paid. Everything will be the same. So this is how you would report this service or file this claim. You see, again, you can do what you want. You can mix and match. You can go here. You can go there. You can do whatever you want. So let's keep going. We're almost done. So now, excuse me, I've been talking all day. So I put this slide up here. This is I've never done this before. I thought of this like 4 hours ago. Adam Farkas will tell you, I was working on this thing at 4 o'clock, and this popped in my head. And ordinarily, what you would do here when we're talking about this topic is you would say glaucoma suspect. He's a glaucoma suspect. She's suspicious. I think she might have some glaucoma. Okay, the raging glaucoma is coming. So ordinarily, traditionally, most of the time, when we're talking about patients in this category, we're talking about glaucoma suspect. I think they got glaucoma. I kind of want to change that narrative a little bit. This just popped in my head. See what y'all think. I'm thinking now, I'm going to start off primarily, I want to see if you're an optic atrophy suspect, if you got some kind of optic atrophy. That's what I want to determine. I want to determine, does my patient have optic atrophy? Now, what I know from optometry school is that there's 4 or 5 different kinds of optic atrophy. You know, you got primary optic atrophy, consecutive optic atrophy, toxic optic atrophy. You got optic atrophy from myopic degeneration. And of course, you got optic atrophy from compressive lesions, pituitary tumors, the neoplasm kind of optic atrophy. And last but not least, you got glaucomatous optic atrophy. So what I want to do is figure out, does my patient have optic atrophy? Yes or no? And if they got some optic atrophy, what kind is it? Is it the glaucomatous kind or is it another kind? And I'm gonna run a bunch of tests to figure that out. So, think about it. We've gone to all these glaucoma lectures where they teach us, don't fixate on the pressure. Don't worry about the pressure. Glaucoma is a disease of the optic nerve. It is a neuropathy. Glaucomatous optic neuropathy is the term. If you look at the definition, got nothing to do with intraocular pressure. A skilled, modern, trained optometrist is supposed to be able to pick up an ophthalmoscope, look in the person's eye, examine the optic nerve head, and make some basic assessment. Does this person have optic atrophy, yes or no? That's what we're supposed to be able to do. Well, we all know that for most of us, the trigger is pressure when we're trying to figure out if somebody has glaucoma. But the more experience I've got, and I'm real experienced, I got pretty good at looking at somebody's nerve and seeing if the thing looks normal or not. And if it don't look normal, I start ordering a bunch of tests. So, excuse me, I don't need the pressure to be 25 to initiate a workup on a glaucoma suspect, because there's almost no such thing. He's an optic atrophy suspect, and I'll figure out what kind of optic atrophy he is maybe on the second or third visit. Okay, that's the way I'm looking at it now. And I look at it like that a little bit because of the reporting of the services and trying to make a living, take care of my patients, acquire expensive advanced technology, and stay in the rules. Okay, you got to blend all that together. So a person that, we'll say glaucoma suspect just because we're used to saying it. So let's say you got a person that's a glaucoma suspect, and you make the assessment. Let's say it's not based on pressure. You just look in there and the nerve looks funny, and you say, hey man, your nerve looks funny. You might be getting glaucoma. Okay, I've done that in my career. I've done it more than once or twice. And you see the 5 pictures I put down here to play Jedi mind trick on you. Of course, every one of those optic nerve heads is glaucomatous, and every one of those patients has glaucoma. Okay, and you see they all look different. So I just did that to mess with you. Okay, so here you would do your exam. You see on the left-hand margin, the eye exam, the OCT, and so on. To me, that's a standard workup if I think someone has optic atrophy. Okay. Now let's say, and I put this if you see over here, these little asterisks, I put these on here. So to me, this is kind of a standard, I don't want to say cookbook, but this would be a common evaluation in my office for a person that I thought had optic atrophy or had glaucoma. I'd kind of start with this most of the time. Now, if I could not make a decision on that first visit and I had to go to a second visit, this would be a typical or common second visit. And you see here, I've got these little asterisks. You may say, well, why does he have an asterisk there? So let's say that you did your exam, you determined that the nerve was funny looking. You did an OCT scan because the nerve was funny looking, and the OCT scan was a little bit off. The ganglion cell complex was off in the right eye. You did a visual field, it was normal. You did color vision, it was normal. You did an ERG, it was normal. Okay, you got a funny looking nerve and a funny scan, and everything else is okay. Okay, I might sit on that, come back in 6 months. To me, he don't have glaucoma yet. The same patient, same test. I do my visual field comes out abnormal. Do the color vision's okay. I do my ERG, the ERG is abnormal. So I got a funny looking nerve, a funny scan, unequivocal, that's normal, this is abnormal. To me, if your ERG is abnormal, you got the right to repeat it when you come back for a second visit. If your visual field is abnormal, you got the right to repeat it when you come back for a second visit. If the ERG is abnormal and I'm repeating the ERG on the second visit, now I want a VEP to see what's going on, because now I'm curious. Now I don't know what's happening. So if this is good, I'm done. If that's good, I'm done. If that's good, I'm done. If these are off, I ain't even close to being done. So it's a whole different thing. And until I put this patient on glaucoma medicine, he don't have glaucoma. And what I'm putting in the record is partial optic atrophy. Glaucoma could be on my list of differential diagnosis, and maybe on the second or third visit, I'll make that determination. But on the first visit or the second visit, that's optic atrophy. And I put this in here again for those doctors that are concerned about following the rules using electrodiagnostic testing in the examination and diagnosis and treatment of patients with glaucoma, or patients that you are suspicious of having glaucoma. Just try to think of those patients as being suspicious for having optic atrophy and not glaucoma, because it really is the same thing until you get to the end and you finish. Now, if the patient comes in and the pressure's 35 in each eye, okay, it's probably glaucoma. But that's not normal, and most of the time you got to work to figure this out. So in conclusion, what I'd like to say is that electroretinography, to me, has an important place in the evaluation of eye disease. I've tried to explain why and how over the past hour. You see why. It's part of the functional vision assessment. We're supposed to assess visual function. We're optometrists. That's what we do. I'm real good at it. because I use all these machines, and I don't just depend on a person's visual acuity to make some decision on how good their visual function is. I do all this stuff and I roll it together. And this ERG test, depending on the patient, can help me make the decision. Is my patient getting better? Is my patient getting worse? Or is my patient staying the same? And then I make decisions accordingly. As the preachers say, govern yourselves accordingly. So that's how I do it. This is how I've added ERG testing to my practice. The handheld device makes it so easy. And once we all start working again in a few weeks, man, if you want to differentiate your practice, add this technology. If you've got first generation electrodiagnostics, man, upgrade to second generation. I think the government's getting ready to hand us some loan money that we don't have to pay back. I'm gonna try to see if there's any machine I need right now. I'm getting ready to go get one of these don't pay back loans, and I'm gonna give me some of that stuff. That's what I'm gonna do. So thanks everybody for listening. I know I've talked hard. My voice is kind of hoarse. I've been talking all day, but I enjoyed giving this information out. I'm glad you guys took the time to listen tonight. I think we're going to hang around for a couple of minutes. If anybody's got any questions, Adam's going to facilitate, and I will stand by. And for those guys that have to bug out or don't ask questions, I'll see you on ODwire in the days coming forward.
All right. Well, Craig, thank you so much for this. That was really great. And we do have a few questions, so we have a few minutes here so we can answer some of them. The first question, which, and I don't know if you know off the top of your head, the approximate price of the REDEFINING.
They 17, 18,000, approximate. It changes depending on show specials and whether you get more than one device or not. If you buy like more than one thing, if you get like a REDEFINING and a color vision testing unit, then the price goes down. I do know that. But I'd start with around 16, 17, 18,000, something like that. I don't care about the price. All I care about the return on investment. The more appropriate question, without me being disrespectful, is how many tests do you need to do a month to pay for the machine? To me, if you do 1 or 2 patients a week, you're paying for the machine. In a return on investment mode, I simply ask doctors, how many visual field tests did you do last year? A busy doctor may say I did 200. Well, if you evaluated a patient's visual function 200 times with a threshold visual field, how many times could you evaluate the patient's visual function with an ERG? 200, 190, 180, 150? Those numbers are going to be similar if you understand how to do this stuff and how to get the maximum value out of your technology. So you wouldn't have a practice where you would do 200 visual field tests and 38 ERGs. If you did 200 visual field tests, you do 175 ERGs.
Right.
At the reimbursement rate that I just posted up on those slides, guys can put the pencil to it and see if that's a positive return on investment from a price point of view. So don't look at the dollars of acquisition, like the dollar to buy the thing, unless you're just going to buy it and write a check or put it on a credit card. I always look at stuff. The way I get my machines, and I got a bunch of them, okay, I don't buy them, I lease them. And I just look at the payment, man. If the payment's $400 a month, can I get $400 a month on this technology, yes or no? Well, for me, usually the answer is yes, because again, especially with this one, because the reimbursement's so high, again, 1 to 2 patients a week, you're making money. So the first goal is, can I get this technology and not lose money? If the answer is yes, I think you should get the technology. So that's a long answer on the price, but that's how I look at it.
Right, and you were actually pretty close to the price. 17,250 is the official answer that I'm getting right now for the price of the device.
Okay.
And question here, billing and coding question. I know you love these. So is the ERG or VEP exclusionary? Is it exclusionary on the same day as an OCT or dilated fundus exam, et cetera? Is it exclusionary?
That's an excellent question, and the answer is no. There's no bundles, no exclusions. You can do an ERG and the VEP on the same day, and that's why I commented on that, because on occasion, it's not common, but maybe 1 out of 15 ERGs, I'll do an ERG and a VEP right back to back, where I don't even unhook the patient. We just go right to it, because I want the information. Right. So you certainly can report them both on the same day, and there's no exclusions at all.
Right. Interesting question. I don't know if this has happened to you or not. Question is, have you ever misdiagnosing glaucoma without using the ERG?
Say that again.
Have you ever missed a glaucoma before and then you use the ERG and you're like, oh, okay, this is what's going on?
I don't know. I'd have to ponder that. I don't think so. Usually me missing glaucoma is just missing it right at the beginning where I didn't recognize the appearance of the nerve head. And I've actually posted a case on that on ODwire where I admitted my culpability. So it's usually not running enough tests. It's usually just not being perceptive enough in the beginning to order the test. Once I start ordering tests, I usually go A to Z. That's why I want people to see that. If you got 4 machines sitting down the hall, don't run 2 tests, run 4 tests, because you never know what the results are going to be, and you blend them all together. If I had 5 machines, I'd run 5 tests. Okay, if I'm trying to figure it out. Now, once I know what's happening, I might not do that. So, a guy that's under active management, I've seen him for 7, 8, 10 years. Okay, I might not run 5 tests on him every time he comes in because I already know what's happening. But in the beginning, or if the guy looks like he's changing, okay, I'm not going to do 2 things. I'm going to do 4 or 5 things.
Right. Question here again, another billing and coding, pretty popular topic tonight. So how do insurers cover this device? This person was commenting that he's heard that Medicare makes it a hassle. So what's the current status on reimbursement?
Well, that's a good question. And the optometrist there, unfortunately, is kind of drinking the Kool-Aid, where what happens, unfortunately, in our profession is rumors take on a life of their own. Somebody will go to some seminar, somebody will say something, somebody's on stage, some expert, something, and they'll say something, and it might be right, it might be wrong, but it'll get twisted or distorted by the time it gets back home. And once it passes down 4 or 5 people and gets to the billing clerk or the optometrist that didn't go to the meeting, it's almost like, hey man, don't do that or your hand's going to fall off. You don't even think of doing that, you're going to jail. And we get to fixating on what we can't do and what you're not supposed to do in the negative, and it's just not like that. Now, I did make the reference, and again, the question is, Medicare makes it a hassle. Okay, now 2 or 3 years ago, Medicare tried to stop paying claims for a minute because they were discriminating against optometrists, saying that we didn't have credentials to order and interpret the test. Well, we fixed that pretty fast, and that was just nonsense coming from a bunch of medical doctors, and they took the bait and did it. So some optometrists had to go through that about 2 or 3 years ago, but that had nothing to do with the technology. That was just ophthalmologists hating on optometrists. That's all that was. So you can't count that. And then the only other thing, and I'm positive I'm right, the only other thing is the thing I referenced, where because of abuse, because you had too many doctors doing too many tests for not enough good reasons, Medicare had to say, okay, you guys, y'all can't control yourselves, we're going to control it for you. So they put more rules in place. They put rules in place that were not there at the beginning. So since everybody went crazy with the glaucoma and the glaucoma suspects, I mean, I saw optometrists that did 1,000 VEPs a year, and I might do 180, and I'm busy, and I'm like, man, you did 1,000? Oh yeah, we do them all the time. I'm like, no, you can't do them all the time. It's nonsense. So Medicare came in and they said, okay, we're gonna slow this down. And so 2 or 3 or 4 of the carriers, they all copied each other's language, and they said, okay, we don't want you to use this technology to diagnose and treat glaucoma. Okay, they said it plain as day. All right, those are the rules. So you can't use it to diagnose and treat glaucoma. And they took all the glaucoma codes out of the covered diagnosis list. Now, what they did leave in, and they did it on purpose, they know what they're doing, they left the codes for glaucomatous optic atrophy in, because you've got to be able to make a differentiation. Is my patient's retina and or optic nerve messed up from glaucoma, or is it messed up from something else? You got to have the right to do that. And so they're giving you the right to do that, where they still got the glaucomatous optic atrophy codes and those partial optic atrophy codes, because again, we're looking for optic atrophy. We're not really looking for glaucoma. You see why it's important to have that distinction? You see now? That's what I'm talking about. That's exactly what I'm talking about. So in the beginning, all you're trying to figure out, does the person have optic atrophy, and is it messing up their vision? That's second or third, and then, excuse me. So in that beginning, that first visit, when you do your OCT, unless the pressure is outrageous, And again, if the pressure's outrageous, then you got to go with that. But that's not the case most of the time. It's not outrageous. To me, 22 and 24 is not outrageous. That could be normal. So in the beginning, all you know is that the person has an abnormal OCT scan. Okay, that's all you know. So it's optic atrophy. You don't know if it's from glaucoma, and you don't know if a pressure of 24 is producing glaucoma. You don't know none of that on the first visit. All you know is that the person's got a messed up nerve fiber layer or optic nerve or something that the OCT scan is showing. So when you do your electrodiagnostic testing, your ERG and or your VEP, the service that the code that generates that test, that generates the medical necessity, is not any kind of glaucoma code, the H4O code, or any kind of glaucoma suspect code, which is also an H4O code. It's an optic nerve code. That's what the technology's for. Does the person have a defect from the optic nerve or the retina? And you use these two tests to try to figure it out. Okay, that's the deal. And now, once you figure it out, so let's say you go 2 or 3 visits, and then you make the decision. Hey, this guy's got glaucoma. When I saw him the first day, the pressure was 20. I saw him the second day, the pressure was 19. I saw him the third day, the pressure was 27. Okay, he's got glaucoma. Okay, so once you make the decision that the guy's has glaucoma, then most of the time I'm not really using the test to manage the glaucoma. I will, as we go forward, let's say the guy can't do a visual field or like the one I showed where the color vision won't help me at all. Okay, well then I got the right to use other tests, and I still got the right to see if the guy's changing from glaucoma or something else. So then I use that glaucomatous optic atrophy code to generate the test, as I'm into the active management down the road. But sometimes you just got to let it go. When the insurance company says we don't want you to use this to diagnose and treat glaucoma, then once you make the decision that the guy has glaucoma, then you may have to let it go. But without sounding mercenary, I may have done 2 ERGs and a VEP to get to that point, to where I've generated $300-400 worth of electrodiagnostic fees to help make my decision. Okay, I'm good. I got a bunch of patients. They'll come back. I'll see them all in a couple of months, and I'll take that $400 and go on to the next patient. And I don't worry about it. And I don't worry about I'm not going to make $400 next year. I don't worry about it. I'll have some new technology, or I'll just go to the next patient, or the guy get dry eyes or something. I don't worry about it. Okay.
Right. And so just to be clear, then, you don't do ERG on all glaucoma suspects that come into your chair?
No. If you can make a decision without it, then you can make a decision without it. I mean, again, it's I'd say the number's 70% of my visual fields. So if I do 100 visual fields, I'll do 70 ERGs. So sometimes I can make the decision without the information. Okay.
Right.
I still go by the step by step. I'll start with a visual field because that's standard of care. And, and if let's say that if I did a visual field and one eye's got this humongous superior arcuate scotoma and the other eye does not, okay, I may be done. Okay, I may do 2 tests and call it a day. Okay, this guy's got moderate glaucoma, right eye. Get on these drops. I'll see you in 3 weeks. And I'm done. So it's not. So there's no everything on everybody. Everybody's different. But I will say that last year, between me and my 2 associates, we did over 500 ERG tests in this practice. So it's a test that we do often.
Right. So interesting question here. Again, more billing and coding. Observation is that your patterns of billing and coding might be different from other people's, making you an outlier. Have you found that you've been audited based on this?
Yes.
And how did that go?
I'm still here. I am absolutely an outlier. Me and many other optometrists, we seem to know each other and run together because we all go through the same stuff. I've lost count of the letters I've received from Blue Cross threatening me with removal from the panel because of the way I practice. And usually I just have to talk to someone that's reasonable and just tell them, hey, we do more than sell glasses and contacts here. People with eye disease actually walk through the doors, and this is what we do. And once they hear it properly, it has been enough, and they'd say, okay, fine. But it's happened 4 or 5 times. They're the worst. Blue Cross is the worst.
Right.
It's happened with Aetna. It's happened. Blue Cross is the worst with that stuff.
Right. So So other interesting questions here. You mentioned you sometimes do ERG and VEP back to back. Don't you need to use two different hookup points between the two, one on the back of the head?
Not with this device.
Hmm.
See? No, back to back, boom, boom. Okay, I said it on purpose. You don't have to hook them up again. Okay, just one right after the other.
Right. How long does it actually take to hook someone up? I saw that picture, the first one you put up early in the lecture with the.
I mean, you wipe their cheeks down with a lid scrub to get the oil off, so you get the best contact. Peel the little strips on to give the patient instructions, which is basically look at the light, hook the thing up with the little electrode clip, and go boom boom. I mean, it's pretty quick. you know,
And that's it.
I did a 10-month-old infant last week. It was really slick. Man, it was kind of a sad case that I don't want to get too deep. I know it's late, but this little 10-month-old kid had a stroke, and apparently is blind and has developed the pendular searching nystagmus. And he'd been to 3 eye doctors, the pediatric ophthalmologist, and one doctor said he was blind, and one doctor said he could see color and shape and stuff. Then he went to the low vision clinic here in Dallas, and they evaluated him, and the low vision optometrist said he had some vision. And so they were just kind of just lost and confused. And they called my office 3 weeks ago and says, hey, can you do a VEP test on an infant? I go, sure, if he's breathing, bring him in, we'll give it a shot. And I said, what's going on? And I actually got on the phone. They told me what's happening. I'm like, yeah, bring it down. And so it was a little sad. The mother was there, the grandmother was there. The other grandmother was on the phone during the whole exam. We were all talking together in the room. It was kind of fun. The kid was cool. He was a cool little kid, 10 months old. He's cute as a bug. But this kid was blind. I mean, I'm telling you, I was shining a floodlight at him. He didn't bat an eye. I was waving my hand in front of him. I mean, nothing, no blink, no reaction, no nothing. It was spooky. I was like, hey, this is not good. I think this kid's blind. And he'd had a CT scan that showed a bunch of visual cortex damage, and it looked like he had cortical blindness from the stroke, like total, like no light perception. So we finally were able to get it. It took about, I stayed in the room with him, to kind of comfort the mother, and my staff member had never done a 10-month-old infant. So I stayed in there with him while they did it. And then we got one eye that was okay, where we got kind of a waveform. I mean, it was hard. But I asked the lady, because, it wasn't my regular patient, my regular demographic. And when I looked on the computer, I saw that she lived about 50 miles away, maybe 60 up north. And I like, ma'am, without me sounding stupid, how'd you find me down here? I mean, you a long way from home. You drove past like 700 eye doctors to get here. She goes, well, I looked up VEP testing and your name came up first. I go, no way. She goes, way. I go, really? She goes, yeah, it came up on your website that you do VEP testing. I go, yeah, well, we do. She says, well, you were the only one that came up on the search, so I decided it was worth driving down here, so here we are. I go, okay. And this kid had 2 vitreous hemorrhages from the stroke. And so I did an exam, B scans on both eyes, and a VEP on this 10-month-old baby. And, I'm not trying to talk about the money, but that was a good visit, I mean, that was a good visit, especially nowadays, how did I open this lecture? We got to get ready to start working again. And you may have to go at it a different way. And adding this ERG and VEP testing, it may help recover. I'm telling you, it makes a difference.
Right. So we're almost out of time, but I have a tidbit here, and I don't think I mentioned it before. So Conan is, you mentioned those low interest, no interest loans that the government might be giving out, but in lieu of that, Conan actually says that they have a special right now, financing equipment with no payments and no interest for 6 months when you're ready to consider purchasing equipment again. So again, just sort of keep that back in your mind. I think, companies like Conan are trying to help get everyone back on track again.
And that's unprecedented to me. 6 months without spending any money. Because it's going to take us a month, maybe 6 weeks, I think, to ramp back up. Hopefully there's guys listening, ladies listening, where they're not under the, shelter in place or cease and desist and all that kind of stuff. There's parts of the country that are still kind of sort of okay. And, and if you're in that part of the country, I mean, just, move forward.
Right.
For those of us that are kind of stuck for a minute, we're just going to be stuck for a minute. To me, if you got a bunch of money or your credit's good, man, I would start buying stuff and fixing up the office and doing all kind of stuff and just getting ready. People they're not going anywhere. It ain't like people are just falling off the earth. They're all going to be back. The only question is, are they going to be back in your practice or someplace else? Because to me, the patterns are changing. People are getting used to doing different stuff. They're not going to the restaurants they used to go to. They're going to start shopping online. You can't get no ERG test online. Okay, that's all. That's the last thing I'm gonna say.
All right. Well, I think that's actually a pretty good way to end. So, if anyone has any more questions, this is all going to be up on ODwire. This archive will be up, and we'll continue the conversation there. And by the way, there's also CEwire is coming up, just in case folks don't know. CEwire this year, because of everything that's going on with the coronavirus, has now been approved by ARBO temporarily to be the same as in-person live CE. So if you attend CEwire, you can get up to 60 in-person live CE credits. Essentially, you can get your entire, your entire cycle's worth of CE just from showing up at CEwire. So just throwing it out there so everyone knows. Go to CEwire2020.com. And you'll learn more about it if you come back to ODwire and look at this archive as well. So Craig, thanks so much for being here, and thank you everyone for showing up tonight. There's a really big crowd here tonight, and it's kind of nice actually, Craig, hearing your voice again and getting back to normal. You know what I mean?
I'm sorry it's so hoarse, man. I just got dry all day.
Well, thanks again, everyone, and I guess we'll see you all online.
Okay. Good night.
Okay, and that was Craig Thomas, and that was a pretty cool movie. So let me get everybody back here and see if everybody's back online, and try to find Paul and Steve. Make sure they're not muted, which they may very well be. Let's see. No, they're not back yet, so it's just me. So thanks everyone for watching today, and we have a lot of interesting stuff for you at CEwire today. Hopefully you're all enjoying the lectures. Let me put them up on the screen here so you can see what's been going on. I'll put up the schedule and you can get a sense of what's been happening out there today. So boop, there we go. And you can see right now it is 10:30 or 1:30, and you can see upcoming at 2 o'clock Eastern Time, we're going to have critical concepts for critical corneas, and then Craig Thomas is going to give his lecture Stuck on You, and we're going to have more about keratoconus management, and Jennifer Lyerly has a really cool one about beauty basics, common cosmetic questions, and this is something particularly for people like me who are challenged when it comes to that area. You can really take a good look and see what's going on. So that's really what's happening today at CEwire. Again, thanks everyone for turning out. We've had a huge crowd over the past several days. We never thought that the conference would grow to the size that it has, and one thing that people, I don't think they appreciate, I'll bring it up here, let's see if I can find the slides again to show you, is just how many people have been coming to this thing. So if we take a look, you can see that we've had over 5,000 optometrists attend the conference so far. We're closing in on 6,000 actually at this show, which to me was really surprising. We never thought we'd have this many people come, but there you go. And again, if you look at the size compared to something like Vision Expo West, we're closing in on double the size in terms of the number of ODs, which to us was really surprising. But I guess, since everyone's kind of stuck at home, this is a pretty easy way to get your credits when you can't find any other way to do it. And one other thing, I'd like to apologize for the quality of the live stream today. We actually had a lot of water damage here at CEwire headquarters, and I can put that up on the screen to show you all what we were talking about. We had a disaster here where our space got completely flooded out, excuse me, and contractors are now rebuilding it. But you can get a sense of what it looks like. This is what's underneath the space that you all see usually when I'm on camera here. And now it's completely encapsulated and the water's out and all that fun stuff. So we've been dealing with contractors and other really amusing stuff over the last several weeks. and fortunately it's coming to an end because I'm kind of going crazy here trying to keep dry. So that is what we've been dealing with. But anyway, thanks again for showing up, and we're going to be back again in October, November, and December. Again, each show will have 64 credits, so if you missed out this time, and some people I know have not been able to take all the classes that they wanted to, they can come on in and take some more courses. Or if you've taken something on one track, maybe come in next time and take the other track. And so when Paul and Steve get back, maybe we'll just talk about what's going on, and we might wrap up here early for today, just because I know that everyone's busy with classes, and I've got a good movie here actually. Mark Friedberg's initial Mastering OCT Interpretation talk is here, and let's see, so I think we have Steve. Is that Steve? It says it's muted. Let's see. Steve, Dad, who's there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh.
And also, just to remind everyone that the schedule will be pretty much the same for October, November, December. So if you're making plans, what courses you take, you want to take advanced plans, there's a good chance all the courses will be available for the next 3 months at the schedule.
Correct, yeah. And so what we've tried to do, if you look at the schedule, I put it up on the screen now so people can see, we tried to make the courses run at the same time every time, right? So let's say that you were doing a lot of the courses in room 1. Now you can come back another time and take the courses in room 2, knowing that you're not going to miss anything because we've tried to make the schedule the same each time around. Now there's some small variations. So for instance, like yesterday, Clark Chang had to switch up his lecture times. He had to swap when his lectures ran in the morning versus the afternoon. So there are some small changes each lecture, just because people have scheduling conflicts. But for the most part, I would say 95% of the time, we try to make the lectures run on the same day at the same time. So if you missed one time, you can get it the next time, if that makes sense. And I think Steve is back here with us too. How's it going, Steve?
And I will shut off my computer because I'm a good boy. Okay, I'm back. Yes. How's it going?
That's good.
All the lectures are going well. People know what to do, so it's a little bit more seamless today. Great.
Excellent, excellent. Yeah, and I was just mentioning again that we're going to be back again in October, November, December, so people can hit up the lectures again too. And hopefully, now people have got the new procedure down too. They enter in their OE tracker number once. The system should recognize that, and then they just have to sit and watch, and there's nothing else they have to do to get credit. So,
even when they go to another event, let's say the October event, etc., they shouldn't have to do anything. They shouldn't have to update because the OE tracker's in the system and everybody knows their login. So it should be easier and easier. And if you think about it, even if they, let's say, entered at the end of today's session, you still have, 16. You can still get 48 live credits in October, November, and December. It's pretty darn good.
Yep. Yeah. So definitely they still have a bunch of time to come back and do it.
Steve, you answered a question from Van. Maybe
Yes.
It's a question that other people have been asking. So
It's been
do you want to
happening,
go
yes.
over that?
Yes. When previously, when somebody took something called Live Interactive before COPE changed their rules, you had to take a quiz and you got a grade. You had to get 70 or above to pass the course. Now you don't. So it's just the way this software platform is putting the numbers in. So when somebody takes the course, they just have to sit there for the whole course. It'll generate a number of, and now it was 100%. Now today it's going to 0. But Katz assured me that it's just a placeholder because no quiz is required at this point in time, so it's irrelevant. So when you see a 0 next to your transcript in terms of test, don't worry about it because there's no need for a test as long as you're taking the course live. If you do take it on demand, either in between or after the live event is over, then you indeed have to take a quiz, and there'll be a quiz button at the top. But like to make it a long story short, everybody who has a 0, everybody has 0, and it doesn't matter because there's no quiz. You didn't take a quiz, and the grade is irrelevant.
Right. So again, this is all due to the fact that Arbo changed their rules midstream to not require tests for live stuff online. Before, you'd always have to take a test. You need, I think it was 70% to pass. And in your transcript, we'd put the actual score that you got. Now, you're automatically going to get credit when you sit through a live talk, and what appears in your transcript is a 0% for your quiz score because obviously you didn't take it. But that's okay because you don't need quizzes for live credits, so zeros are fine. And in fact, when we transmit the fact that you passed a class to Arbo, here's the dirty secret: they don't actually see those scores. Even for when you take like an on-demand class or whatever, those scores are never transmitted. You just have to pass with 70%. We never actually tell them what your score was.
Right.
It doesn't matter, right? It's pass or fail. So the scores themselves are really not important. So don't worry about that. It's not like you're being judged. The only person who knows what your score is
an arbitrary number that we pick. It's what Arbo co-picks that has to be a passing grade.
Yep.
And some of the quizzes are challenging because it has to be a specific format. It can't be all of the above answers, none of the above, true and false, etc. So the doctors have to really think of good questions to make it so that they pass the Arbo snuff test.
Yep.
But you're right, 70%.
Yep. So anyway, no tests unless you're taking it on demand now until the end of the year, and then next year, who knows? Who knows what Arbo's going to do?
Well, hopefully they'll keep the rules as it is now, and that will perhaps make, as we've talked about in the past or this morning, live conferences not as in demand. I know in the East Coast here, when people go to Vision Expo East at the Javits Center, probably the ODs, 60-70% go for the courses, and they might kick the tires and equipment, etc. But the majority are going for either frames or to take the courses. So if courses no longer needed because of live being allowed online, then I think the attendance will drop off at these events.
Yeah, I agree completely. So it'll be really interesting to see what happens. I mean, I don't know. It's I think that in-person education is good for a lot of things, but I think being able to play with the equipment is probably even more important. And doing things that you can only do live, probably even more important. And to be honest, a lot of times people get education just by meeting with their peers outside of the classroom setting. And perhaps if people are taking fewer formal classes at events like this, they'll have more time to do other things that might also be valuable.
There's also a few advantages to having a format like we have now, because you could ask the lecturer a question and not be interrupting lecture. So a slide might be up or something happened in the past. You can ask them a question in the chat room. Everybody sees it. Or you can ask them privately if you're shy, which is another advantage. And they can answer the question, well, if somebody's lecturing, somebody's going to be afraid or reticent to put up his hand to stop his momentum. In this format, you can ask any questions, and the speakers, they love it. They rather have the interaction than to stand there for an hour or 2 hours to not have anything. So there's actually some advantages to having things online with respect to in-person.
Absolutely.
Also, if you're one of these people that just love to take courses, and you think about taking courses outside of CEwire2020, remember that to get live credit, you have to take a course where there is a speaker to answer your questions. This rule isn't just made for us, it's for all the people that are offering CE courses. So be certain that when you take a course, if you want it for live credit, it has to be live with the speaker.
Yep.
The speaker doesn't have to be talking live, but he has to be in the room live. It would be extremely challenging in our format to have a Zoom-type platform where everybody is live, because there'll be glitches. And imagine if you have thousands of people in a room at the same time. It's a recipe for disaster. So this format seems to be more stable and works better. People have asked me why we don't do a Zoom conference where the speaker's actually talking live. That's the reason why. It's just too many people, too much bandwidth, and there's too many things that can go wrong.
And to be honest with you, there are very few advantages to doing that way for when someone's giving like a PowerPoint lecture. The only advantage is possibly they can make changes to their talk on the fly, right, in real time.
Sure.
But the disadvantages are huge. Like you said, you can't really ask them questions without interrupting them during the lecture. The other thing is, sometimes with our speakers, I don't know if you've noticed in the talks, people will re-record a slide if they did it and they hate the way it sounded. They'll redo it so it actually makes sense. Again, that's something you can't really do in a Zoom meeting if you're stumbling over your words. So I think this format makes a lot more sense. And also, what this has allowed us to do, it's allowed us to rebroadcast live numerous times without having our speakers drop dead, right? Because if you look at the number of times we're offering this over and over again, you think, my God, how are we doing so many live lectures? The speakers must hate us. Well, the speakers actually love us, because what are they really doing? Their lectures playing, and they're getting to interact with people who are watching by text chatting. So they're getting the benefit of people seeing their great content. At the same time, they can interact with people in real time and answer questions about it. So for the speakers, I would imagine, and Steve, you're a speaker here, I would imagine this is actually fun.
Yep.
But,
and in fact, I and many of the speakers, just like you're saying, things have changed. So during lectures, if you didn't change the slide, you could expand upon it to the whole audience and say, this is true, but also I'd like to add that this has happened. Yesterday, Dr. Ben Treat, who's an expert, PhD in microbiology, was talking about the COVID virus. And his lecture is a couple of months old, which is now relatively old news. And he expanded on it to bring it up to the present day to the whole audience in real time.
Yep. Yeah, so that's the kind of thing that you can do in real time while the lecture's playing. And I saw other lecturers gave new links if there's new information about certain things, so they were able to link out to other sites as well. So I don't know. I mean, I think that this format to me is almost ideal versus Zoom meetings, which I think people are getting a little bit sick of. It's almost endless, the amount of content that you have out there on Zoom.
You could do it if you have 20 people in a room and it's a small presentation, or like Paul said, maybe not a wet lab, but a wet-dry lab. But there's just too many people and there's too many things that can go wrong. And if it goes wrong during the Zoom conference, you have no way of making it up.
Yeah, that's
Here
another
it's
thing.
very easy.
Yep. Yeah. So that's another issue. So I think our formula works pretty well here. I hope people are enjoying the lectures and things are going well. Yeah, so there's not too much else going on today. I mean, in terms of our live stream, we could probably wrap up early today as long as things are working properly for people. One of the reasons we like to do this is to keep in touch with everyone. And I'm not seeing too many problems today. Someone had a problem with audio before, and my standard answer is just refresh the page.
Go in and out. What happened in that lecture is the speaker, trying to do even a better job, resubmitted his audio. And they put it up without checking, and it was more glitchy than they thought. But it worked out, and it wasn't in and out. But people like you understand, they really want to learn this stuff, so they were watching. The audio might not have been 100%, but it was fine. And a few of them asked me what they could do. I said, well, if you really want the information and you missed a slide or two, just watch it on demand, not for the credits, but for what exactly it said. And they said, thank you, and it's a great idea. So you can always do that. If you want to learn about something and the speaker went too fast, or something where you didn't listen properly, you had a glitch in your house, you always can go back and watch it on demand to get the information. Of course, you probably don't need the course again, but it's a good way of rechecking yourself.
Absolutely.
And by the way, the speakers are all able to get you their slides, the PowerPoint presentations. Some of them have sent them in to us, and there's actually a slide button on the top to download it. Others who haven't, when people requested, they give them an email link or something like that. I've done that, and people are very happy to get the slides.
Yep. Yeah. So we're trying to actually get the speakers to give us as many slides as we can and put them up there immediately. But if you see it that it's not there, just text us or email us or whatever, and we can try to make it available.
Okay, I think why don't you give the sponsors a break? They've taken out a booth, and before we say goodbye to everyone, you may want to run through them one more time.
Sure. So why don't I do that? So I'll put it up here. So thanks again to all of our sponsors for being part of the conference today. This is the biggest batch of sponsors we've ever had at the conference, so please visit the exhibit hall to see them. If there are more discounts that I was unaware of or specials that people are running, we're going to probably send out a few e-blasts over the next month or so. Again, we're going to be going live on hiatus for a little while till October. And by the way, there's another conference in between called the NORA conference, if you haven't heard about that, that we're going to be doing in September. It's another virtual conference for the NORA group. That'll be fun. You'll get an email about that too. But anyway, we're going
Let me interrupt about that, because people had questions. They were of the opinion that you had to take a test for the NORA lectures. No, it's a live lecture. So for the live portion, it's the same as CEwire. You just have to listen to it. You'll get credit. And again, it'll be on demand until the end of the year. But you can attend it live, and encourage you to do that.
Correct. Yeah, it'll run almost essentially just like a CEwire. So if you've been here, the NORA conference will be the same. So I'm looking forward to it. It's only, I think, 16 or 17 COPE credits, but really specialized topic. A lot of stuff that I know nothing about. So I'm really looking forward to seeing that one. So it should be fun. So anyway, our sponsors. So let's take a look here. You can see all of them up on the screen. Thanks to them for taking part again today. And again, thanks to Marco for sponsoring the live stream as they've done for the last 6 years. We couldn't have done this without them. They were the ones that gave us the initial shove to go ahead and put CEwire together in the first place, right? They were the ones who said, yeah, if you do it, we'll sponsor it. So they gave us the wherewithal to go ahead and give it a shot. So thanks to them. Optos with their wide field cameras, check them out in their booth and what deals they have running. I think we might have one of the lecture on wide field as part of CEwire today, so you can go see that.
Yep, that was a lecture actually yesterday.
It was yesterday, yep. So Conan Medical, so again, we've been working with them intensively. You just saw LCT or Craig Thomas's lecture on VEP and the REDEFINING device. So they're running some specials. I'm not exactly sure what they are today. This is what they were at the last CEwire a couple months ago. They could be the same. They might be different. They're probably going to be in the same ballpark, I would imagine. But go to their booth to check it out. MacuHealth, again, makers of supplements. And again, MacuHealth, by the way, is also going to be at NORA. So you can check them out here or there.
I use the product all the time. It's great for patients, macular degeneration and prevention. Great product.
Yep.
Great products.
Yep. So check them out. Luno Technology, again, one of these high-tech companies that we're talking about. So if they make autorefractors and aberrometers and so forth, and they're really good about social distancing with their products now. So their products are designed to run remotely, and so you might want to go check them out. The most important thing, though, is that they have specials running here. This one is valid, so they got in contact with me right before we went on the air. So $0 down, 90 days deferred payments, and interest rates low 0% for folks at CEwire. So give that a shot. And then we have Hog, makers of the famous octopus, as you can see right here. Go into their booth to see what kinds of deals they have going on right now, because I don't know what they are exactly. I know they were running deals last time, so if you're interested, go check that out. The NeuroVisual Medicine Institute, again, this is a place where they teach you about the identification and treatment of patients with binocular vision dysfunction using fractional units of realigning prism. And the institute itself is a physical place in suburban Detroit, just about 40 minutes north of the airport. You can go in, spend a couple days, and learn everything you need to know.
And they have a CEwire lecture today also, by the way.
Yep. So you can get a little taste of it just by going into the lecture and see what they're all about. And then if you go and visit them, they give you sort of the whole program from beginning to end, along with practice management tips, so you can integrate these techniques into your practice straight away. Tear care. So for meibomian gland dysfunction, these little essentially you put them on the margin of the eyelids and they heat up, and you can then express the gland. So again, devices like this in the past cost $100,000 to implement, and it was a whole big to-do to actually get it into your office. But now the tear care device itself is about the size of a hockey puck, and I think the whole system, the whole shebang, is about $10,000 to get started, including the first batch of consumables.
That's exactly correct. The consumables are a lot less expensive than some other, let's say, more expensive platforms.
Yep. So this is a great time if you thought you wanted to get involved in this. If you want to give it a shot, now's the time to do it. It's a sort of dip your toe in the water in a much less expensive way. VTI naturalVue. So again, they make specialty contact lenses, a specialty soft multifocal, in fact, that a lot of folks are using for myopia control, even though it's off-label.
Well,
Right,
everything in myopia control is off-label except for the MiSight lens, if you think about it.
Yep.
Orthokeratology, atrophy, nothing is on label. So, and in fact, I've used this lens, and its profile for what the signs suggest is better than anything out there.
Yep.
Sorry, Cooper Vision.
So definitely check them out, give them a shot. They were running a special at the last event. I don't know what it is today, but go to the booth, you can learn more. And ZEISS, of course, thanks to ZEISS for sponsoring the conference. Makers of all different kinds of equipment, as we know, OCTs and wide field cameras and so forth. Critically, though, throughout this entire pandemic, they've been producing a ton of educational materials online. So they've really gone big into this. So if you visit their booth and then go to their website, you're going to see that there's an absolute wealth of information and education and webinars online. Not all of it's COPE approved. In fact, a lot of it is not. It's just sort of for your information only kind of stuff. But it's really high quality. They've done a fantastic job during the pandemic. They've really taken to doing work online in a way that really surprised me. ZEISS, of course, is a gigantic company, but the division that we work with in eye care has been incredibly nimble and able to produce this content in a hurry. So kudos to them. Definitely check out their booth. AB Max, makers of the AB Max device for anterior blepharitis, and you can see here it looks kind of like a Dremel Moto tool just by looking at the stylized picture, and that's kind of how it works. And so Steve, you actually have used this before in your practice, right?
Yes, I have had that as well as the original device that came out before it, but they were actually the inventors of the original device. So side by side, it performs better, it's easier to use. Again, the consumables are a lot less expensive, and so it's better than the original device. I actually do that in combination with my bone gland expression, and again, this is not covered by insurance, so it's a nice profit center, but also it's a win-win because the patients feel a lot better with this and all the other various treatments you do for dry eye and bone gland dysfunction. So great product and not that expensive. Something you can easily incorporate into your practice, and the owner's a great guy who'll work with you.
Yep, and again, it's the consumables that are also inexpensive, right? I think they're about half the price of the other ones.
Yep, half the price, and the design, their engineering is far better in terms of what they do and how they get into those glands to help express them. So cheaper and better is a good combination.
Yep, technology moves forward, I guess. So, and again, they have a bunch of deals going on. I don't know exactly what they are at the show today. You can see what it was last time here, but definitely go into their booth. I'm certain they have something similar running today, and they also will certify your staff via Zoom. So again, if they're not visiting offices so much, if you want to train your staff on how to use the device, it's not particularly difficult. It's not a painful procedure either. It tickles a little bit, but it's not super painful. So if you want to get your staff up to speed, they're happy to help you via Zoom, and they will even give you a little certificate like you can see on the screen.
Mm-hmm. And indeed, my staff was, if not just as good, better than me at doing it after doing a certain amount of patients. Just like a phlebotomist is better at taking blood than the doctors after a while.
That is the truth. And so NeuroLens makes a device to measure misalignment between the eyes, and the device, once it measures that misalignment, spits out a prescription, and you can send that RX in to NeuroLens, and they'll create custom lenses with contoured prism to try to correct the issue. And it's a really neat system. I actually have a pair of the specs here that I use as office lenses, and they're very relaxing to wear. And I think the thing that I can say most about them, since my misalignment wasn't very bad, the quality of the optics really good, at least from the pair that I have, and that's the feedback that I've been hearing from a lot of people, is that their lab does really good work. So definitely go check them out as well. And they have a special going on. I'm not sure what it's going to be at this particular show today. They had sort of a no payments thing going on before. Hopefully, if you go into their booth, it'll actually say what they're doing. So Oculus, makers of devices including the fantastic Pentacam, which lots of folks here at CEwire are using to make scleral lenses the high-tech way, as opposed to Paul's method, the old way.
Stone, what do you call it? Molding of the eye.
Yeah. So this is like a virtual molding, right? So the Oculus measures, the Pentacam can measure things out for you and then take its output and puts it into the software that contact lens companies like Wave and other folks have, where you can virtually make the lens and then send it off, again, send the plans for the lens off virtually through the internet to the contact lens company, and within 3 days you'll have a scleral lens come back to you. It's a brave new world for sure.
But you can't virtually pay them. You have to really pay them.
Unfortunately, yes, you need real dollars. So, so Oculus, they have a bunch of different offers going on. I'm not sure what they're going to be today. You can see what it was last go around at CEwire a couple months ago. I'm sure it's going to be similar. One thing I really love about them too, you can see the refurbished units they have for sale. Oculus is a German company, and if you go to their site, it's very impressive. You can see their factory in Germany, and it looks really big. But their U.S. division is kind of small. They have a great new facility that they built in Seattle, where they actually handle all the refurbs and do service. And they're really easy to work with. You can get in contact easily with their executives, and they listen to feedback very closely. In fact, my OD that I use here up in Oregon that I work with, who uses the Pentacam to make scleral lenses, they took his feedback very seriously, and they started to incorporate some of the changes he's recommended into the software itself. So they listen very closely to the doctors when they try to enhance the functionality of the devices. Should also mention that they have modules now to measure axial length, which I think they've started marketing here in the US. So for those folks who are doing myopia control, very, very useful. So Science-Based Health, makers of Hydro Eye, so this is a supplement for dry eye. Again, as their name implies, they look at all the current research and the latest research studies to make changes to their formulations. So when you're looking at what they include in their supplements, they always base it on the latest science. It's not just sort of not guesswork. They really want to try to make sort of the most scientifically accurate supplement that they possibly can. So definitely check out their booth and their site to see what goes into Hydro Eye, understand what the ingredients are and why they chose what they did. So pretty cool stuff. Covalent Careers, so again, the largest job site in optometry. And if you're looking for an optician for your office or you're looking for a new position, they're definitely the place to go. The cool thing about their ads is that they're syndicated. If you buy an ad on their site, they'll put it in a variety of places around the internet, including on ODwire. Actually, click the jobs link on ODwire, you'll see it goes to Covalent Careers. If you go to ODwire.org/jobs right now, they'll give you 10% off any ad that you place. So definitely, if you're thinking about placing an ad with them, save yourself some cash and go to ODwire.org/jobs first to get the discounted rate. EyeCareLive, so makers of telehealth software, and obviously this has become important over the last several months. So their software is highly structured. It's not just Zoom. This is something that will capture the interaction that you have with the patient in a structured way, so that when your third-party insurer comes to you and says, I demand proof that you actually did this exam, you can point them right at EyeCareLive and show them precisely what you did and when you did it. So going forward, this is going to be incredibly important. Rules have been pretty loose about telemedicine for now, just because of the crisis that's going on. But once that passes, you know that these rules are going to tighten up. So EyeCareLive can give you the structure that you need to make telehealth a real part of your practice. And Steve, I was talking to Paul about it before. He's been kind of a shut-in, so he hasn't done much in the way of healthcare lately. But I can tell you that my primary care doctor and even my son's pediatrician, they are all relying on tools like this now for most visits, because they do not want to see people in person.
Great. Is this information stored in the cloud or in your office?
So EyeCareLive stores the stuff in their cloud. So there's nothing to install, as far as I know, on your end, so they can actually get it set up relatively rapidly. So definitely check out EyeCareLive. And eyecarepro, if you have a website or social media presence for your practice, and everyone does, you may want to consider working with them instead of trying to sort of do it yourself. Especially these days, it's really hard to keep on top of all the trends in social media. Trying to keep up your Google reviews, make sure they're good, make sure your Yelp reviews are good, and so on and so forth. EyeCarePros work with hundreds of eye care practices, so they know kind of what works and what doesn't. So again, this might be something you would consider outsourcing to them instead of trying to do it on your own. The temptation, of course, is to try to do it on your own, right? Because it seems so easy and accessible. But I strongly recommend outsourcing this and seeing what kind of result you get. And finally, Lac Rivera, makers of punctal plugs, and boy, do they have a lot of discounts. Go into their booth. They have this gigantic menu, this PDF, which has more discounts than I could possibly describe for their different products that they sell. So definitely check them out. They are gung-ho and ready to deal. So I think of all the companies that are working with us today, they were the first ones to get back to me with their updated list of discounts. So very clearly.
If you want an update on punctal plugs, Dr. Eric Brooker is doing a lecture, actually the last lecture of today, so you can brush up on what the needs are.
Yep, absolutely. Because things have changed, right, over the past several years.
Yep.
I know when punctal plugs were first coming out, there was a wave of lectures on them. Then it kind of died down for a while, and now with this latest batch of plugs and technology, I think it's coming back again.
Yep. We have a great understanding when to use them and when to wait. Yep.
Alrighty, and Optometry Times, practical chairside advice. Gretchen Bailey couldn't be with us today, unfortunately. She's the editor-in-chief, and she runs a pretty tight ship over there. If you've read Optometry Times, you'll know that the articles are bite-sized, easy to read. sort of fast nuggets that you can readily implement in your practice. You're not going to get too much theory. So very practical advice. So definitely check out their website where they house most of their content. And Vision Equipment, this is Leo Hadley's company, refurbished equipment, and as Leo unfortunately has told us, there's a lot of it now because you have practices going under. So if you're looking to outfit a lane relatively inexpensively, this may be a good way to go instead of buying new. So definitely go check out Leo's booth and get in contact with him. And that, I believe, is all of our sponsors.
Wow. I think we had 21 or 22 this year, which is amazing. And that shows the need for all this equipment and product manufacturers. They don't have these conferences either, so they have to find some other platforms. So we're glad that they helped us out and we helped them out.
Yep, absolutely. So I think, things are running so smoothly today. I think what I'd like to do is just put on Mark Friedberg's OCT interpretation lecture from 2015. So the one that we have running at the 2020 show is the sequel to this one that he did in 2015. But if you haven't seen the 2015 one, I have it here for you right now. So you can watch it here. And then if you feel inspired, just register for CEwire2020. Come on in and watch part 2. How does that sound? All right.
Okay.
So I think, Steve, unless we have anything else that's going on that's pressing, I'll get that movie going and we'll just call it quits for today.
Yep, I'm going to be in all the rooms helping people out on support and making sure the doctors are there. So if you need my help, you'll find me in one or four rooms at the same time.
All right.
Yep.
Cool. Paul, do you have anything
Okay,
to add?
Paul fell asleep.
He
He's
fell
talking about
asleep at the
falling asleep
computer
at
as usual. All right. All right. Well,
Okay.
I guess that's it then, and I'll get the movie started. And again, if you have any problems, feel free to email us at support@CEwire2020.com. And other than that, I look forward to seeing everyone back in October. So bye for now.
Bye-bye.
Hi, this is Mark Friedberg. I'm a retinal specialist in Red Bank, New Jersey. I'll be talking about mastering OCT interpretation. As you know, OCT is commonly used now both for retina and glaucoma purposes, but I'll be focusing on the retina functionality of it as that's my specialty, with small references to glaucoma. As you know, OCTs are used both for their quantitative and qualitative value. Quantitative refers to measuring the thickness of the retina, and quality refers to interpreting the scan to see if there's disease and what that disease might be. And the majority of this lecture will focus on the qualitative purposes. The quantitative value, in other words, determining how thick the retina is, really is only important in following patients, as there's a great variability in what retinal thicknesses are normally. And it's sometimes hard to know for sure if something is wrong based on just how thick a retina is. Before we can...
This was a disaster of your own making, and I told you.
Before we can discuss the pathology of the retina, we have to know the normal anatomy. And hopefully you can see this pointer on the screen. The retina is this structure from here to here, and anterior to the retina is the vitreous. So the top part of our slide is the vitreous cavity, and the eye wall, the lens would be up top and the cornea even further higher up, and the posterior part of the eye wall would be down inferiorly. And this top part, the vitreous, has both a granular appearance and what I would call a hyporeflective space here. Hyporeflective is going to refer to dark when you interpret OCT scans, and hyperreflective will refer to white, more intense areas. Also, you could use the words lucent or hypolucent to refer to these dark spaces. And so the vitreous has this granular appearance where it's formed vitreous, and it has this hypolucent or hyporeflective area where it's liquid vitreous. And before you get to the retina, you have these thick reflective bands, these hyperreflective bands of the vitreous, and this is called the cortical vitreous. The cortical vitreous is the part of the vitreous that's attached to the retina, and when we fix certain pathologic states of the retina, such as macular hole, we need to lift the cortical vitreous off the retina to fix the hole. Now, actually, it's good practice to get rid of the cortical vitreous with almost every retinal condition we deal with, macular pucker, retinal detachment, because the cortical vitreous seems to be involved in the pathology of many retinal conditions. When that cortical vitreous pulls on the retina, that's how you get a retinal tear. If it doesn't pull completely, you get a macular pucker, and etc. And now we have what's known as vitreomacular traction, which we'll get into later, where the cortical vitreous is pulling irregularly on the fovea. And speaking of the fovea, that's this U-shaped indentation here in the retina. And now we're getting to the structures of the retina. The topmost layer of the retina is called the internal limiting membrane. And the internal limiting membrane is sometimes pathologic as well. You can't actually see the internal limiting membrane, but it's just sitting here on top of what is the ganglion cell layer. The internal limiting membrane, the internal limiting membrane is sitting on top of the nerve fiber layer, but the internal limiting membrane also needs to be removed sometimes. For example, in macular hole surgery, we'll frequently remove it, and it seems to help in closing macular holes, yet it doesn't seem to affect vision. It's controversial whether the internal limiting membrane should be removed at macular pucker surgery or not. We used to think that yes, it should be, and now some recent studies are saying that maybe it shouldn't be. But in any case, the internal limiting membrane is the very anterior-most part of the retina. Then, as we go down a little further, this thick white area is the nerve fiber layer. The nerve fiber layer represent the axons from the ganglion cells, which are just beneath. The nerve fiber layer gets very thick as you get near the optic nerve here, and that's how you know where the optic nerve is, by looking if the nerve fiber layer is getting thicker on one side, that tells you the nerve's in that direction. The OCT won't always show the optic nerve in the cut, so the cut might end here, but you'd know it was the nerve fiber layer by seeing how thick it got there. It doesn't happen as you head out in the temporal direction. So this would be a left eye, as the optic nerve is here located nasally. The ganglion cell layer and the inaplexiform layer are pretty hard to distinguish. They're kind of merged together. So beneath the nerve fiber layer is the ganglion cell layer, which we'll say is here, and the nerve fiber layer, which we'll say is there. And they are now used with OCT scanning to help recognize glaucoma in its earliest states. You can't distinguish them, though, so it's not like you could say the ganglion cell layer is worn away, because you can't really tell if it's the ganglion cell layer or the inaplexiform layer that's worn away. And that's one of the problems in interpreting for glaucoma using the OCT to determine the ganglion cell inaplexiform layer, is that we're not always sure if it's thinned due to glaucoma or whether it's thinned due to another condition, and normals have not well been established. As we head a little more posteriorly, and you'll notice, well, if we head a little more posteriorly, we get into what's known as this is the internuclear layer. The internuclear and the outer nuclear have a more hyporeflective appearance than the other parts of the retina. So this is the internuclear layer, that's the outer nuclear layer, and between them is the outer plexiform layer. And what you'll notice is as you head to the fovea, the ganglion cell layer and the inaplexiform layer do not exist, basically. And underneath the fovea, it kind of starts out with even the internuclear layer is not really there. It's really starts out here with the outer plexiform layer. And so, as I said, we have nerve fiber layer, ganglion cell, interplexiform layer, internuclear layer, outer plexiform layer, outer nuclear layer, and then we get to this thin hyperreflective line. called the external limiting membrane. Beneath the external limiting membrane, we have what's known as the myoid zone. And then beneath that is a very important layer. There's 3 hyperreflective lines now, hyperreflective lines beneath the external limiting membrane. The most anterior hyperreflective line is probably the most important part of the retina. That's the junction of the inner segment and outer segment photoreceptors. And when it's in the foveal area, we call that the ellipsoid zone. So this is the ellipsoid zone, also known as the inner segment, outer segment junction. And it's particularly important in disease states. It's often worn away in disease states. It's particularly important with plaquenil toxicity. You'll see that as the one of the hallmarks where the ellipsoid zone is worn away outside the fovea. The next hyperreflective line would be called the interdigitation zone. And the final hyperreflective line is considered the RPE, although it's really merged with Bruch's membrane because you can't really distinguish Bruch's membrane. So the last hyperreflective line is the RPE/Bruch's membrane complex. So we have the ellipsoid zone, the interdigitation zone, which is the tips of the cone segments, and the RPE Bruch's membrane complex. And the retina has ended just prior to the RPE, so it's really the interdigitation zone is really the posterior aspect of the retina. And when we measure retinal thickness, we're measuring it from the internal limiting membrane to the interdigitation zone, or just to the surface of the retinal pigment epithelium, however you want to do it. I will note that that hyporeflective space in between the ellipsoid zone and the interdigitation zone represents the outer segments of the photoreceptors. Finally, as we head more posteriorly, we get to the choroid. The choroid's made up of 3 layers. The anterior layer is the choriocapillaris, where most of the blood supply is. Then we have what's known as Sattler's layer, and finally Haller's layer, before we get to the wall of the eyeball, which is the sclera. And that's our normal anatomy. So let's move on. Now, I was showing you a spectral domain OCT. There are obviously a lot of different types of OCTs, and even the spectral domain OCTs vary. So I'll try in this lecture to show a variety of different OCT scans to help people recognize pathology. This is a time domain OCT scan, and the anatomy you can make out is a little more difficult. Here's the fovea. You could see the inner nuclear layer and the outer nuclear layer, the hyporeflective lines. So you know that the outer plexiform layer is in between. And I find time domain is very good. You could see the inner surface of the retina is over here, and this would be the vitreous. Time domain is very good in the retina itself, like seeing fluid within the retina, but where it fails is all these layers here are merged together. So those 3 distinct lines that you saw before, the ellipsoid zone, the interdigitation zone, and the RPE complex, are all kind of merged in here. And so we can't distinguish them. So for example, you can't tell plaquenil toxicity on the time domain because you can't tell if the ellipsoid zone is worn away. You know, it might look normal because it's in this large hyperreflective band. Okay, now, when we look at the retina, to determine whether there's pathology, we want to look not only at the individual structures to see if they look normal, we want to look at the foveal contour, we want to look at the shape of the retina. You'll notice that this retina has a U shape, as opposed to the previous retinas that were straight across. And so the contour is also helpful in determining things about the retina. The reason we have a U shape in this eye is because this patient is myopic. And when someone has pathologic high myopia, they have a very U-shaped eyeball. And so the shape of the eye will often tell you something as well. So we want to look not only at the individual layers, but the contour of the entire retina. Now, this is a B-scan ultrasound, and this is the front part of the eye where the cornea is located. Here's our lens. This is the back surface of the lens. This is the vitreous cavity. The retina would be here, lining the internal lining of the B-scan wall here. And you can see that the retina has a funny indentation, and that's a posterior staphyloma. On OCT scan, we can also recognize posterior staphyloma. Again, our vitreous cavity is up above. Our fovea has this U shape. This is a myopic eye. You could see the shape of the retina has myopia. And not only that, when we look at the posterior wall, so we're not seeing our layers all that well here on this OCT. This is not a great quality, but here's the internuclear layer, the outer nuclear layer, and that's two of the things I often look at in the OCT because they can orient you very quickly. The internuclear and outer nuclear layer, you know, the outer plexiform layer is the hyperreflective area in between, and that tells you, since that's the outer nuclear layer, we now have the external limiting membrane and those three individual hyperreflective lines representing the photoreceptors, the interdigitation zone, and the RPE, and it's kind of merged here so you can't see, but you know the RPE ends here. So this is the choroid, and you could see this is the wall of the eyeball, and it's hard to picture, but this is a posterior staphyloma right here. So this OCT is showing us a posterior staphyloma. Okay, now, when we look at the OCT scan, the next thing we want to do, besides look at the contour, and you can see this eye is, it's straight ahead, the contour. So this is not an eye that has pathologic high myopia. When we look at the eye, we try to see what's different from the normal retina. So the first thing is obviously our eyes dart out to this, but just for a few normal things, as we head down in the vitreous, we see this hyperreflective line. This is the cortical vitreous lifted off the retina here and probably attached to the retina here. So there's an incomplete vitreous detachment. The optic disc is over here. We notice that the retina has an abnormal contour on its anterior surface, and the reason it has that abnormal contour is there's this hyperreflectivity within the retina. So the question is, what causes hyperreflectivity? Well, most of the time it's due to fluid. However, you can see it, hyperreflectivity, if tissue is absent. So if there wasn't anything here, if there wasn't any tissue here, we could be looking at vitreous coming all the way in. But usually it represents fluid. And so in the case of fluid, we say to ourselves, well, why would there be fluid within the retina? And this is within the retina. Again, this is a time domain OCT showing the fluid very well. This is our hyperreflective lines at the bottom, so our photoreceptors are here, so the fluid's above the photoreceptors. As a matter of fact, it's from the outer nuclear layer all the way up through to the internal limiting membrane that fluid is located. And so this is INTRA, retinal edema. Now, intraretinal edema can be due to many causes. The most common reason is from diabetic macular edema or cystoid macular edema. So we'll see intraretinal fluid from diabetes. We'll see it in a patient who's post-op, who's got cystoid macular edema. We can see it in people who have vein occlusions. And And those are probably the most likely. So again, intraretinal fluid from diabetic macular edema, post-op, or a vein occlusion. But you can also see it in uveitis. People get CME. You could see it in from hypertensive retinopathy. You could see it in retinitis pigmentosa. They'll sometimes get CME. Less commonly, you'll see it from a multiple myeloma can cause it, or tumors can cause intraretinal edema. You don't have to see multiple myeloma in the retina. Like, it's not like a choroidal tumor where you see a mass. The patient could just have fluid. And then there are medications that can cause fluid within the retina like this. One of the big ones these days is Gilenya. Gilenya is a medication used for multiple sclerosis, and we're often used to, neurologists will send patients to my office and ask me to screen patients periodically for Gilenya toxicity. And this is what you're looking for, macular edema. So I'll usually give them an initial eye exam, and I'll often have them come back for an OCT scan 3 months and 6 months later, or maybe I'll give them an exam at 6 months, because the OCT will often pick up the macular edema from Gilenya toxicity. Other causes of macular edema, niacin, which is in a lot of statin drugs, can cause macular edema. Tamoxifen. Tamoxifen typically causes intraretinal crystals, but it could also cause macular edema. There's a medicine called paclitaxel, which is used to treat cancer, which can cause macular edema. So macular edema, especially bilateral, when they don't have a vein occlusion or diabetes, and they didn't recently have surgery, and they don't have uveitis or hypertension or retinitis pigmentosa, start thinking of medications, and then less likely multiple myeloma. Here is a spectral domain OCT showing the same thing. This is a patient who has macular edema. The retina is thickened. You could see the hyporeflectivity in the inner layers of the retina, and this is due to macular edema. Now here's an OCT scan that shows hyporeflectivity in different areas. First, what do I notice when I look at the OCT? Well, you can see the OCT has an abnormal contour, and that's because of this hyporeflectivity down here. You can also see hyporeflectivity in these vertical patterns like this, and you can also see this hyporeflectivity from the cortical vitreous being elevated off the retina in this location, but being partially attached in this location. So what I often do to see where the fluid is located is I'll often go to the side of the retina where it might be normal. So for example, here or over here, the retina looks like it's normal, and I'll follow and I'll distinguish my normal layers on the side to see where the break in the retina is occurring, where the pathology is. So if you go to the normal side here, what I recognize is the outer nuclear layer is somewhere in here. This is the inner nuclear layer. This is the outer nuclear layer. And so these are going to be those three lines. And this over here actually represents the photoreceptor layer. It's not, we don't see all three on this cut. And when we go back to the other side, what you do see is maybe two hyperreflective lines. And this represents the photoreceptor inner segment, outer segment junction. If we're in the fovea, it would be called the ellipsoid zone. And the one just beneath it represents the RPE Bruch's complex. And what you can see when you get over here is the inner segment, outer segment line disappears over here. The RPE Bruch's membrane line sort of continues. So in asking me where is this fluid located, I'm going to say the reason the inner segment, outer segment photoreceptor line disappears is it's going up here. It may be worn away or whatever, but it's lifted. and it's lifted. So this hyporeflectivity is under the ellipsoid zone, or under the inner segment, outer segment, or under the retina, but not under the RPE. So this is subretinal fluid as opposed to sub-RPE fluid. Now, we're also seeing shadowing or hyporeflectivity here. And this is passing through many layers. And this actually represents shadowing of normal retinal vessels. This is a normal OCT finding. So these hyporeflective lines, these vertical lines, are normal. This is because they're blood vessels located anteriorly that are just casting a shadow from the OCT scan. So what the pathologic in this slide is we have subretinal fluid. Now, what can cause subretinal fluid? The most common causes of subretinal fluid are wet macular degeneration, so when somebody grows a choroidal neovascular membrane, or central serous retinopathy. Both cause fluid under the retina. But you can also get fluid under the retina from a retinal detachment. Less commonly, you can get it from tumors, and less commonly, again, from multiple myeloma. So when you see fluid under the retina, what you're really seeing is a retinal detachment. But it's a localized retinal detachment. It ends here, and it ends here. It doesn't extend out to the retinal periphery. It's located in the macula only. If we were to see this extend out, we wouldn't know where it extended to. But we know it's confined to here and here on this cut. So this would represent either wet macular degeneration or central serous retinopathy the vast majority of the time. I did leave out one other thing. Macroaneurysms could also leak fluid under the retina. So really, the differential would be wet AMD, central serous retinopathy, macroaneurysm, and then less likely retinal detachment from a tear in the periphery, tumor or multiple myeloma. This is fluid under the retina. Here's another example of hypolucency within the retina. We see this area here that's hyporeflective or hypolucent, whatever you want to call it. Again, these are blood vessels just casting shadows. That's what that represents. But this is the pathology here in this retina. And the question becomes again, where is it? Because the location again determines what the possible causes are. So again, I like to go to the side, make out what you can make out, and then head towards the pathology. So this looks like it's pretty normal over here. We see our external limiting membrane, we see our photoreceptor inner segment, outer segment junction, also known as the ellipsoid zone, interdigitation zone, and here's the RPE-Bruch's complex. And as we follow it along, we see that the ellipsoid zone is becoming elevated above this thing. So the fluid, and again, lucency is usually, not always, usually fluid, so the hyporeflectivity. So the fluid is going to be beneath the ellipsoid zone, beneath the photoreceptors, it's beneath the retina. Now the question is it beneath the retinal pigment epithelium or is it just beneath the retina? You see the difference, as I said before, when it's beneath the retina but above the retinal pigment epithelium, you think of wet AMD, you think of central serous, tumors, retinal detachment, macroaneurysm. And by the way, I said before that, if it's well defined, it's not going to be retinal detachment, it doesn't extend out. I'm sorry on what I said because it could extend out in the third dimension, the 3D, so you don't know for sure it's not a retinal detachment. So you always have to look clinically at the patient to make sure when you have fluid under the retina, it's not a retinal detachment. In any case, so where is this located? So here's our retina, basically, our photoreceptors. So the retina is all above this. And here's the retinal pigment epithelium. We're following it along, and it's still above the retinal pigment epithelium, so it's in the subretinal space, beneath the photoreceptors, above the retinal pigment epithelium. This is subretinal fluid. Again, it's one of the diagnoses that we were talking about before, meaning central serous, macular degeneration, etc. And so location, again, becomes very important. Here's another example, just showing another kind of OCT scan. You can see, again, a little harder to make out the layers. This might be a time domain OCT. As a matter of fact, it is. And now it's a little harder to know where the fluid is, but this is the hyperreflective line. So you know that at least part of the sorry about that. At least part of the fluid is located above the pigment epithelium, because if some of the hyperreflective line is here, then the retinal pigment epithelium must be here. The question is it all here? Well, you don't get fluid above the photoreceptors unless it's within the retina core itself. So this is also subretinal fluid. If you know, we can't make out exactly where the inner segment, outer segment line is, but I can tell you it's being lifted up, and this is subretinal fluid. Once again, beneath the retina, but above the pigment epithelium. Just another example with a different type of OCT scan. Now, here's a patient who has these hyporeflective areas in many different parts of the retina. So we have it here, 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 and they're different layers. So now let's see if we can discern where they all are. You can tell just by looking off to the side here that, okay, again, this is a combination of the this is a combination of the ellipsoid zone, or I should say the photoreceptors, otherwise known as the ellipsoid zone. A combination of that with the pigment epithelium is here. And we can see that it looks like, well, we know the photoreceptors are here, and probably the retinal pigment epithelium's up here as well, because you don't see any of it going in here. So this is a retinal pigment epithelial detachment, this area down here. There's fluid beneath the retinal pigment epithelium. Now, if this was the only finding, I would tell you that retinal pigment epithelial detachments can occur for no reason at all, but they can also be seen with wet AMD. They can also be seen with central serous. You don't get them with retinal detachment. You don't get them with some of the other causes of subretinal fluid, like multiple myeloma. You only get them with basically central serous and wet AMD, but it's not a definite sign of wet AMD. And we don't usually treat it. In other words, if we're treating a patient who has wet AMD, and we see this, I won't give more treatment based on that alone, whereas I will give more treatment based on subretinal fluid alone. So this is subretinal pigment epithelial fluid over here. But you can see there's other fluid here above this area, and now this would be considered subretinal fluid. Again, this is a time domain OCT. It's a little harder to tell, but I can tell you that this is a retinal pigment epithelial detachment because all the layers go up here, and this is fluid beneath that. So this is beneath the pigment epithelium. I can tell you that the photoreceptor line is over here. In other words, the ellipsoid zone is still here. So this is fluid above the photoreceptors, but beneath most of the retina. Well, actually, I don't know where the photoreceptors are. Actually, I take that back. I know that the pigment epithelium is going here. So this is fluid above the retinal pigment epithelium. But I can just tell you this is subretinal fluid from experience. And I can tell you when you look over here at this area, there's retina beneath that other than just the ellipsoid zone. Here's the outer nuclear layer. And you can tell this fluid's within or even more anterior than the outer nuclear layer. So this person has intraretinal fluid here and here, subretinal fluid here, and subpigment epithelial fluid here. So this is fluid in all locations, and that's a typical finding with wet macular degeneration. Okay, here's another OCT scan. Now this is a spectral domain OCT, just being shown in color. It's just different than some of the ones I've shown you before. And again, to figure out where some of these things are, we start on the side. And again, the location of fluid is absolutely crucial in diagnosis and treatment. We start on the side, and we can see this is the outer nuclear layer. Again, that's one of the easiest things to identify in the retina, are the inner nuclear layer, the outer nuclear layer. Those two layers give me my location. So I'm going to come down here. Here's our outer nuclear layer. This would be the external limiting membrane. This top part, not the heavy orange, but this lighter yellowish, greenish here, that's the layer of the photoreceptors, okay? So this is where our ellipsoid zone is. And the dark orange is going to be the pigment epithelium, the retinal pigment epithelium. And as we get over here, the retinal pigment epithelium is being elevated as well as the photoreceptors. And this is subretinal pigment epithelium. Again, this is hypolucency beneath the retinal pigment epithelium. This is a retinal pigment epithelial detachment. So in other words, this is fluid beneath the retinal pigment epithelium. Now, on the other side of the photoreceptor line, we have subretinal fluid. So this is fluid beneath the retina. So we have subretinal fluid, subretinal pigment epithelial fluid, again, a patient with macular degeneration. Okay, now, we're showing you the clinical slide here, and you can see there's blood. And now we're going to take a look at this OCT scan here. And by the way, you know, if we look at the clinical slide, you could see the blood vessels, the retinal blood vessels, are riding over this blood, and they are not getting interfered with. So I can see the extent of that blood vessel as it comes over the blood. So I know that this is subretinal blood. I don't know if it's beneath the pigment epithelium, but it's subretinal. It could be subretinal pigment epithelium. It's not on top of the retina. It's not on top of the retina. It's deep to the retina, this blood. When we look at the OCT scan, again, our pathology is over here, and you can see this is subretinal fluid. Again, this is a retinal pigment epithelial detachment. Only notice it's not all black in here, so it's not all hyporeflective. We also have these colored echoes, and this is the blood. So we've got blood here beneath the retinal pigment. So we have a retinal pigment epithelial detachment, and we have subretinal pigment epithelial blood. This is a hemorrhagic retinal pigment epithelial detachment. And this here is a little bit of subretinal fluid. Again, this is our outer segment, and this is our outer nuclear layer and inner nuclear layer. Here is our juncture. This is the three brilliant lines, the ellipsoid zone, the interdigitation zone, and the retinal pigment epithelium all kind of merged together. And as we come along here, this hyporeflectivity is on top of those layers, so this is subretinal fluid. So subretinal fluid, outer segment layer, inner segment layer, or outer nuclear layer, inner nuclear layer, and this is sub-RPE, so blood and fluid beneath the retinal pigment epithelium. Again, this is a very common feature of wet macular degeneration. Okay, now we have a retina that has pathology that's a little different. Again, here's the normal retina. Let's go to the side here on the left. On your left, we have our normal layers. You can make them out. Again, I go right to the outer nuclear layer and the inner nuclear layer to help guide me. And then I know that there's the external limiting membrane, this is the ellipsoid zone, this is the retinal pigment epithelium Bruch's membrane junction. We got our choroid down here. We're going to come along. It's nice to follow. I tend to follow the ellipsoid zone because you want to know if it's disrupted, and it is. It's gone here. All right, so we've got some damage over here. There's no ellipsoid zone. This is just the retinal pigment epithelium, and you see these little lumps here in the pigment epithelium. These are drusen. So drusen often manifest as little small elevations of the retinal pigment epithelium right over there. But the more of the pathology is coming in over here. As we come in this way, you could see all of this. Now, I guess one of the most marked things is, see this area of hyporeflectivity, you might automatically say this is fluid, but you notice it has a nice circular hyperreflective area around this. And so you've got this hyporeflectivity surrounded by hyperreflectivity. We have like 3 of these. And these are called retinal tubules. And the important point in the reason we have even mentioned retinal tubules is because it looks like fluid. And in a patient with macular degeneration, wet macular degeneration, who's been treated, if we see these findings, we won't retreat based on them. The retinal tubules are just found in wet macular degeneration. They're not an indication that more treatment is needed. Whereas fluid, whether it's in the retina or under the retina, is an indication usually that wet macular degeneration needs more treatment. So if this was a patient with wet macular degeneration in whom I was giving injections to, and I wanted to see if they had fluid, and I saw these areas, I would not give more treatment based on that, whereas I would give more treatment if there was fluid under the retina or within the retina. And again, I would not give more treatment if I saw the retinal pigment epithelium was elevated. That's not an indication to treat. Only fluid within or under the retina itself, not under the pigment epithelium. And this could be considered a small retinal pigment epithelial detachment over here, or you can consider it a very large drusen. And you could see this hyperreflective, this is like an extra hyperreflective layer here. That's generally not present. This is probably part of the choroidal neovascular membrane complex that was treated. You know, patients with wet macular degeneration grow a blood vessel under their eye, and this is probably a combination of that blood vessel with scar tissue, maybe even blood present there. You might say, is that an area of fluid? Does that need treatment? I'm going to tell you that's probably a retinal tubule as well. I can kind of make out a hyperreflective line around it. So I think there's 4 tubules, or maybe even 5. 1, there might be a second there, 2, 3, 4, 5. This might even be 1. It's hard to know for sure. And this is, well, it might be a little fluid, maybe a little cyst. And so the bottom line is there's a lot of disorganization here. But I'm not sure I would retreat this patient if I was treating him for wet macular degeneration. So, important to distinguish retinal tubules from fluid. Okay, now, here's a retina that's clearly pathologic as well. And I'm keeping to my promise by showing a diversity of different types of OCT scans, because a lot of your OCT scans will look like this, as opposed to some of the ones I showed you before, and this is obviously in color. So the red arrows here, this arrow, shows you these linear lines. Let's get our normal anatomy, if we can, as close as possible. Unfortunately, when I look to the sides, I'm not able to find normal anatomy in this slide. So we have to try to figure out where we are. We know that the vitreous cavity is up above, and we know that this is our inner limiting membrane. Maybe there's a nerve fiber layer there, but that's about it. Then you have these hyporeflective spaces, which look a little different from fluid. You know, I get the feeling there is fluid in there, but you notice these columns, and you know, basically what this is fluid within the inner retina, but this is an appearance you see with retinoschisis. So what we're looking at here is a split in the retina. We have some of our retina up here, some of our retina over here, and so we're going to ignore this. This is for another lecture. I don't want to get into that right now. But you could see, when you see this split in the inner retina, you know it's X-linked retinoschisis opposed to acquired retinoschisis. So this is actually a young child who has retinoschisis, and these are schisis cavities, and the way you distinguish retinoschisis is they have these columns, these vertical linear lines separating what looks like fluid. And again, this is retinoschisis, a split in the retina, and more retinas just split all over the place, basically. Again, this is another case of retinoschisis, and you could see these columns, these linear vertical lines splitting up the fluid. That's retinoschisis, not just fluid. And that slide's out of focus. Now, here's another condition affecting the macula, and when we look at the clinical slide, we see this yellowish, roundish area with foveal involvement in the central macula. And when we look at the OCT scan, well, maybe we should just tell you what this is. This is this is a case of Best disease. Best disease is an inherited condition. There's two types. There's regular old Best disease, and this is it, that occurs in young kids, and you could tell this is the fundus of a young kid. It's an inherited condition that can cause some loss of vision. The vision's often not terrible when we have this, and this is called a vitelliform lesion. As years go by, this can break down into pigment epithelial degeneration where the vision can get worse. There's also an adult onset vitelliform, or adult onset Best disease, or adult onset foveal vitelliform dystrophy. Both of the conditions affect both eyes. It tends to be less severe when it's acquired, rather than whether it's inherited. Best disease is inherited. They're both inherited, but the adult form obviously is less severe. It develops later in life. And here's an OCT scan of that same patient, and we have some good quality scanning here on the side. I'll ask a few questions. First of all, you should be able to tell, this is our fovea. You should be able to tell whether this is a left eye or a right, and the way you tell is where's the disc. Well, again, the nerve fiber layer gets thicker as it goes towards the disc. So the disc is here, the fovea is here, so this must be a left eye. And so when we're looking in the papillomacular bundle, since this is the left eye, we know this is the papillomacular bundle, we could see the normal anatomy. So we're going to follow. Here's our external limiting membrane over here. Here's our ellipsoid zone, our interdigitation zone, and here's the RPE Bruch's membrane complex, this third hyperreflective line. So we're going to follow the ellipsoid zone, which is our photoreceptors, and it's going up here in our pathologic area. And so the pathology is beneath the ellipsoid zone, it's beneath the photoreceptors, so it's subretinal. Everything above the retina is okay. It may be compressed a little bit by this elevation, but it's okay. Here's our pigment epithelium down at the base. So this is a subretinal abnormality, although the pigment epithelium is disrupted here. And the difference between, so this could be interpreted as a retinal pigment epithelial detachment if we didn't have any other information. You could say, well, maybe that's just some blood, and it could be. But this is what a lesion, a vitelliform lesion, looks like. And you can see it's beneath the retina, above the retinal pigment epithelium, and it's got this material inside it. And here is adult onset foveal vitelliform dystrophy, or adult onset Best disease. And we'll see what the OCT scan looks like in that. And again, this would be a bilateral condition. Sometimes it's even less obvious than this. Sometimes it's just some pigment epithelial degeneration. Okay, now. So we have these OCT scans of the adult onset Best lesion. And one thing I should say about these Best lesions are they're very well defined. You know, they're not vague. You see them clearly. And they often have a hyperreflective line around them. Again, they have that this hyperreflectivity within the lesion, and it's subretinal. And I tell you, one thing that does happen, and this slide shows it, is these lesions flatten out over time. As I said, they become degeneration of the pigment epithelium, and the lesions go away. And here's a classic example. Here's the patient when the patient's first seen in August of 2011. And again, here's the pigment epithelium. Here's the ellipsoid zone. It's subretinal. They've got this hyperreflective material within it. It's well defined. And over time, as we proceed, you're getting more hyperreflective material in it. And now the cavity starts to collapse. And you could see at the last date, November 1st, 2012, the fovea is assumed the normal configuration again. The lesion has basically vanished. There's disruption of some of the outer layer retinal tissues here. And now we have some hyperreflectivity that's irregular beneath it in the choroid, and this is due to pigment epithelial degeneration. And we're going to get into retinal pigment epithelial degeneration a little bit later in this talk. Okay, now we're moving on, and here's a time domain OCT scan. And again, the time domain is very good for everything anterior to the ellipsoid zone, which can't ever be made out. Here's our vitreous cavity, and what we notice, this is our internal limiting membrane and nerve fiber layer. There's a discontinuity here in the retina. The nerve fiber layer, the internal limiting membrane do not connect, and that discontinuity extends all the way through the retina down to this hyperreflective band. In other words, the entire retina is involved. And at the end, you notice it has this this configuration here, like table legs, one going this way, one going the other way. And this is a full thickness macular hole. It's a small one, but there's a hole, and its full thickness, it extends all the way down to the base here. Notice the surface is basically at this hyperreflective line. And you have these hyporeflective spaces within the retina itself. These are little cysts or little pockets of fluid. You often see that with a macular hole. And so this is a macular hole. And this is intraretinal fluid. Intra, I-N-T-R. It's within the retina. For it to be subretinal, it would have to be beneath here. Now here's a spectral domain OCT scan showing the same thing. Again, we have the vitreous cavity. This is, you can make out the cortical vitreous up here. It's detached from the macula. There's a full thickness opening in the macula. It goes all the way down to these hyperreflective lines. That's a full thickness macular hole, and again, that classic table-shaped, almost like subretinal abnormality. And we have these intraretinal cystic or fluid spaces. Here's a patient who presents with decreased vision in the right eye, and the clinical picture shows you hemorrhage in the inferior half of the eye. If we draw a line through the optic nerve, through the fovea, we draw this horizontal line, you could see that the pathology is basically all in the inferior half of the retina, and when we look at the superior half of the retina, it's basically normal. So you see all the hemorrhage located to the inferior half of the retina. Additionally, the other abnormality we see is when you look at the retinal veins, the intertemporal retinal vein here is dilated and tortuous in comparison to this vein here. This has a smoother course, and this is abnormal. And there's a compression here of this vein. If you look at it, you could see it's compressed there. And this patient has a branch retinal vein occlusion that's infecting the inferior half of the retina. So the question is, why is this patient's vision decreased? We don't see any hemorrhage in the foveal center. I can tell you there's no neovascularization in the retina. So we do an OCT scan, and this scan was done, if I were to tell you the direction, this is the inferior half of the retina, and we're heading up here, we hit the fovea, and this is the superior half of the retina. And so the OCT scan also shows the stark contrast between the inferior retina and the superior retina. This is a typical OCT scan of a vein occlusion if you're going from the inferior to the superior direction. Because in the superior direction, this OCT is a little bit out of focus, but in the superior direction you could see the retina has a much more normal thickness. You could almost make out the retinal layers, but again, the scan's out of focus. It's not a great scan. But when we look here, the retina inferiorly is much more thickened. There's a lot of hyporeflectivity within the retina. This is all from fluid that's within the retina. Sometimes they have fluid beneath the retina. It's a little hard to tell where this fluid's located because I can't clearly see where the ellipsoid zone is, but I'm going to guess it's still down here, and this is probably intraretinal fluid. This is probably the outer nuclear layer here. But obviously there's a lot of fluid within the retina. The retina is greatly thickened. This patient has macular edema due to their vein occlusion. The treatment would be intravitreal injections of medication in most cases. When the fluid involves the foveal center, we'll inject Lucentis or Eylea or Avastin. You could also treat it with intravitreal injections of steroid like Ozurdex. It's a very good choice. Even sometimes Triessence, which is like, Kenalog, or triamcinolone is the generic, can help this. You could try lasering the inferior half of the retina. Laser doesn't tend to work quite as well, and I would say that the intravitreal injections of Lucentis, Avastin, or Eylea are the first choice. Here's a patient who complains of decreased vision 8 weeks after cataract surgery. They say that their vision was really good that first several weeks, and all of a sudden they notice they're not seeing as well. And when you look at the clinical picture, you could see the fovea just looks a little irregular. It's a little hard to say for sure what you're looking at on a two-dimensional view. But we obtain an OCT scan, and the OCT scan shows you these hyporeflective spaces within the retina. And this is definitely within the retina. This is intra, I-N-T-R-A, intraretinal. Here is our normal retinal appearance. This orangish, greenish band is a combination of the ellipsoid zone and the retinal pigment epithelium. And you could see that the fluid, the hyporeflectivity, is above the ellipsoid zone. It's above the photoreceptors. It's within the retina. So it's involving the outer nuclear layer and the inner nuclear layer. And this is intraretinal fluid. This is cystoid macular edema. These are intraretinal cystoid spaces. As you know, cystoid macular edema is common after cataract surgery for no reason at all. You can also see it with vein occlusions, with diabetes, with hypertension, with uveitis, with retinitis pigmentosa, vitreomacular traction. These are the reasons you'll get CME. Sometimes you see it as a side effect of medication. There are a few medications like niacin and Gilenya and paclitaxel, which can all cause cystoid macular edema as well. In a post-op patient, I initially try to treat them with topical steroid like Pred Forte 4 times a day, along with a non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drop, i.e. ketorolac 4 times a day. or Nevanek once a day, or whichever you like. I usually use a combination of the two medications for about 4 to 6 weeks. If there's absolutely no improvement whatsoever at that point, I'll consider injecting a steroid into their eye, although it depends on the cause. But if it's post-op CME, I'll use the steroid. For a diabetic or a patient with a vein occlusion, again, I'll use either Avastin, Lucentis, or Eylea. Here's a patient who complains of blurred vision in both eyes, and this patient is young. This is a 25-year-old female, and she was spending the afternoon in her backyard on a beautiful day, doing not a whole lot of anything but laying there, and she notices blurred vision in both eyes, and here's her right eye and here's her left eye. And the pathology is a little more obvious in the left eye. You could see when you look at her fovea, there's that yellowish spot. And when we get an OCT scan, what we see is this hyperreflectivity that extends from the foveal umbo here, from the bottom part of the fovea, right through down to the pigment epithelium, and there's disruption of the ellipsoid zone. You can see it's cut off by this hyperreflectivity. This is a case of solar retinopathy. This is the other eye. I showed you the left eye first. That was the more involved. And here's the right eye. And the reason we know this is the right eye, again, is you can see the nerve fiber layer gets thickened as it approaches the optic disc. So the disc would be here, the fovea would be here. This is the right eye. And it's a more subtle abnormality in the right eye, but you could see that hyperreflectivity extending down through the ellipsoid zone, through the photoreceptor zone. Some of these patients will recover and some of them will not. And when the ellipsoid zone is affected like that, it sometimes just doesn't come back. And this girl had vision of 20/60 in the left and 20/30 in the right. And her vision did gradually improve to about 20/25 over time. There's no treatment for solar retinopathy that we know of, but these are classic OCT findings, seeing this hyperreflective linear appearance heading in a vertical direction. Now here's a question for you. Here's a patient who comes in complaining of decreased vision, and we see the following. And the question is, what is it? And I should give you 10 seconds to think about it, and I'll go into, but here's the pathology that we see. Again, I like to start off with the normal retina over here. We're following it along. Here's the external limiting, so here we have the outer nuclear layer, external limiting membrane. Here is the ellipsoid zone. Here's the pigment epithelium. Let's follow the ellipsoid zone, and it is almost completely intact. And above it, the external limiting membrane is almost completely intact. And here's the outer nuclear layer, and the pathology starts really in the upper half of the outer nuclear layer. There's a little bit of outer nuclear layer left over there. And so what we see is affecting the inner retina, basically. There's a hole, a defect in the inner retina. The retinal edges are nice and round. It's an irregular hole, and therefore we're going to call this a lamellar macular hole. It is not full thickness. It does not go all the way down to the pigment epithelium. There are tissues in between, so that's how we know it's lamellar. And I should mention that patients with solar retinopathy will often develop lamellar holes later on. This is not the same patient as before, though. This is something you can leave. They often have an accompanying pre-retinal membrane. And this is something you could, if the patient's content with their vision, it may not progress if you leave this condition alone. On the other hand, sometimes patients will have very poor vision, as low as 2200, and depending on how the patient feels about their vision, I do operate on these patients on occasion. I mean, if it's a 20/40 happy patient, the answer is I'm going to leave them alone. On the other hand, if it's a 2100 unhappy patient, vitrectomy surgery is successful in a large percentage of these cases. And so this is a lamellar macular hole, not a full thickness. Again, full thickness would be more regular. You'd see it extend down to the pigment epithelium, and it often has that tabletop, I described it before, finding its base. Well, that concludes our OCT lecture. I hope that you all enjoyed it. This is Dr. Mark Friedberg signing off. Okay, so here's a patient who clinically has these subretinal reddish lines that go in funny directions. And the reason I say subretinal, again, look at the retinal blood vessels. They ride on top of those lines. You could see the retinal blood vessel without any interference, but you can't see the lines because they're beneath the retina. Matter of fact, they're in the choroid, and even a little anterior Bruch's membrane. And these are called angioid streaks. And here's another example, although it's not quite as clear, of angioid streaks running in funny directions. And angioid streaks can be found for a variety of reasons. One of which is a condition where the skin, particularly in the neck and underneath the armpit and the axilla, is excessive. They're like excessive folds in the skin. And this is called pseudoxanthoma elasticum. So pseudoxanthoma elasticum is one of the causes of angioid streaks, probably the most common. And pseudoxanthoma elasticum is also associated with cardiovascular problems and gastrointestinal bleeds. They're at high risk for GI bleeds. So if you make this diagnosis, if you see somebody with angioid streaks and they have excessive skin folds, and even if they don't have excessive skin folds, they should be sent for a skin biopsy if there's any uncertainty, because they'll then need to be followed by a gastroenterologist, by a cardiologist, because of the potential for more severe problems. But there's some severe problems they can get in the eye. And this is a 68-year-old woman who had an OCT scan in the past. And when we look at her old OCT scan, if we follow the orange line, this is the retinal pigment epithelium / Bruch's membrane, where they're merged together and you can't distinguish them. There's a gap right here. Actually, you don't see my gap because I'm not showing you my pointer. There's a gap right here. And there's another gap right there. And that is consistent with angioid streaks. You have breaks in Bruch's membrane. That's what an angioid streak is. And here's a higher magnification of that break in Bruch's membrane, and this is all from her past. Only now she presents, and she's complaining of metamorphopsia. And examination by OCT scan shows this gap, this angioid streak, but not only there is a gap there's not only a gap in the Bruch's membrane pigment epithelium, but there's this hyperreflective material that has basically grown through this gap under the retina. And you can see there's subretinal fluid adjacent to it, and subretinal fluid over here. And this is a subretinal neovascular, or we can call it a choroidal, but it's really subretinal neovascular membrane. As you know, for those of you who've seen me talk before, subretinal or choroidal neovascular membranes are most commonly seen with macular degeneration, but you can also see them with ocular histoplasmosis. You can get them with angioid streaks, obviously. You can get them in patients who are highly myopic. You could also see them sometimes associated with other rarer reasons, trauma from lack of, if you have somebody who has trauma and they have a choroidal rupture, they can grow through the rupture eventually as a subretinal neovascular membrane. Sometimes from inflammatory conditions or tumors, those things are less likely. So when you see a subretinal neovascular membrane, you don't know the cause, look for angioid streaks. Look for drusen that might be consistent with macular degeneration. Look to see if they're highly myopic. See if they have signs of ocular histoplasmosis, the punched out choroidal lesions and the peripapillary scarring, to help determine why they have a choroidal neovascular membrane. These membranes can also occur for no reason at all, for what we call idiopathic. And the treatment is generally is either going to be laser if it's outside the fovea, or anti-VEGF, meaning Avastin, Lucentis, or Eylea injections, to prevent the person from losing vision and to hopefully get back vision for them. So when you see angioid streaks, you have to worry about choroidal neovascular membranes, and you have to look for Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, pseudoxanthoma elasticum, Paget's disease of bone, and sickle cell anemia. Those are really the big four that produce angioid streaks. Now, here's a patient who complains of metamorphopsia as well. And this patient has, let's follow our normal retina. It all looks normal here. It's over here that we got our problem. And here's our pigment epithelium. Our ellipsoid zone is up here. It's fairly intact. The interdigitation zone's up here. And we have subretinal fluid, and a lot of it. Retina is very elevated. And the concerning thing here is that this patient's complaining of metamorphopsia. And not only that, they feel they've lost some peripheral vision. And this patient could easily be mistaken for other conditions that produce subretinal fluid, such as a choroidal neovascular membrane. But the difference is we don't see where this fluid is extending to, and this is actually a retinal detachment. This is a patient with a retinal detachment, and retinal detachment refers to fluid under the retina, as well as from these other conditions where you get fluid under the retina. The difference is, in a retinal detachment, there's a tear somewhere in the retina. We can't see it because our OCT scan is only showing us the macula. The tear is out in the periphery. The fluid got into the subretinal space through the peripheral tear, and it tracked down all the way here into the macula. And once it gets under here, the person's going to be 2200 or worse, most likely. So this is a retinal detachment. So OCT scan can pick up a retinal detachment, so don't get burned. You got to look at the patient clinically. You got to try to figure out why they have that fluid under their retina. Another example of fluid under the retina. Here's our pigment epithelium. This is our inner retinal layers. And a little harder to distinguish because it's a time domain OCT. But the bottom line is the fluid's on top of the pigment epithelium. This is subretinal fluid. And this is another example of a retinal detachment. The fluid is extending out to the periphery, and we just don't see what's going on in the periphery. And another example, the retina is detached, it's going out to the periphery, and we have some intraretinal fluid as well. Now, here's another patient. We have fluid not only, here's our pigment epithelium. The retinal pigment epithelium is traveling here. So this fluid up here is subretinal fluid. That's all subretinal fluid. But here the pigment epithelium gets elevated. So this person has not only subretinal fluid, but a retinal pigment epithelial detachment. So you don't usually see retinal pigment epithelial detachments with retinal detachments. So if you see both, I mean, you could have two conditions, but you can't explain a retinal pigment epithelial detachment by a retinal detachment. Now, not only that, this person's subretinal fluid, it has this sharp angle at the end where it seems to extend to. And this is also a patient who complains of metamorphopsia. And they have this subretinal fluid, this pigment epithelial detachment. This is central serous retinopathy. And central serous retinopathy produces fluid under the retina as well. So fluid under the retina could be due to all these conditions. Retinal detachment, central serous, wet macular degeneration. What distinguishes central serous is, number one, we don't see it extend out to the periphery. Although you could miss it on a cut. You know, it could be extending in a different direction. Number two, you don't get retinal pigment epithelial detachments with retinal detachments. You do with central serous and you do with macular degeneration. But in central serous retinopathy, look at the ellipsoid zone, the photoreceptors. They're going up here. The line's completely intact. It's not disrupted like you see with wet macular degeneration. And you don't see that hyperreflective growth anywhere. And the layers of the retina, they look normal. They're just elevated. And that's typical for central serous retinopathy. you have an intact ellipsoid zone, and a pigment epithelial detachment that's nice and smooth. There's no hyperreflective mass anywhere. The retinal layers are intact. This is an OCT scan of what looks like someone with central serous. And notice they'll all complain of the same metamorphopsia, because the metamorphopsia complaint is fluid under the retina. So when you have a 50-year-old or a 40-year-old patient who's complaining of metamorphopsia, you may think central serous, but you don't know what's actually causing it. All these conditions, obviously there's age variations with all these conditions, and an OCT scan can be helpful, as can the clinical exam. Now here's another patient, and here's the clinical exam, and I'm showing you the OCT scan that cuts through this layer here. And here's the OCT, and notice this person also has subretinal fluid. It's right there. That's subretinal fluid. And so the difference here is, look how disorganized everything is. This is not central serous retinopathy. Okay? It's not clean. The retinal layers are not all in. Here the retinal layers are intact, and here they're not. And the reason they're not is something here. There's this hyperreflective lesion that's grown under the retina. And this is either blood or a choroidal neovascular membrane or something. But, you know, you don't see blood with central serous. You don't see subretinal blood with a retinal detachment. And this is wet macular degeneration. Subretinal fluid, intraretinal fluid, disorganization of the layers. The ellipsoid zone is lost over here. We don't know where it is. It's been destroyed. The person has drusen, so we know this is a case of wet macular degeneration. So here's an OCT scan that shows small elevations of the pigment epithelium and photoreceptors. You could see over here along the ellipsoid line, little bumps in the road, and this is consistent with drusen or pigment epithelial, small areas of pigment epithelial elevation. This is not such an obvious case. These would be very small pinpoint drusen clinically. When you look at the photo on the left, black and white photo, you know, you can barely see the drusen. So you can pick them up on the OCT sometimes before you even pick them up clinically. Now, in a patient who has more obvious drusen, such as this patient here, we call these intermediate-sized drusen, the OCT scan will be a little more obvious as well. Now, when we look at the ellipsoid zone, you can see these little lumps. These little, it's not a perfectly straight line, it's disturbed, and here's the pigment epithelium that's elevated. And again, this is drusen and pigment epithelial elevation to a small degree. You know, you really can't always distinguish between drusen and small areas of pigment epithelium. But they're obviously both indicative of dry disease. Now here's a more obvious case, a very pronounced case of drusen, and these would be very large drusen. And, you know, this is our outer nuclear layer here, and you can see these drusen are pushing up severely the photoreceptor line, as well as the layers, the interdigitation line, and so forth. But again, this is dry macular degeneration, just abundant drusen that are large. And here's what it might look like on the ZEISS machine. These are drusen over here. Or we can call it, you know, slight elevations of the pigment epithelium, however you want to look at it, because the pigment epithelium is elevated here. Again, this is not wet disease. There's no fluid. In order to define wet disease, you'd want to see fluid within the retina or underneath the retina, separating the pigment epithelium from the retina, but we don't have any fluid in here or over here. So this is just dry macular degeneration. Now, when we talk about, you know, one of the main reasons we do OCTs is to distinguish sometimes dry from wet disease and determine whether additional treatment is needed or not in patients who are being treated with wet disease. And so we first need to distinguish what are findings you could see with macular degeneration that would just be indicative of dry disease. So on the left, I have a fundus autofluorescence over here, and on the right, we have our OCT scan. The fundus autofluorescence is showing these hyporeflective areas, and this represents atrophy of the retinal pigment epithelium. There is no retinal pigment epithelium here. It's gone. You could call it RPE degeneration. You can call it RPE atrophy. The bottom line is the pigment epithelium has lipofuscin in it, and when it's not present, a fundus autofluorescence will appear hyporeflective. And that's what we're seeing here, these hyporeflective spaces due to lack of lipofuscin because the pigment epithelium is not present there. So when we look at our OCT scan, number 1 shows us hyperreflectivity in the choroidal layers. So again, here's the pigment epithelial line, the lowest line of our 3 lines. You can't distinguish them on this OCT scan very well. But beneath that is the choroid. And this is all choroid. And what we're doing is we're seeing these hyperreflective shadows being cast posteriorly, and that's consistent with retinal pigment epithelial degeneration. So when you see that, that means retinal pigment epithelial degeneration. This is our outer nuclear layer here. It is not fluid. Okay? So how do we know? Well, look all the way to the side over here. You can see this is a normal retina over there. That's the outer nuclear layer. It becomes confusing as you get in here. You're thinking to yourself, is this fluid and is that the outer nuclear layer? The answer is no. That's actually the inner nuclear layer. And this is the outer nuclear layer, and it's just disturbed over here. And so this OCT scan, had you been looking for wet macular degeneration, the conclusion here is no, this is dry disease. We've got pigment epithelial degeneration. We have drusen. You see the circled drusen over here. And this is just a disturbance in the outer nuclear layer, a disturbance in the ellipsoid zone. This is just dry macular degeneration, or wet disease that doesn't need treatment anymore, one or the other. So clinically, we have this patient here who has RPE atrophy or RPE degeneration. You can see the choroidal blood vessels real well. There's atrophy of the RPE and probably the choriocapillaris as well in this whole segment. Sorry about the blurring of the slide. And here is what it looks like on the OCT scan. That area of atrophy or pigment epithelial degeneration extends from the pigment epithelium down through the choroid, this hyperreflectivity. Again, we've got a drusen right over there, a fairly large one. Here's what I find sometimes the hyperreflectivity, this is at time domain OCT scan. Again, the disadvantage of the time domain is you can't see those, you can't distinguish the photoreceptor line from the RPE, but it's very good at showing hyperreflectivity in the choroid, consistent with retinal pigment epithelial degeneration. Okay, so the question now is, what are we looking at? Is this dry disease? Is this wet disease? Is this another condition? Well, here's our clinical picture. And what we have here is a patient who has subretinal blood. I know it's subretinal because I can see the retinal blood vessel come over it. It's not, the blood vessel is not obstructed as it got into the blood over here. It ends, as this one ends here, because they end at the fovea. They don't go through the fovea, but the blood is subretinal, beneath the retina. And I can tell you just from experience that this gray-greenish thing is probably either a choroidal neovascular membrane, and I would bet on that, or it could be retinal pigment epithelial elevation. And I can see a little area around it that probably represents subretinal fluid. And as a matter of fact, I know it is just because I see so many eyes with this stuff. So this is a subretinal neovascular membrane with subretinal hemorrhage and subretinal fluid. And these subretinal or choroidal neovascular membranes are what can destroy central vision in macular degeneration. You have to ask yourself, though, what else can produce this, because I don't see a lot of drusen here. I see this RPE atrophy area. So what else could produce a choroidal neovascular membrane? Well, you can get it from ocular histoplasmosis. Usually you'll see some RPE degenerative changes around the disc. You can get it from high myopia. You can get it from patients who've had trauma that have choroidal ruptures. They sometimes grow through that. You can get it from angioid streaks. Those are probably the big ones. Macular degeneration, ocular histoplasmosis, high myopia, angioid streaks, and less commonly from a choroidal rupture from trauma, but there are other rarer reasons. Inflammatory conditions, for example, tumors. Okay, here's our fluorescein angiogram. You can see this area that I suspected clinically was a choroidal neovascular membrane has brilliant hyperfluorescence, and this is looking more like a choroidal neovascular membrane. And one of the ways I can tell is it'll probably leak later in the study. And you could see this blockage on the fluorescein due to the blood. Blood blocks the fluorescein. And you could see this is subretinal blood. Look at the blood vessel come over it. It's clearly under the blood vessel. That tells us it's subretinal blood. And here's our time domain OCT. And what it's showing us is here is this hyperreflective line, this orangish line, are the three layers, the ellipsoid zone, the interdigitation zone, and the RPE. And it's broken up here. Something has grown through it. And that's a choroidal neovascular membrane that's grown through the membrane. There's a little bit of subretinal fluid here on its side. And this is a condition that needs to be treated or will cause further visual loss. I'm sure it's caused a lot of visual loss already. But without treatment, it will progress. And so the treatment that we will usually administer are intravitreal injections of either Eylea, Lucentis, or Avastin. Okay. So we have more things here. Here's a patient with a fluorescein angiogram, and it's showing me this little spot here on the fluorescein. This is early, this is late. You can see it leaks fluorescein late. That's consistent with a choroidal neovascular membrane. Here's our OCT scan. Again, let's start out where it's normal, and we can distinguish our layers and go along and see what happens to each one. If we start with the retinal pigment epithelium, the bottom of the three brilliant lines, the horizontal lines, we come along, and there's a space above the pigment epithelium that's hyporeflective. Now, the question is that fluid, or is that the outer nuclear layer? Well, here's the outer nuclear layer up there. So that has to be subretinal fluid. It's beneath the ellipsoid zone, which is going to come up over this way. It's subretinal because it's not beneath the pigment epithelium, but it's beneath the retina. Subretinal fluid. We'll continue with the pigment epithelium, and look where it goes. It's going up this way. And this might be Bruch's membrane over here, from which it got separated. And this is a retinal pigment epithelial detachment, where the pigment epithelium gets elevated. This, going in this direction, we got the retinal pigment epithelium. It gets elevated. Well, this is a harder example. But actually, I'm sorry, this is the retinal pigment epithelium over here, this line. It's thicker. And that subretinal fluid is beneath the retina. And also beneath the retina here, see our ellipsoid zone is destroyed. It's hard to really make out where it is, but it's probably in here somewhere. And the ellipsoid zone is going up over here. If you look at, this is the external limiting membrane, this thin line. And the ellipsoid zone would be the line just beneath it, and there's something beneath the photoreceptors. This is a choroidal neovascular membrane that we see here on the angiogram. And here again, we have outlined very well the choroidal neovascular membrane, subretinal fluid, pigment epithelial detachment, loss of the inner segment, outer segment line, or ellipsoid zone, whatever you want to call it. Wet macular degeneration, or another cause of wet disease. Okay. Moving on. Now, as I told you before, the vitreous cavity is up above, and this is our nerve fiber layer. So the retina is over here. here's our normal retina, and it's normal here. But there's another line up over here, and this is the vitreous cortex, the cortical vitreous that we saw earlier was down over here on the normal slide. And it could be normal when it's up here. In other words, the cortical vitreous can pull away. When someone has a vitreous detachment, the cortical vitreous pulls away from the retina, as it did here. And as it did here, but it didn't pull away from the fovea. It got caught, and it's pulling on the fovea. And this is called vitreomacular traction, where the vitreous is pulling on the retina, and it's elevating the retina. And it's causing a schisis cavity. Remember I explained when we have these columns, that's schisis. So it's causing the retina to be split. It's lifting up the inner retina, and the outer retina is staying down below, and it's got a schisis cavity because of vitreomacular traction. Now, some people sometimes say, what's the difference between vitreomacular traction and VMA, vitreomacular adherence? Well, adherence would be where the vitreous is just adherent to the retina. For example, if this was not pulled up, and you even had this one area where it was adherent, it would be called vitreomacular adherence. It's not traction unless it's producing pathology within the retina, in which case it is. What would you do in this situation? Well, there are several choices. Number one, you could just watch the patient. If their vision's good, there's a chance it will release spontaneously. Choice number two is we can inject either a medicine called Jetria, also known as acreplasmin, which can sever this attachment. Number three, we can inject a gas bubble. Sometimes the bubble will get down in here and just push it up. And number four, we can do surgery where we peel this off of the retina. And then hopefully, with any of those things, hopefully the retina will go back to resume its normal configuration. Here's an example where the vitreous has pulled on the retina. We had vitreomacular traction, but what's happened here is it's pulled open a hole in the retina. We've got a full thickness defect. Notice it goes all the way down to the pigment epithelium. That is a full thickness macular hole. And we have a cuff of subretinal fluid on the side, a typical finding, as I explained before. And here is some intraretinal cysts or intraretinal fluid. You often see that with macular holes. So this is vitreomacular traction that caused a macular hole. The options of treatment would be the same as I explained before, where the vitreous was pulling and you had macular schisis. Now you have a macular hole. Same options. You could still either A, observe, although it's going to get worse if you observe, and it'll become permanent. B, inject Jetria. C, inject a gas bubble. D, do a vitrectomy and fix it. The odds are greatest with the vitrectomy surgery. Jetria is very expensive, but it's a non-surgical procedure which some people may prefer. Okay, another example of vitreomacular traction. Here is our cortical vitreous. It's lifted off here, it's lifted off there, but we have attachment over here. And it's pulling on the retina, and you can see it's causing all this pathology in the retina. It seems to be affecting the inner retinal layers predominantly. The outer retina has basically stayed intact, and it's possible this person could have reasonable vision, although sometimes it also depends on how long it's been present and so forth. So what is it producing here? Well, we have intraretinal fluid. There's an irregularity of the retinal surface, so the retinal surface is affected by this. And there's thickening of the retina. You can see this is not a normal retinal thickness. This is a normal retinal thickness to the right of the slide. Here the retina is thickened. Vitreomacular traction, again, producing the same symptoms. And again, the options of therapy are the same. You could also argue, well, what about an injection of, say, Avastin, which is good at getting rid of fluid within the retina, or Lucentis or Eylea? Well, you could try that, but if this is the cause, that's not likely going to go away. And if it does, it'll probably recur. But it is an option. Okay, so what do we have here? Well, number one, you can see that this is a U-shaped eye in the back, consistent with high myopia. And so this is a highly myopic patient. I can tell you the optic disc must be over here because the nerve fiber layer gets thick over here. And the inner limiting membrane, which is the top surface of the nerve fiber layer and can't be distinguished, is here, but there's actually another layer. Now you could say, is that the cortical vitreous? And I'm going to tell you, no, it's not. You could see from those other slides, the cortical vitreous is a little different looking. This is a pre-retinal membrane, or an epiretinal membrane. And these epiretinal membranes, or pre-retinal membranes, can cause macular puckers. They can pull and twist the retina. And it's hard to see it in the photo on your left. It's just a small photo, but it's a little distortion of the macula because there's a pre-retinal or epiretinal membrane present. Here's another example of a pre-retinal membrane on the surface of the retina, and the retinal surface is all irregular. It's pulling on the retina. It's causing intraretinal fluid, or even perhaps some schisis if you'd like, because we have some columns there. The retina is thickened, the surface is irregular. This would be a macular pucker. And this patient's vision will probably be very distorted. They'll probably complain of metamorphopsia. Okay. So here's a patient who has basically a normal retina, except if you look at the ellipsoid zone, this line right here, the layer of the photoreceptors, the inner segment, outer segment junction, also known as the ellipsoid zone, as we get over here, just adjacent to the fovea, there's atrophy right there. Where is the ellipsoid zone? You could see the external limiting membrane comes down and dips. You see the RPE, but our ellipsoid zone disappears. And then the ellipsoid zone reappears over here. And then it disappears again over here. So it's not in the fovea that it's being affected. It's parafoveal, adjacent to the fovea. And this is a patient who's taking Plaquenil. This is a classic finding in Plaquenil toxicity. So as you know, it's recently been recommended that patients who are on Plaquenil be monitored with a clinical exam, a visual field, a 10-2, and either a spectral domain OCT or a fundus autofluorescence or an ERG. Or you could do more than one if you'd like. And this is going to be usually the easiest and fastest way to pick it up. Well, OCT is very good at recognizing Plaquenil toxicity, and this is the most common finding, atrophy of the parafoveal ellipsoid zone. That is a classic OCT for somebody who's on Plaquenil. It doesn't affect the foveal centrally. It's usually right adjacent to it on the two sides. Now, there are other findings you can get. You could have thinning of the outer nuclear layer, and you do. If you actually look at it here, this is our outer nuclear layer, and it gets kind of thin over here in that same area. And that's typical that it happens just outside the fovea. So we often have loss of the ellipsoid zone, thinning of the outer nuclear layer, and downward displacement of the inner retinal layers. Look what happened here. The inner retinal layers are being displaced downward because the outer nuclear layer is gone. They're coming down. So these are the three findings you typically see with Plaquenil toxicity on an OCT. Loss of the inner segment and outer segment junction here. The outer nuclear layer gets thinned, and there's downward displacement of the inner retinal layers. Now, the real question becomes, does OCT pick up Plaquenil toxicity prior to clinical exam and prior to Humphrey visual field testing? And the answer is sometimes. Sometimes the field will be the first finding, sometimes the exam, or the exam not as commonly. Usually, if you see it on exam, you're going to see it on OCT. But a visual field can often pick up Plaquenil toxicity prior to an OCT. So if you have a normal OCT scan, and I emphasize this because it's a very important point, if you have a normal, and you need to use a spectral domain OCT because you can't distinguish these layers with a time domain. So if you have a normal spectral domain OCT, it does not eliminate the possibility of Plaquenil toxicity. So if you have field loss which is just outside central fixation, because again, if it's parafoveal that gets affected first, and it is, it's going to usually be just outside fixation as the earliest changes. And you get an OCT because you're not sure if the field is real or not. A normal OCT does not exclude plaquenil toxicity. So OCT is not exquisitely sensitive, but it's very specific. If you see these findings, that's plaquenil toxicity. But if you don't see the findings, if you look and you see a normal OCT scan, then it doesn't tell you anything. So that's why it's important you do all the testing. That's why you need Essential 10 too. I personally get fundus autofluorescence and SDOCT as well as Humphrey visual field testing, because you want to pick this stuff up as early as possible. Now there have also been studies that say it's possible that not just the qualitative findings on OCT, but perhaps the quantitative findings as well can be used. And so they measure the retina. You know, these OCT scans can measure from the internal limiting membrane down to the RPE. And basically, if the retina is thinned, and it's usually, you know, thinning less than, say, 260 microns, that is possibly suggestive of plaquenil toxicity as well, although it's a lot less specific. Okay, so now that you've learned as much as you've learned, I'm going to show you cases with the hopes that we can apply this to real-world life. Here's a patient who comes in. They have this pigmented lesion sitting in the superior macula. You can see it right here. And we have this orange pigment on top of the lesion. And the question is, what are we dealing with? We do an OCT scan of it, and what we see is, here's the OCT scan. This line shows you through where the cut is taken. So it's in this direction. If you see the arrow, that arrow means we're starting here and going this way, meaning we're starting here and going that way. So this would correspond to the top part of this scan, and this would correspond to the arrow part. And the top part is being cut through this pigmented lesion that we saw clinically, and that would be over here. And you could see it's a very elevated area. Here's the retina. The retina looks normal. The pathology is deep to the retina. It's in the choroid, and the choroid is elevated up because something's here, and that's this. And as we come along in the retina, the pathology that we pick up is this hyporeflectivity. Now, where is it? That's the question. And the answer is it's beneath the retina, but above the pigment epithelium. Let's go to our normal retina. We follow our pigment epithelium. That's staying down here. So this hyporeflectivity, which is fluid, is above the pigment epithelium, but it's beneath the ellipsoid zone. This is subretinal fluid. And when you have a pigmented lesion that has orange pigment on its surface and subretinal fluid, you need to be concerned about melanoma. And that's exactly what that was. Even though it was a flat-looking lesion, this is a patient with a choroidal melanoma with subretinal fluid. Now here's a picture of a full-thickness macular hole that we see clinically. Here's the base of the hole, and around it you can see this cuff of subretinal fluid. And again, here's an OCT scan, again showing, again, this is a spectral domain, just a different kind with color. The hole goes all the way through. There's no retinal tissue left here. We got the table legs, which are often, you know, this is usually the cuff of subretinal fluid that you're seeing clinically. So this is the fluid. We saw the cuff around the base. This was the base of the hole. And those table legs that I call them are the cuff of subretinal fluid around the hole. Sometimes you could see these cysts within the retina itself adjacent to the hole. And notice here, in the vitreous, there's a little piece of retina that's been pulled up. This is an operculum. The vitreous, here's the cortical vitreous, pulled up some of the retina and probably caused the hole. So it was vitreous traction that caused the hole in this case. Now, in contrast to a full thickness macular hole, notice the difference. Here's our vitreous cavity. Here's our opening in the retina. Notice that there is retinal tissue left over. This is not a full thickness hole. This is a lamellar macular hole. The hole does not extend all, it would have to extend all the way down to the photoreceptor line here for it to be a full thickness hole. Now it does have a cyst in the retina here, an intraretinal cyst. You can see over here on the surface of the retina we have a hyperreflective line. Notice this is not on the retina itself. You can see a little space between the retina and this line over here, whereas this line is directly on the retina over here. This is a pre-retinal membrane or an epiretinal membrane. So when we have a macular pucker, for example, you'll see this, or when there's surface wrinkling retinopathy, you have this pre-retinal membrane on the surface of the retina, and you can see it doesn't, the retina is thrown into folds a little bit so that it's not adherent over here, but it is adherent over here. And that's often found in accompanying lamellar macular holes. You could see it with full thickness macular holes as well. And all right, we're moving on to something else here. This is a clinical slide of drusen. We're looking at drusen here in the retina. And here's a fluorescein angiogram which shows these same drusen more obviously.